What's up? What up? We good? I can't chat on YouTube. Do you say something that do you say something bad? Is that why? Were you bad? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. The king has arrived? I don't know about all that, but sure. Okay. I'll take it. How's your week been, mate? Tiring and then not tiring at the same time. It was nice that I kind of that I got some extra time to just kind of vibe a little bit because I did the interview and the whole like preview stuff for the Path of Exile 2 update. And I, got to interview Jonathan Rogers, so I got to like take a couple days off from me having to do the whole, writing a script, doing research, and all that stuff, which is actually better off because I think it's actually going to make for a better video on Tuesday for what I did have planned for this Thursday. Neither here nor there, but yeah. So I made it for a little bit more of a restful week, which was nice. Your thoughts on North Lane? The band tease make me want to ask. North Lane's pretty good. They're not necessarily like a band that I follow like religiously or anything like that, but they come out on my workout radio all the time. Like the interview? Glad. Yeah. I was hoping that you guys liked it. It's always fun for me to be able to get those opportunities to talk to people like that and just kind of like, see what's up, scratch their, itch their brain with a couple of questions for, a little while and see what, see what they think of what's going on in the industry. I don't get a whole lot of opportunities to talk to either other content creators or people inside the games industry outside of like insiders and leakers and stuff like that. But that's a whole different topic, right? Sonny, thank you for the 7 months in a row, man. Thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Infernal, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. Fair, at least I can trust you to not pull your punches when it comes to questions. If I can be fair. Trust you to not pull your punches if I can be fair. I'm confused. Are you saying I pulled punches? Or are you saying that you trust me not to? I don't have any interest in pulling punches. It's just like, I guess I could see some people within like the Path of Exile community be like, why didn't you ask about this? Why didn't he ask about this? And it's just like, there's some shit that like on like the drama side of the Path of Exile community, I'm not really all that involved or engaged. I'm a very casual player of Path of Exile. I play it when they do every update and every season and stuff like that, and I definitely enjoy my time with it, but I just don't think about it all that deep. So like, I'm not going to be like grilling these guys on why there aren't swords in the game or whatever fucking else, you know what I mean? Like, I'm enjoying the game with what they have so far. I know that the game is going to be completed at one point. I'm relatively patient, especially when they're delivering something that I'm enjoying right now. So I can't really argue on the side of something that I don't represent, right? Well, I fully understand if there are people that are just not enjoying the game because they don't have access to certain things they want. That's cool for them. I voice that opinion and make that opinion known, but I can't necessarily represent something that I myself am not feeling, right? I love how people are complaining of why you are getting an interview when you don't really play the game. Well, they're fucking retards. Why would people what are we talking about? Every single outlet under the sun got access and got interviews. Do you think that they were just supposed to do do you think that they're just supposed to do interviews with like the handful of Path of Exile only content creators that are out there? those guys, I'm pretty sure, got their opportunity as well. Salami, thank you for the tier 1s. 12 months. It's been an entire year of you watching me. It's been awesome watching your channel grow over the past year. Keep it up, dude. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Jason Schreier doesn't play video games. I'm sure the guy probably plays some of them, but definitely not all of them. Yeah, there's one in the YouTube comments. Maybe it was just one comment. Oh, well, then they're fucking stupid. Like, no matter what, you're going to get people that are like that. I remember when I made, like, my first video where I was just talking about, like, my experience playing Path of Exile for the first time, blind, or at least as blind as I possibly could, right? And, like, I had a bunch of negative comments in that because there were certain mechanics that I was frustrated with that I didn't understand, and they're like, well, you're just stupid, blah, 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 and it's just like, you guys are fucking losers, dude. Like, I'm playing the game for the first time. How are you, like, acting that I need to be some, like, subject matter expert on day one? It's so weird. I don't even know how to pronounce your name. I'm gonna call you Ert. So... thank you for the tier 1 gifted, man. Appreciate that. It's really J. Cole. Thank you for the 7. Appreciate that. Happy Friday, LD. My dumbass deleted my comment the first time after trying to give you some love to TF Night. I don't know what. Did you play War/Fall of Cybertron games? War/Fall of Cybertron. Is that the? Are you talking about the? Wait a minute. Are you talking about that, like, super fucking dope PvP game that they had for Transformers back in the day? Because I played the fucking shit out of that. I think that was on... Was it on Xbox 360? That game was fire. I mean, then again, it could be, you know, nostalgia washing over me or something like that. But I definitely... I definitely remember one of those games being, like, really, really good. Joe, thank you for the $20. Appreciate that. You mentioned last week that you weren't very good at React content. Brother, you are an S-tier reactor. I look forward to it every week. Let's fucking go. Thank you, man. Thank you for your generosity. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. Well, was trying to leave a comment about how I'm going to buy all my friends Subnautica 2 just to upset Crafton. But I don't know how your TTS works. Oh, I don't think I have TTS turned on. I'd have to turn TTS on. Yeah, I don't, just because I don't like. I used to have it on before, and I probably could turn it back on if I wanted to. But the thing is, like, it constantly would just interrupt my thoughts all the time, and I don't think I'm like that kind of streamer, right? Like, I turned it on because I'm like, okay, like a lot of content creators have TTS, so why not? I'll just go ahead and put it on myself, and I kind of just did it out of default, not necessarily out of really anything else. Yeah, I'm not very good with people interrupting me. So it's like, if I'm in the middle of a thought and I'm trying to talk about something and then something interjects, my ADD just sets me off, and all of a sudden I can't remember what I was even talking about. Fall of Cybertron was incredible. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Yeah, Fall of Cybertron. That is exactly what it was. That was the PvP one. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that one. Nintendo stock's down 38% year to date, which caused the increase. We're going to talk about the Nintendo price increase, obviously. Thank you for the 2 calls. Appreciate that. Are you going to get the Steam controller? I don't really play a lot of games on controller. I think I will eventually, because I'll end up getting a Steam machine. But yeah, the fall of gaming, it's so over. I think that, like, I don't know what's gonna happen. I really don't know what's gonna happen. It's kind of one of those, like, weird situations. Like, I've been trying to take a little bit more time to think about it recently, because, like, there's, like, some of the surface level stuff of, like, this is obviously gonna, like, push people out and people not being able to buy this stuff. This is, like, a lot of, like, branching effects or the butterfly effect. The butterfly effect of people increasing these prices, video game prices going up, the cost to develop games going up, the amount of flops that we've seen, like all of these different instances that are basically causing all of these different problems. And, you know, I'm seeing like the games industry kind of on a wider scale go in a different direction. And it's not one that I think is going to really work out for these guys. I think that they're like trying to solve, how do I say this? I think they're trying to solve what they are viewing as long-term problems with like, they're trying to solve what I view as short-term problems with long-term solutions. And I'm kind of, I don't know what's going to end up happening because of that. What's your music career looking like? None. None. I have no music career. I played in a couple of bands like in high school and college, and then I grew up. So now I just doodle. The fall of gaming. We've had great games come out this year. It's not necessarily like it's a broader subject. There's never going to be a fall, okay? Like any idea of like seeing like a massive video game crash where like nobody's buying video games anymore, the entire industry just falls into the ground and then just catches fire. Like that's not going to happen. That's not realistic. It's just not the way that things work today, largely because of digital distribution. Because there's so many different ways for us to access games in a variety of different ways, like whether it's different platforms, subscriptions, or whatever it is. The fall of some AAA companies, that is definitely something that is in the cards. And it's probably not going to be a fall in like what I think, not even in a classic definition of like companies just straight up going out of business. It's just going to be a lot more consolidation. You're going to see the games industry on a AAA level shrink at like an ever increasing rate. Where I think a lot of people probably thought that like, Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard is going to be like the last big purchase. I don't think that that's going to be the case. I think that there's going to be other ones that are going to be up for grabs at one point in time. I think that some of them are going to be a lot more simple, right? I 100% believe that Tencent will own Ubisoft within the next 5 years. I have a very strong feeling that's going to happen. Fully own, 100%. Which it might end up being better for them. I have no idea. A lot more mergers and acquisitions. Yeah, that's basically the direction that I think that's basically the direction that I think everything's gonna go in. It's a AAA crash. AA, on the other hand, has been on fire. I actually largely view like a lot of the issues with the industry being both in like the AAA and AA space. I think that like AA's problem is that AA leans harder on premium pricing than indie games do. So like they lean into the range of like $50 to $60, and where like I think before that was pretty normal for us. I think that a lot of people are kind of still stuck in the mindset of premium game $60. So when you're buying something that's a AA game for $60, you're still like mentally assuming the game's going to be like a AAA game. At least that's how I am. Anytime I pay like $70 for a game, I'm just like, why is it this fucking much? Why is it this expensive? I'm not sure how Mass Effect will do in the hands of Arabs. I can't imagine it's going to do any better in the hands of Americans right now, or actually in the hands of Canadians. Where are they at? I don't know. Where's BioWare? Are they in Canada? Let's not act like Western developers are any better than anywhere else right now. Literally the only area that, there's like Eastern European studios that are making like Eurojank, and Eastern studios that are just making like whatever else. Like those are the only ones that I've really have had any like faith or interest in. But yeah, I like, what are we talking about here? Like, oh man, Middle Easterners making video games. That's going to be so bad. Yeah, like people in fucking Seattle are going to do any better right now. Eurojank games have been numerous recently. Yeah, I just hope some of these guys kind of get it a little locked in a little bit better. Evening LD, afternoon. Okay, we have a lot of stuff to talk about today, so I really need to we gotta lock in. We got a lot. We got a lot to talk about. Have you seen the recent news with Marathon and Sony? Oh boy. That's not looking good. That is not looking good. I love Replaced. I was playing a little bit of it. I wanted to use it for background footage in a video, but the problem is, and by the way, like, the game seems like it's gonna be cool. I'm gonna play more of it. But the one thing that I'll say is this: it has one of the things in video games that I cannot fucking stand. Something that drives me up the wall. Maybe it's my attention span. It very well could be. But like, I had played Replaced. Where's it at? How long did I play it for? Yeah. I had played Replaced for 39 minutes. 40 minutes. Okay. I hadn't gotten to a full hour yet. I was trying to use it because I was like, oh, this would be cool. I'll just play this in the background for, you know, just some game footage to run and some B-roll while I'm like doing my video or whatever. And that's still just like nothing. There's nothing that happens. It's still like tutorial, like running across the screen. And while like the game is very pretty, there's just fucking nothing going on. It's like, there's nothing that I am more bothered by in modern game design, and this is something that branches over even into indie games, is intro cutscenes. It's intro dialogue, intro cutscenes, tutorials, walking sim stuff. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's like, oh, here's this long section of you just walking straight for a good 5 or 6 minutes doing absolutely nothing because we want to show you this cool backdrop in the background. And it's just like, okay, that's cool. But this is the intro to a video game. And the longer you stretch out the time between me getting to press start and me actually playing a video game, like mechanically playing a video game, the higher the chances you are going to lose my attention and also just like run my patience thin. If I'm getting to the point where I'm 40 minutes into a game and I have not played a video game yet, there's a fucking problem. Like, don't get me wrong. Again, I want to say this. The game seems like it's really cool. The like intro combat stuff was pretty cool. The environments and the design and the artwork and the music and the sound and all that stuff, all super cool. But 40 minutes. 40 minutes. And the most that I got to do was an intro to combat, and then you're just doing the same button press combo for like multiple fights over and over and over again. And then I'm like, okay, now they're going to let me get to the meat of the game, right? They're going to let me get to the meat of the game for sure. And then it's like this, like, me doing stealth and avoiding this guy shooting, like, I guess spikes out of like a rail car or something like that. So it's like an even slower nothingness section. And I'm just like, brother, man, like, I know that this game gets better because I actually see it get better, but I'm like, it's crazy. It's just crazy, dude. Like, I'm like, I'm going to play more of it, but it was just one of those things where I'm like, I gave up on it after 40 minutes because I was like, brother, like, I'm here to try to get some like actual footage of gameplay right now, and I'm like, I actually can't use any, like, I can't. That says a lot when you say I can't use the first like hour of footage from a game because there's no gameplay. Okay, just say you don't like the game. Fuck you. Is that what I said? Is that what I said? I'm very specific with my critique. You got motherfuckers in here. Okay, just say you don't like it. Motherfucker, I'm about to ban your ass. I like the Baldur's Gate 3 music. Yeah. It's here to put me in my Zen mode. If you couldn't tell. If you couldn't tell. There you go, hating waffles again. I got that problem, dog. I really do have that problem. So this game has been making the rounds. So where is it at? Where is it at? I think we're actually gonna rip. Part of me wants to rip this from the start, but part of me doesn't. Part of me wants gonna wait till later. I don't know. I might as well just talk about it because it's already on my timeline. There's been a lot of people talking about mixtape. Okay, and mixtape, what it essentially is, let me watch the trailer for it. It's a story game, so it's like Life is Strange or something like that. Mixed. No, that's definitely not the button I meant to hit. Bender, thank you for the 10. On a side note, is it just me or is Lords of the Fallen 2 hate feeling forced lately? I get it. I get that the first game was rough at launch, but the devs stuck with it and made it much better. Oh, we're going to be getting to that. Absolutely. Thank you for the $10, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're going to be getting to that. We're getting to that. Okay. Where is the... Okay, here's their launch trailer. I probably can't even play this.
Tonight, we're invited to Camille Cole's beach party. It's the tits, it's the jam. Everyone's gonna be there. College kids, rich kids, athletes, horse girls, skaters. It's teenage high society. Right now, we have no booze, but we do have some leads. We'll start at my house, then on to Cassandra's, free drinks at our secret hideout, then arrive beachside at 9:45 p.m.
No way.
I did it last time.
I look like a child. I can't hand over money with these little hands. Slater, you do it. You're the one with the mustache. Go eat it!
You are expelled, Stacy Rocker.
If I find you at that party, and I will find that party, you'll spend 24 hours in detention. I promise you that.
What are we gonna do? What's demanded of us? It's the cops.
Be chill, it's chill.
Are they gone?
This year, I want to write a...
You know what? The one thing that I'm going to say is that, like, I'm already seeing exactly why this game likely got the review scores that it did. And it's the fact that, like, the vast majority of video game journalists are millennials right now. And the one thing that I've noticed about my generation is that we are the most addicted to nostalgia. We are nostalgia addicted because I think in a very big way, the millennial generation they're addicted to nostalgia because they feel that they don't fit into society today in some way. They just never fit in for whatever reason. So they pine over the past because the past is where they belonged the most, at least in one moment. And then things change so quickly. Like, you have to keep in mind that, like, I think that, like, out of any generation, probably I guess it just depends, but like we saw the world change very rapidly in ways that I don't think anybody else really has experienced. Just the way that, like, technology has affected society, whether it was social media, whether it was digital downloads, whether it was the home PC, whether it was cell phones, whether it, like, all this stuff that was, like, so insanely impactful to society and, like, how we operate and how we talk to people and all these kind of different things. And then not to mention, like, all of the, like, financial mix-ups and the wars and the all kinds of different stuff that had happened. Like, there's just so much that shapes society today that happened within the millennial generation that a lot of these folks just look back at the past and, like, that's the only place that they feel like they fit in. So they cannot help but just see something like this, and it's the only thing that they want. It's the only thing that they care about. And it's like the one thing that they get to hold on to. There's a second part. There's a second part of this. The other part is millennials are also what I view as the least original generation maybe ever. There are so many people within the like millennial generation just had no personality, nothing interesting about them. They've never done anything interesting. They have no skills. They have no talents. They have fucking nothing. Like most of their personality, most of their humor is derived from like early 2000s, television shows and stuff like that. Words they're still reiterating today. Like I said before, it's always like Dave Chappelle skits and stuff like that. What do the five fingers say to the face? All that kind of stuff. That's all it is. And they view, I should say we view, because I totally understand exactly where they're coming from, even though largely I don't really agree with it. But I think that they view a lot of this stuff as something that nobody else will understand. Oh man, you just had to be there. And like, there is part of that. Part of that is true. Like we were it's such a weird way to say this. The millennial generation was also the last generation of kids that grew up outside. So, like, there's shit that it's just like, man, kids don't do that kind of stuff today anymore, which is true. Like, there's stuff that we used to do as kids that many generations of kids used to do, but then nobody else then did afterwards anymore. So, like, it's like belonging in two different worlds. Yeah, essentially, I think that's probably the better way to say it. Yeah. The 2000s growing up was elite, can't deny. Like, yeah. Late 90s, early 2000s was legit. I'm not going to deny that. But the one thing that I've noticed is that, like, anytime that period is ever shown in media, whether it's movies or video games or whatever else, the reason why I say that this is, like, it's overstated. I think that's a better way for me to be able to say it. They overstate and they idealize what it used to be back then when, like, none of this shit ever happened. All the shit that they ever show, like what I'm seeing right now, this is the stuff that was in like Mean Girls. This is the stuff that was in like movies and television shows. This is the stuff that never actually happened. Yet for whatever reason, an entire generation grew up believing that this is actually what was going on. That this was the experience that they had. This is the experience other people were having when none of this ever actually happened. Nobody was doing any of this shit. I'm sure that there were some instances of it on a wider scale. Nobody was doing this. So you have a generation that is idealizing a fantasy that they never actually even lived. It's pathetic. It's very bad. And it also makes for like piss poor media. It makes for really bad entertainment. It makes for bad games. It makes for bad storytelling. It just makes for just nothing good. Nothing good. Because like as I'm watching this, because I'm like seeing what they're doing, and it's just like, okay, like I totally went to parties at the beach, 100%. There was never, nobody ever had the sheriff that knew everybody was going to the party at the beach, but then would tell them, I'm going to find out where it is. You're not going any, like this kind of stuff where it's like, nobody's connecting with this. Nobody's connecting with this. The like trying to buy liquor never happened. Never happened. This is something that is so popularized in like movies and television shows of having the friend that looks old enough to be able to go buy liquor. Nobody ever did that. Not a damn person ever did that. You know who went and bought the liquor? Somebody's brother. Somebody's like fucking maladjusted mother or father. Somebody's uncle. Or they stole it from home. In most cases, they stole it from home. Yeah, you just had to have an older brother. Yeah, everybody had one. Everybody had somebody, right? And because you also have to keep in mind that like back during this time, a lot of people had siblings. This is not like the generation of like, you know, single parents, even though there were, you know, still a lot of single kids, or single household kids. But yeah, I just had my 21-year-old friend buy me. Yeah. Like people had somebody. This idea of like, oh, who's going to do it? Oh, you could totally pull it off. Nobody ever did this shit. We pretended or thought we would or hyped ourselves up, but we never actually did it. It's just really like, and then nobody like who TP's houses? Who TP's houses? I don't think I ever saw this. You know what we did do? I will say this. Me and a bunch of my friends took a video camera because we all wanted to pretend like we were going to be in Jackass. So we had a camcorder, and we ran around and we stole lawn ornaments from like houses all over the entire city, because we didn't want to do it within one neighborhood, because we had figured out that if we did it in one neighborhood, then somebody would probably figure out, oh shit, these kids probably live here. Whoever did this probably did it here, right? So we did it over the entire city. We hit all kinds of neighborhoods all the way across town because we're like, we ain't getting caught. And then we just took it to this like random girl in our class's house and put them up in their yard at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And like, we didn't even, the funny thing is that like, it's not like we didn't like her. Nobody had a problem with her. I don't think anybody even talked to her. We just knew that's where she lived for some odd reason. One of us did, because I guess somebody had been over to her house at one point or something like that. And then it wasn't even like malicious. It was just being fucking idiots. And it was all just for the opportunity and the potential to hear her at school that next Monday going, somebody put a bunch of lawn ornaments in my fucking front yard. We heard her telling that story, and I don't think I ever laughed harder in my entire life. I couldn't fucking breathe. It was the funniest thing, because it's just like, now even looking back on it, it's even funnier because it was just so fucking stupid, and it was all for just one moment to hear her talk about it at school and go like, somebody put a bunch of like lawn gnomes in my front yard. It was so fucking dumb. It was so fucking dumb. But yeah, no, like all this stuff is idealized. It's not actually like real. You didn't even have friendships that were like this. Most people didn't even act like this with their friends in a lot of cases. It's so weird because like, I don't know. Lionel, thank you for the 500 R's. That's a lot of money because YouTube says it is. I really appreciate it. It's like fucking probably $100 or more. Jesus Christ, brother, you're out of your fucking mind. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. 100% millennial slop. You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. You are so right. LD, you didn't. Some of us did. Fonz, you're older than me. By a pretty decent amount, my guy. Your generation might have TP'd houses. This is supposed to be representing like late 90s and early 2000s kids. I know it harkens back to Gen Xers. That's what I'm talking about. Like the millennial generation is the fucking kings and queens of appropriating generations, like generational activities that they never did. Things that they never did. How old are you? I'm in my mid-30s. Kings and queens of cringe? Yeah.
This year, I want to ride a flaming stallion of delinquency.
Okay, this is like visual stuff. I gotta pause it otherwise because it's like they're playing like licensed music and I don't really feel like going back and doing all that shit, right? 500 R's is less than $50. Sorry to disappoint you. Argentinian pesos. Well, fuck. Well, thank you for the 500. Appreciate it. Thank you for the $5, dude. Thank you for the 50 cents. Oh, man, that's way too fucking funny. But hey, man, 50 cents in my money is like apparently an entire paycheck in yours. At least that's what Google's trying to tell me right now.
Optimal teenage experience.
Yeah,
the
this
teenage
is like visual
experience
novel
is
shit.
unobtainable.
Like obviously some of this stuff is going to be so they're showing like the bands that are going to be in the game. Okay, what is it? Smashing Pumpkins. Deep. Nobody was listening to fucking Devo. Iggy Pop? Pot. Okay, Silverchair. The Cure. What is this? Oh, Alice Coltrane. And many more. Do you know what the thing is? I can immediately tell that this is not for me because I'm gonna be real with you. Like I like a couple of them. Like maybe there's a couple songs from these guys that I like, but like outside of that, like this is not my kind of music, and it never was. Talk about Sony executives featuring lesbians. What's wrong with lesbians? What are you talking about? It's like the most random super chat I've had today. Talking about the featuring what lesbians? Which ones? Hi from Australia. You love your work. Here's a better tip. Thank you. You don't have to stop giving me fucking money. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate that, SK. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Nobody likes Devo? Yeah, I know. It's so odd. Nice PoE interview. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Because it's still
Baby! Loud sound!
Yeah, I don't know. I think like some of the visual stuff is kind of cool. Obviously, this is like one of those visual novel games or something like that, which is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Like I really enjoyed playing Dispatch. Really, Last of Us 2. Well, you need to be specific. Thank you for the 2, but like you have to tell me what you're talking about. Like, what do you want me to? You're The Last of Us 2 to Sorrows. Yeah, okay. I don't know what you want me to talk about. Yeah, they had it in The Last of Us 2, and I guess I haven't played Sorrows, so I don't know anything about it yet. I'll probably play it eventually, but maybe not immediately. Dispatch was cool. Dispatch was cool. Guitar Hero Mobile had a better soundtrack. Also true. So, yeah, I'm gonna be real. Apparently, this game has gotten like, what do we want? Metacritic mixtape is an 85. Okay, so it's not. I thought it was rated a lot higher than a lot of people probably thought it was going to be. I like how it's on different platforms. It has a different thing on Xbox, of course. On the American platform, it is the high. It's one of the highest rated games ever. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? The people that played it on Xbox are the ones that are like, yes. Glazed beyond belief. It's a little. IGN gave it 100. IGN gave it 100. A musical delight from start to finish, mixtape sets a brand new standard for coming of age stories in video games and does so with masterful sense and style. Again, man, like I'm telling you, like the thing is, it's just like I don't like I haven't played it. Maybe I need to play it myself. I can't play it I can't stream it because it's all copywritten music, so I'm not gonna do that. Maybe I'll play it in my off time. I heard it's only like 3 hours, so eventually you'll just like I can just like rip it out and like be done with it pretty quickly. Too much nostalgia? Yeah, that's crazy though. Dual Shockers gave it 100. I don't know who Gaming Trend is. Insider Gaming gave it 100. VGC gave it 100. Holy shit, man. Holy, okay. Games Radar gave it an 80. What was their critique? Mixtape is nostalgic, vibes-based experience set to a shockingly solid soundtrack that's... You know what the thing is? Now that I'm... The one thing, I bet if I tap this, look at this. All these reviews mention the soundtrack. All the high reviews mentioned the soundtrack. All of this licensed music that took no effort and It has nothing to do with the design of a video game. These are licensed songs that they paid a label for and then inserted into the game, and they're like, oh, I love how I can listen to songs that I can listen to Spotify in this video game. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? How are you guys giving? My question is, and this is where things like really start to fall apart for me when I start to see reviews that are glazing a game this hard. How are you guys going to give this game such high critic reviews over licensed music that the creators of the game did not make? They simply bought from somebody else. How are you going to put that on the same stage as games that had their own music written and created for their own game by people working at these studios? How are these two things judged the same? If this was a music game, that'd be a different story. A soundtrack, a good soundtrack would make sense for a music game. If I'm playing a Guitar Hero or a Rock Band or something like that, that makes sense that that game would have a good soundtrack and you would want to make sure that it does, but this is a coming-of-age story. This is like a visual novel game. So it having a soundtrack that was just paid and bought for, I'm going to be honest with you, man, really doesn't have a lot of impact for me. And also shouldn't be impacting your score so much. Because like that's like that's literally in every single one of these high-end reviews. Like look at like literally a musical delight from start to finish. So you listen to a playlist and we're like, huh, this game's a 10 out of 10. Am I wrong to think that? Excellent copy pasting of 90s hits, 10 out of 10. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Like, I just don't think I really just do not think that is something that is worthwhile to, like, look, right here. The mixtape includes music from Devo, Iggy Pop, Lush, The Cure, and more. Again, they straight up millennial farmed these critics. They put their favorite songs from their childhood into this game, and these guys are like, oh my god, I remember when me and my friends used to listen to this song. Oh, it was so good. Yes, this game was so good. It's crazy. This is nuts, dude. How is this even like, how is that fair to the other games that you judge? How's that fair to the other games that you score? Are you trying to tell me that if Crimson Desert, which I believe these guys gave like a 6 or a 7 or something like that, if that game would have had, I don't know, what were the, yeah, if that game would have had The Cure playing in the background, would you guys have given it a 9? Chances are, yeah, probably. Yeah, Crimson Desert plus Linkin Park, 11 out of 10. True. Rob Zombie. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I never really liked Rob Zombie. There was that one song, and honestly, like, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was Dragula. Maybe there was a couple other ones that I thought was like all right, but like I just, man, maybe he was just a little bit too, I don't know. He just wasn't for me. He just wasn't really for me. His horror movies are my guilty pleasure. Yeah. House of a Thousand Corpses is pretty good. What was the other one? There was another one that I liked. It was all right. Crimson Desert X King Crimson. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that would work for sure. Thank you for the 2. Appreciate that. Yeah, throw some Crimson Desert and some fucking black metal in there. Devil's Rejects, that was the other one, right? Yeah. Not liking Rob Zombie heresy. Thank you for the 2. I don't know. I just thought it was like I can listen to it. It's not like I'd like be like, ugh, I don't want to have anything to do with this. It just wasn't really anything. It just wasn't. I don't know. It just didn't really do it for me. Didn't really do it for me. You know what it was? Is that like I had like I was one of those kids where it's like, you know, you initially leech off of like your parents or your siblings' music, right? So like that's initially how you start finding your own taste and stuff. So initially, like, it was like my brother was hard on rap music, like nothing but like 3 6 Mafia and Tupac and shit like that. But he was also really big into pop punk as well, or not pop punk. I guess it was just punk at the time. So like early Green Day and Rancid and stuff like that. So like I was kind of like bouncing between those. And then my mom was like straight up oldies and like Beatles, Zeppelin, and what else? The Temptations. And then my dad was just like hair metal, right? Dad was big on hair metal. So I was like grabbing from all of these things, and I basically just kind of like stuck to that stuff until like, you know, as millennials did, eventually it was like Linkin Park and shit like that, you know, that like really took over. Breaking Benjamin and shit like that, right? Static X. I couldn't get over that dude's hair. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Blink 182, yeah, Blink and Paramore and shit like that, right? So like eventually I got into that stuff, and then I started to dip my toes into like more and more metal stuff where I was like listening to like, you know, like Dio and like shit like that. And then eventually I got my first taste of like metalcore with, who was the first metalcore band that I listened to? Haze the Day, I think. And then after that, I was Gucci. I was all in on metalcore and hard and like deathcore and shit like that. Sleep Token fan? I like Sleep Token. I'm not like a massive like, oh my god, Over the Moon, they're the best, you know, musical act ever created. But they're easy listening. Very easy listening. August Burns Red, yeah. Avenged Sevenfold, first couple of albums. Lorna Shore, yeah, obviously. Though much of that stuff was much later. Bring Me the Horizon, also first couple of albums, yeah. Era, yep. Dragon Force, that's another one of those like one-hit wonder bands, at least in my eyes. That was pretty much about it. But yeah, listen to Van Halen much as a kid. Yeah, of course. I like again like my dad was like more of like a hair metal guy and stuff like that. So like Yngwie Malmsteen and shit like that, I'd hear all the time. So yeah. All right, let's see here. So like this is kind of like predictable. It's also like, well, I'm sure the other like the actual like maybe some of the storytelling stuff and the voice acting stuff is pretty good. I just find it really I feel like it does a disservice to other games in the industry that have to compete with music that they actually create versus these guys that go out and buy their own. I fully understand thematically why they are using that music, why they are licensing music for a game like this. It 100% makes sense. I just don't think that the soundtrack should actually have an impact on the review score, but I'm telling you right now, it absolutely did. It absolutely did. And I find that not good, dude. I don't know. I don't think that's fair to the other games that compete. I really do not. Okay, I guess we'll watch this. So this is IGN's 10 out of 10 review. Reminder, I looked it up beforehand because I was like, is this some dude that just like hands out 10 out of 10s all the time? No, actually. I looked up this writer's name. He's only ever given out 4 10 out of 10s. Every 10 out of 10 IGN. Every modern game IGN is given a 10 out of 10. So if I search this guy's name, he gave a 10 to God of War Ragnarok. This might be a hot take. Monday Paramedic, thank you for the the tier 1. Appreciate that, brother. 2 months in a row. Appreciate that. I'm just gonna give you guys. I don't think new God of War is very good. It's okay. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's bad. Okay. This is gonna be one of those waffle situation where people are gonna be like, "Oh my God, he hates God of War." Like, no. That's not it. It's just, I don't think that it's like the best thing since sliced bread. I really do. I think it's relatively average. I think that the story's good. I think that it looks very pretty. I think the combat is just kind of okay. It's serviceable. It can be good. Sometimes it can be really clunky and weird and just kind of lame. And at other times, yeah, I'm just gonna be straight up with you, man. It like God of War feels like essentially Last of Us with swords, like that. Like that's what it turned into, and it's just like I don't know, man. I as somebody that like grew up with the old God of War series, I'm not making like a full like compare and contrast between the two, but I really kind of enjoyed that more. Like, God, how would you like? I enjoyed their camera angles more in that. I enjoyed the combat a little bit more in that. Was it, just like rage smash buttons, hack and slash shit? Absolutely. Yeah, I kind of more enjoyed the arcadey feel, and I also kind of enjoyed the more like simplistic story of like dude's mad. Like I understand it was just a dude bro game, but I kind of enjoyed it more for that than all of a sudden it trying to like turn into being this like deep story about self-discovery and loss and regret and not being your father and all this. I'm like, dude, oh my God. Like, why does everything have to turn into some like greater retrospect about my life or introspection about my life? Like, can we instead just like, I kind of like dumb smash things, bang chicks for red orbs game. That's just my opinion on it, though. Like, I understand that like some games like really fucking. I understand people really like it. Don't get me wrong, and I'm not saying that like the writing is bad or anything like that. Like, I think they're good games. I'm just saying that they're not masterpieces. They're not 10 out of 10s. It's like an 8. It's an 8. You could just turn your brain off, then what the fuck is the point of playing a game? Unless the game is that kind of experience. But that's not what kind of experience that game is. Turn off your brain. What, just consume? Consumer. You could also just take a nap. True. True. You're a 10 out of 10 in my heart. Well, thank you. Yeah. I just think that, and I'm not trying to be like Mr. Contrarian about it. This is just my position. Like I just don't think that God of War Ragnarok or God of War 2018 is masterpiece level anything, to be honest with you. I'm just I know it's like isn't that just the most millennial thing to do, to be the contrarian in that and be like, I think it's overhyped, but I'm gonna be real. This shit's overhyped. This shit's overhyped. What else did he give it to? At least IGN gave a 10 to Elden Ring. If they didn't give a 10 to Elden Ring, I'm pretty sure that I don't think they'd be a company anymore. Disco Elysium, he gave a 10 out of 10 to. I never played this game. I don't have any opinion on it. Disco Elysium is very, very good. It's very unique. Okay? Disco Elysium is fun. It's great. We should play. It deserves a 10. Not a 10. Society copes hard. Disco Elysium is great, but honestly, I'd give it a 9. Phoenix Stream, thank for the Prime. I'm gonna leave this one. I'm gonna leave this one alone and say that I'm not gonna try to put any opinion on it because I don't know fuck all about the game. The only thing that I know is that people in the games industry that I have a lot of respect for really fucking loved this game. So I will say that it largely deserved what it got. Could have been less, sure, but like I'm gonna say this one. We'll give them this one and say this one deserved what it got. Overwatch. We're not talking about Overwatch 2. We're talking about Overwatch 1 released in 2020. We're talking about Overwatch 1 released in 2016. Oh my God, this is Overwatch 2. Reviewed May 19th, 2020. This is Overwatch 2. Well, I'm so fucking confused. How is the review, Overwatch review? October 8th, 2020.
After 4 years and 1 IGN Game of the Year award, Overwatch has evolved into a multiplayer shooter that remains at the top of the class. It's a dizzying amalgam of unique character design, stunningly realised style, and compellingly dynamic action. Minutes turn into hours as you're caught up in round after magically exciting round, surrounded by gorgeously crafted maps packed with detail and charm. Overwatch, simply put, is the most fun I've ever had playing a video game.
That's Overwatch 1 footage. My brain, LD's face, bro. My brain's trying to fucking like process this. So, Zero, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. So wait. Overwatch 2 is 2022. It's when they reviewed Overwatch 1. This was an updated review. They updated the score from a 9.4. We originally reviewed Overwatch in 2016. Here's what we had to say about Blizzard's hero shooter back then. And they gave it a 9.4. But then they had to come back. Then they had to come back 4 years later just to give it that little extra like spit. Right? Just to give you a little bit more. How much did Blizzard pay for that 0.6? I think that if I remember correctly, this was when Overwatch was at its peak. So chances are they just felt like it was newsworthy at the time for them to go back and review it. I do think that it's a little bit weird. And I would like to see what the precedent for this is. I would really like to see what the precedent for this is. I already know. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Huh. Isn't that odd? How they go back to, how they go back to update the review on a game before and give it a, 10, but they don't go back to update the review on another live service game that's still running. Initial release is 2019. They did this review 2 years later. I just, this is the reason why I'm bringing this up. So, this goes to prove that they effectively, I guess, must have done the same thing. Maybe? No, because this isn't an updated, they didn't do an updated review. Did they just not do an initial review in 2019? No, here's one. Final review. Where they gave it a 9. And this is 2019. But that's not actually the final review because they did another review in 2021, but then haven't talked about it since then. I think it's very odd that these companies will come out and these reviewers and these like outlets will come out and say like, oh, well, you know, we have a constantly changing review on these games, but it seems like there's always an end date for when those reviews actually stop. Maybe it's a review to adjust for score inflation. Maybe. Overwatch 1 is a 6 out of 10 at best. I don't feel that way. I'm not going to like OG Overwatch was quite literally a phenomenon in the games industry that swept across it like a wave that nobody could ignore. Fucking everybody was playing Overwatch. I'm not going to sit here and try to be Mr. Going back and like rewriting history. This was the last time Blizzard, when Overwatch 1 launched, that was the last time Blizzard good. After that, OG Overwatch 10 out of 10. I wouldn't necessarily say that I think it's a 10 out of 10. I think that, like, I don't know, that's a little bit, let's go a little bit too far. But yeah. Rewrite history before somebody else does. True. I like that idea. Yeah, so I find this to be oh no, I needed that. Every IGN 10 out of 10. So this guy is giving out 4. He's given out 4 perfect scores. God of War, Ragnarok, Disco Elysium, and Overwatch. And so, I mean, like, so he hasn't given out another one in 4. It's been 4 years since his last 10 out of 10. I don't know. I'm going to have to play it myself. The only thing that I can think of, like, I'm trying to, I don't know. I have to look. I have to play it myself and see what it is, because like there's parts of me that are wondering if this is something, if there's something that catalyzed a score like this. I don't know. We'll have to see. Battleborn was better. I actually really like Battleborn. I thought it was, personally, I thought it was cooler. I thought it had a lot more mechanical depth, but it was, I think Battleborn was before its time. I think it was a little too early. If they would have actually, I think like 2 things that they would have had to have done. I think that they had to have stuck with it and said, fuck the noise, and just like continued to like support Battleborn until it eventually found an audience. Keep this in mind. This was like before we were seeing like live service games falling out of trees at birth, right? Like we're like these are games that largely, like, you know, these guys could keep it funded. These guys were flushed with money. They could have kept it funded and chilling for quite a while. If they would have just kind of had it on maintenance until and then seen if it actually like picked up. Was Battleborn the MOBA? Yeah, Battleborn was a little bit more like Deadlock. And I think like Deadlock is kind of proof that like Battleborn was kind of like on the path, but just maybe not there entirely. Smite was fun for a bit. Yeah. I think that like, I think the ultimate evolution of like both Battleborn and Smite is it's Deadlock. The more that I have played Deadlock, the more that I've come to the conclusion that game is going to absolutely fuck up the games industry. Like, it is going to be an absolute thorn in the side of live service. Do I think it's going to like shut down everything? No, it's going to be good. I think it's going to do well. I think it's probably going to be in the same realm as like Dota. Definitely not CS2. I think CS2 is a little bit higher up there, but I think it's going to be up in that like Dota range or something like that probably, which is really good. And it's going to make a lot of money. It's going to make a lot of money. Are you doing better at Deadlock? Funny you say that. I'm actually ranked number 1. No, I'm kidding. So Deadlock actually recently did an update where they actually did a matchmaking update, which I wasn't really expecting because I was just like, well, the game's still in early, like not even early access, it's in a beta, right? So they did a matchmaking update. And in that matchmaking update, I can show you guys this really quick. Deadlock skill ratings. I think this is it right here. So in Deadlock, I'll zoom, enhance, less enhance. Okay. So in Deadlock, you have skill brackets, and then inside the bracket, or inside these ratings, there are multiple levels, starting at 1, 2, 3, 4, up to I guess would be 6, and then after this, you would go into the next one. So just giving you guys, before this update, where they actually put in a real matchmaking system, my first probably, I don't know, 100 games or 100 hours of playing the game, all in here. All stayed locked in here. I couldn't get out. Largely because, and I found this out later, that I guess like your first like 25 or 50 games is them figuring out what rank you're supposed to fall into. But that's not very good because everybody is basically the same shitter level at the very beginning anyway. So most people are just not going to probably be able to like get, thrown into something else entirely. But they did this ranking update where now you move much faster. So like before, I think it was like you'd have to get like 10 wins in a row for you to be able to break free from whatever rank you were in to move into the next one, right? It was really, really bad. Really, like a lot of people were like hard stuck wherever they were. People were not falling in rank. People were not going up in rank. Everything was like super stagnant. They shortened that down and made it where people move about 6 times as fast now. In 20 hours, so in about a week of play, I have moved from initiate all the way up to midway through Arcanist. So I jumped 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I jumped 4 ranks. I'm not good. I'm figuring it out. It's going to take a while. There's going to be some massive skill gaps in here, and it's largely just going to be based on movement. I've already weaned myself, for the people that play Deadlock, I've already weaned myself off of auto buy. I now manually buy my items, even though I still keep them on a build planner. Just because it makes more sense to me. But, and I largely rely on other people's builds because I don't fucking understand how these numbers work. Some items are situational, so that kind of makes sense to me. We're like, oh, fuck, I got this person in my lane. Maybe I need to go ahead and like grab this or whatever like that. I totally get that kind of stuff. I've been raging more lately. Where like before, for like the first 100 hours, I've like, if I win or lose, it was just like, oh, okay, I don't really know why we lost or why we won or whatever. I'm like, that was a good game, but that was a fun game. That was not a fun game. That was basically the difference, right? Where it's like, that was fun, that was not fun. Now I know, now I have a wider understanding of what's going on, what I'm supposed to be doing. And as an extension of me understanding what I'm supposed to be doing, that also means I know what everybody else is supposed to be doing. And that's where the rage starts. Because once you understand what you're supposed to be doing and you realize that, this other guy, you're just like, why, 7, you've been in the fucking jungle for the last 15 minutes! We've lost 2 walkers! Fucking get out of there! That kind of stuff, right? Immediately tilted. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you start once you have like a general understanding of what's going on in the match, you immediately start seeing what other people are doing wrong, and you're like, oh my fucking god! I don't play with my mic turned on, largely because I don't want to get canceled. Okay, if my mic was on and I was playing open mic in these games, somebody would float a clip and they'd be like, here's legendary drops. Fucking berating me inside of this MOBA, crashing out. So I leave the mic off. I communicate through text. That is just enough to be able to stop me from saying something stupid. So, yeah, no, I've gotten to the awareness point where I'm like, I mostly know what I'm supposed to be doing. So if somebody's playing a class similar to ones that I've played, I can recognize. It's not even that. It's just like the longer you play a game like this, the more you realize that like at what times you're supposed to be doing certain things. So it's like, I'll see like the enemy team has already taken, 4 of our objectives, right? And we've taken maybe 1 or 2 of theirs. And it's like, we should be doing an objective. We should be pushing one of their objectives, or we should be doing something else that's going to bring us more value. And instead, I see everybody either murder balling and chasing like one player around the map as they're all trying to kill them, or you're seeing people that are just hanging out in the jungle, killing monsters and getting XP to do nothing. To die, essentially, because the other team is like so far ahead. It's so crazy. 10 out of 10, though. The game is fantastic. 10 out of 10. I have a lot of fun playing it. I really do. And the funny thing is that I've been playing it almost entirely. No, I shouldn't even say almost entirely. Like, I've played a couple of games with some friends, but like, I haven't really played that much with other people. I really just play solo queue myself. And if I'm having a good time playing it solo queue myself, I can only imagine how it would feel if I was actually playing in a real like squad of like friends or people that I know that are like actually communicating. So, yeah. Yeah, I think the deadlock is going to do some real damage once it hits, because it's going to scratch a lot of itches for a lot of people. And I think that like they're already kind of doing some stuff, because they have there's like a brawl mode that I think a lot of people are really going to like, because there's like a roguelike matchmaking 4v4, mostly just death, like team fight kind of mode that there is that you can run. So like I think casual people are going to really fucking love that stuff. So, and it's also really good to like learn hero abilities, and it's like, it's ARAM is what it is. It's ARAM. Effectively, it's like ARAM, right? And once you go and do that, you learn a little bit more about the game. So like there's lanes for casual players. There's definitely some lanes for like high skill players. Like it's gonna sit in this really good, like really cool spot where I think a lot of people are gonna enjoy it. Is it gonna be for everybody? No, not every, especially with live service. Not every live service game is. But this game has that Valve magic just slapped all over it. And also at the same time, the other thing to keep in mind too is that the guy that's designing this game is the same guy that designed Dota. So it's like, motherfucker knows what he's doing. I don't know what to say. What's Dota at now? I mean, like, yeah. Yeah. So. Ice Frog did Deadlock. Yeah. Yoshi, I think is what his name is. Yeah. Yeah, he's doing Deadlock. So. Pretty good for an older game. True. Once Deadlock is done, Deadlock will be where Western people go, and Dota... Oh my fucking God, you are so right. Deadlock will be where Western people go. Dota is for the Russians. Yeah. Well, that's also like CS as well, right? I feel like that's CS as well. But I've been seeing a lot of people that have been talking about this mixtape game, and I do find it really funny that like there's a making out mini game. And it's like, but me liking anime boobs is a lot weirder than this, apparently. And it's actually fucking true. Where it's like, these motherfuckers will be like big on shaming people over even just like the slightest, how do I say this? I'm looking for like a positive way to say this. The appreciation of the female figure, right? They want to call it objectification. Objectification makes it sound negative. It makes it sound like I don't like it, or like I like it for the wrong reason. I like it for a lot of really good reasons. Actually, they're all good reasons. They're all good reasons. I can promise you that. I can promise you that. But it's just like, but then like, it's all this like weird like shit like this that they're like, oh, but this is cool, but this is fine, right? Like I think a really good example of this is World of Warcraft grippers. Where is the grippers post? So, like, I don't remember when this was. I'd have to actually go back and find it. But, like, on the main World of Warcraft account, they were posting pictures of, like, one of the elf chicks and, like, doing, like, foot fetish content. Like, look at those grippers. And it's, like, a close-up of, like, one of, like, the female elves, like, feet. And it's just like, it's so weird to see like shit like that normalized, but then like when it's you know some anime chick with some huge knockers, they're like, whoa, disgusting. What are we doing? Why? How is like the most normal appreciation of something that we have always appreciated as humans for fucking years, that is quite literally an evolutionary trait that makes us want to have offspring? How is that demonized over people like wanting to like, you know, lick some toes? It's weird, man. It is. It's just real weird. That's all I gotta say. Bro, I gave up on this show. I don't know, like, The Boys, I'm gonna be real with you. I thought that like the first season was okay, and I think the second season was aight ish, and then by the time I got to the third, I was like, I'm good, dude. I don't know what the fuck's going on with this anymore. But like, it's like every other like modern television show just can't fucking hold. What is this? Major eruption in Japan's Sakurajima volcano sent up a plume of ash about 11,000 feet into the air. Jesus Christ. Bro, nature is wild. Nature is crazy. Like, nature is one of the very few things that make you feel so absolutely insignificant in comparison to, like, the rest of the world or just reality as a whole. Right? Because, like, no matter what, as a human, you have some level of built-in narcissism. You see a fucking tornado, and you quickly realize that this world doesn't give a fuck about you. You don't even exist, dude. You're nobody. This volcano right now, it don't give a fuck about you. Oh, you got a cell phone? That's cute. Oh, you got a social media profile? Oh, that's cute. Oh, you guys are making AI? That's cute. Super volcano. Boom! Y'all dead now. Y'all are fucking dead now. It's crazy, dude. It is crazy. Holy shit. Well, hopefully it's not like a full-on eruption and it's just the ash cloud. No fucks given. No, the world don't give a fuck. The world does not give a fuck. Absolutely not. Damn. Damn. That says a lot. That says a lot. I didn't think about it in this context. Creepy and sus, inspiring masterpiece. That is one way to see it. That is definitely one way to see it. A lot of people online are obsessed. Also, not to say people. True. Just one pick, bruh. Perfect meme indeed. It is a good meme. It's very good. Very good. KCD2's photo mode stops you from cheating. Oh. I'm doom scrolling. I can't be doing that shit right now. On a fucking scroll. So people were asking last week what happened to the stream. Tits. Tits happened to the stream. Just fucking big O knockers out of nowhere. Some girl on Twitter has been she has figured out a way to be able to circumvent the algorithm around you being able to block NSFW content, because obviously I have all those blocks in place to make sure that my streams are family friendly and safe. And she figured out a way to be able to circumvent that in some way. I don't know if it's the lighting. I don't know if it's the anime VTuber model that she has, but you guys are welcome to do your own research. She only streams on Twitter. She only streams on Twitter. She is a VTuber that opens every stream with her flashing the chat. Very casually, by the way, to the point where like my brain didn't recognize it while I was scrolling, because I'm like sitting here just like bullshitting and talking on stream, and I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? And like your brain recognizes it for a minute, but then it just it's gone in an instant. You're like, wait a minute. Oh shit. Yeah. We still call it Twitter. Yeah. I'm not going to call it X. That just sound like, I'm going to be real. The minute that I say that, I feel like a retard. I do. I feel embarrassed. I do. I feel really embarrassed when I say that. I don't want to. Hardcore, thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. You're about to play GTA 6. Cool. Remember that Rapture I was talking about? Yeah. Yeah, no shit. No shit. Yo, did you follow my ex on X? Oh man, it's so bad. Let's see here. Plus, on top of that, like, the name Twitter is why it costs so much to buy. You're paying for the notoriety of Twitter's name. That's also something really funny. You're actually right. Yeah, for sure. Does anybody call it X? I'm sure like maybe younger generations might that like weren't really on or around for Twitter, I guess. But also like, so what do you call a post on X? Do you just call it a post? Do you call it a zitter? A zeet? I don't call 343 Halo Studios. Ain't nobody. It's literally that like Scooby-Doo with a mask on thing where it's just like, we know who the fuck you are, dude. We know who you are. Oh man. Oh, I saw this. So DoorDash reported 933 million orders in quarter 21, up 27% year over year. DoorDash up 12.8% after hours. So DoorDash has been in the money. DoorDash has been in the money. And somebody posed the question, why do poor people continue to burn money on this shit? I don't think it's just poor people. I think it's a lot of people that do it. I really do. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure that there's an outsized amount of people that like waste money on this stuff. But I saw Asmongold responded to it. Most people who are poor are bad at making financial decisions. There is a lot of cope, rationalizations, and denial around this. It's not society. It's not education. It's not somebody else's fault. It's just their own bad decisions. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I do, like, I guess fundamentally I do, but also at the same time, I also don't think that he's right, because like, while there's a lot of people that are going to make like excuses for doing this, and 100% people absolutely do when it comes to like ordering stuff on DoorDash. Like, I could very easily just go pick up something, and I don't even use, the only time I ever use DoorDash now is if I'm on stream, because I'm not going to leave my house during stream while it's running to go and get food. That's why instead now I just eat before stream to make sure that I can see my way through, right? Like, that's the way that it goes. But the other thing is too, is that like most people who are poor are bad at making financial decisions. For supporting something like DoorDash, absolutely. But I think that also at the exact same time, there's a lot of other contributing factors that like lead people to like spend money on this stuff. And I think like one of the better examples for it is like, God, man, I'd have to take some time to really think about this. But like, being poor is expensive, man. Being poor is fucking expensive. It is so expensive. And I think after a while, you just kind of get into this mode where like you can't really help yourself, and you splurge on dumb shit because it's the only thing that you can afford. And you can afford it in a moment. And that like that weird moment of like respite is somehow enjoyable to you. Like, you find security, or you find enjoyment, or you find relief in that one single moment of you splurging on something that you definitely did not need and definitely did not have to do. And in some cases, for some people, that's probably DoorDash. I could definitely see that being the case. Actually, no, it's not that I can see that being the case. I know it's the motherfucking case. And the reason why I know it's the case is because the minute that I finally started to like get my life together and start making money, one of the things that I felt like I was spoiling myself when I would do it was buying DoorDash. I felt like I was spoiling myself with this nice meal that I bought from a restaurant that I didn't have to go to, that was brought to me. It just kind of it goes to show like how almost kind of like brainwashed you get the less money that you have. And it takes a while to be able to kind of like break free of that and like break free of those like bad decisions that you were making before. But like, society is quite literally built to take advantage of the poor. Like, at least in the US, for fucking sure. It's death by 1,000 cuts. That's a reason why like things like subscription services and stuff like that, all that stuff exists, because it's to try to get people into at the very least in through the ground level, and then they can just keep them there and keep them on the edge where they're never allowed, they're never able, they're never going to be able to afford anything. So then they just continue to rent things, whether that's services, whether that's objects, whether that's property, whether that's whatever, it doesn't matter. Everything is built in that way that you're never really able to get yourself out of that. So people find stupid shit like this to spend their money on, because it makes them feel good in the moment. And like, I get where people are coming from, where they're like, oh, well, that's stupid. Stop wasting money on that shit. Motherfucker, try being poor. Oh, well, it's all self-inflicted. Yeah, it is fucking self-inflicted. But also at the exact same time, some people are just chasing a moment of fucking happiness. Some people want to be like, oh, well, then you need to get your life together. That's a lot easier said than done, and everybody fucking knows that. You have a whole lot of people that like to pretend like they got something going on over everybody else when they're no fucking different than anybody else. They're no different than anybody else. You don't have anything more figured out than anybody else does. In most cases, most people are just a little bit more fortunate than others. And while there are people that are going to be a little bit more responsible, I still don't even think they have shit figured out. I hate consumerism and materialism. I fucking love it. I'm actually not very materialistic. I'm like looking around me and I'm like, what have I bought recently? Nothing. Nothing. I don't really buy shit. I don't really buy shit. Fuck, most of my shirts and clothes are like fucking band t-shirts. Half the shirts that I own, the band shirts that I have, they're fucking ripoffs off of Amazon. Okay? Like, I'm not even like, mostly just because it's really difficult to get a hold of some of the like older like prints of some of the shirts that people had made before. It's like 50-50. Half of them are from concerts, half of them are from others. But yeah. Asmongold is a good example from going poor to rich, but keeping poor brain and pinching pennies. Yeah. But also, and the thing is that he's also speaking, and he's also speaking from like experience in this case, right? Like I've heard many stories from this dude that he's talked about on his stream before about how they didn't have the money for something. They go out and put like Taco Bell or McDonald's on a credit card, like even though they didn't have the money to pay that shit off. It's self-inflicted. Is it stupid? Yeah, but it felt good in the moment, and that's the reason why you go and do it. That's the reason why you go and do it. Asmund Goldstein, is he Jewish? Fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. Oh, I want to see the trailer for this. I've been getting hammered with people telling, like, dude, you need to look at it. So, well, how long is it? This is 32 minutes. It's a special press. I just want to see the trailer part. That's it.
Dojo-kai. それが俺たちの国だ。
登場会。ほいじゃあいよいよ兄貴組立ち上げるんじゃの。
やっちゃろうや。兄貴なら絶対にてっぺん取れますけ。
ありがとうな。けどそういうんじゃねえんだ。
は？
Is this supposed to be like the beginning of the Yakuza game? Or something like that? Does this have to do with the Yakuza games or no? It's the Yakuza prequel. Okay, that's cool.
俺たちみてえなヤクザもん、帰る場所のない連中が生きていける、そんな場所があったらいいって思わねえか。ねえだろ、そんなの。だから作るんだよ、俺たち自身で。
That right there, that's the Japan you've been dreaming about.
That motherfucker Snoop Dogg?
This is Japan.
Stranger than heaven.
Okay.
Back streets walking on the edge of the night.
1915, okay.
Just what are we trying so hard to protect?
Oh, so it's like going through different eras?
食い物にして蒼天堀の帝王なんて呼ばれて、それでできた居場所ってのも俺の欲しかったものなんでしょうか。
What's your story? Just a poem for the Yakuza. Some things never change.
親分、よろしくお願いいたします。
Obsessing over one man's death. That's no way to live a life.
Bro, the vibe of this is like so fucking like impeccable. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. Song kind of goes hard. The song kind of is it weird that like the song is kind of almost giving me like James Bond vibes in a little bit? Maybe it's just the chorus or something like that. But like no, the song for this is really good. But like the overall like how they're like showcasing like the story, the different eras, like how like what like the tone of the like narrative is gonna be, the world design, all this shit. Like this just looks really fucking good, man.
I know, but I can't just leave it alone. If I don't settle this, my life can't ever begin.
Nice to know you're not scared.
What's a man gotta do for a little peace and quiet?
Snoop Dogg as Snoop Dogg.
Remember my promise, yeah?
Dude, I've always loved Snoop Dogg, man. I've always fucking dug this dude. And it's crazy, like he still got it fucking today. He really does. This looks so good, dude.
You know,
when is this coming
we
out?
always just make our own, our own country. It's the only choice we have. Our only way forward is to make a place for ourselves. That settles it, Makoto. If this country won't accept us, we'll carve out our own right from underneath it.
The only problem is I get like I guess like weirdly like musically emotional about this when I think about it. But like when I hear like Snoop drop, like when I hear like Snoop or Dr. Dre like drop into a track on some shit sometimes, like you have to understand, I fucking love Tupac. Like I fucking love Tupac, and I always think about shit like this where it's like these guys getting involved in like a game and a soundtrack like this, and it's just like we have entire generations that are missing out on that motherfucker being able to slide into a track like this. And it's just like, that sucks, dude, because Tupac would have tore this shit up. Would have tore this shit up, dude. $30 man. I'm telling you, brother. Like, you gotta understand. Like, that motherfucker had a voice like fucking butter that would just cut, or a knife cut through butter. I don't know how to fucking say it, man. Tupac in GTA, yeah. This looks really good, dude. If people weren't into the, like, I've never played a Yakuza game outside of like the Yakuza Pirate game. I played like a little bit of. I don't think I ever finished it. I only think I like played a little bit of it at the time. If this looks like if people for whatever reason felt like they couldn't find a jumping on point for Yakuza, this looks like they're making that point, and this is a insanely good like. This looks like a really good game that's going to probably pull in a lot of people to come play it and check it out. Oh.
Join the fun. It's our homecoming after all.
So long, America! This is my home, and nothing's gonna change that!
Stranger than heaven.
This looks really good, dude. It's one thing I'm going to say, this game is dripping with style. Like, people want to talk about, like, art direction and shit like that. Like, this game has swagger. Like, crazy swagger. Like, holy shit. I need a cool hat. No fedoras here, okay? No fedoras here. Impeccable noir vibe. Yeah, it's hitting a lot of shit, man. It's passing the vibe check for sure, yeah. Very cool, man. Dude, this like nightclub, like fucking jam music and shit, man. This is like my favorite fucking thing about like getting drinks and stuff like that. And you hear like, you stop into some place. There's like, back in Chicago, there are like a ton of like really cool, like, hole in the wall, like jazz and blues band, clubs and bars that are just so fucking cool, man. So cool. You know what this game needs? The Cure. That was good. That was good. Thank you for the 5. That was good. I feel like I should give you 5 for that. That's yeah. Good point. Oh man. So, I don't want to go through this whole thing, but
stranger than heaven. Maybe even that cold-blooded dealer felt a spark of curiosity. Taking advantage of the fact that he speaks Japanese, Orpheus brings Makoto on as his sidekick, his wingman. Through countless jobs and deals, Makoto learns the tricks of the trade on how to stay spooned and groomed, dipped and whipped, zooted and booted, gooted and looted. I ain't gonna go two more. But the
so fucking dumb. Man, yeah, this is so cool, dude. When does it come out? Do they talk about like when it actually comes out? Good soundtrack. Game is a 10 out of 10, of course. Thank you for the 2. True. Zoted and voted. Winter? It comes out this year? That's crazy. That's crazy if that's the case. Yeah, dude, this is really cool. I totally dig the fuck out of this. I'll be playing this day one. I wonder how big of a game it's going to be or how much there's going to be in it. So this is basically, is this effectively like the origin story for the main characters for the Yakuza games? Is that what it is? Because like a couple of the guys look familiar. Yeah, for the for the Tojo clan. No, this is totally different from Yakuza. Oh, okay. I got you. Combat here.
それだけではありません。主人公である大東誠の真骨頂は、どんな相手にも屈しない精神力と腕っぷしの強さにあります。ここからはストレンジャーズ・アンヘブン、もう一つのユニークポイントとも言うべきコンバットシステムについて解説。
Dude, I fucking dig the fuck out of his glasses, dude. I couldn't pull that shit off, but I think they look dope as fuck.
私からは今作の最大の特徴ともいえるコンバットシステムについてご紹介いたします。本作のコンバットシステム最大の特徴は、プレイヤーキャラクターである大東の左半身と右半身の操作をそれぞれ独立した操作で行うというものです。コントローラーの
I'm gonna be real, dude. Seeing this setup right now, like I don't know if anybody else enjoys this shit. I love a good, nice, warm, fucking like that, like vintage setup. Very, I don't know how to really like smoky fucking place that has like real high quality drinks. Get like a fucking whiskey sour, like made the right way. Oh man.
RB、RT を入力すると右手や右足といった右半身、LB、LT を入力すると左手や左足。
Speakeasy, yeah, I had found one before. I had visited this town in where was I at? I was in Milwaukee. And this guy at the hotel was like, "Oh, there's a spot you should definitely check out. It's a speakeasy." And I was like, "Okay." And he's like, "So there's no sign or anything like that. You have to know what it is, right?" So he like told us what like the door looked like for the place. He's like, just walk down the block, couple doors, and you'll see this place that has like it's just a building that looks like, for whatever reason, it has this big red door, and that's just really weird. And I'm like, oh, okay. He's like, you'll know it when you see it. And sure enough, we see it, and it's just like down, like, you know, like totally nonchalant, looks like a normal place. You open the door, and it's just like, it's dimly lit, cozy couches. Soft like blues jazz playing in the background. Place had like maybe just a handful of people in there. You walk in, you sit down at the bar, and the bartender goes, you're like, you know, you're looking for a menu, and he's like, we don't have a menu here. You tell me what flavors you like, and I'll make you a drink. That's it. And I had some of the best drinks I'd ever had at that place. Holy, they were so good.
など左半身を使っての攻撃を繰り出すことができます。
The Onyx Spy. Thank you for the $5. I don't think I've ever seen a pair of bad glasses in Japan in my personal life. I don't know what they're doing different, but they got it figured out. True.
ダイトはこれらの入力に反応してビビッドにアクションを繰り出し、かつてないレベルで意のままに操っている感覚を提供します。攻撃の方法はタップしての連続攻撃だけではなく、入力し続けることでパワーを込め、離すことでより強烈な攻撃を繰り出すことも可能です。これを利用してタイミングよく攻撃を繰り出すことが上手なプレーの一つとなります。例えばこのように走り寄ってきた敵に絶妙なタイミングでパワーを込めた攻撃を叩き込むことや、連続したタップ入力でジャブを連発した後にパワーを込めた強い攻撃を繰り出したりすることも自由自在です。他にも敵の攻撃を片方の手で防ぎ即座に反撃するなど、相手のアクションを見極め決定的な攻撃の瞬間をプレイヤー自らがデザインできることが本作の醍醐味と言えるでしょう。左右を操って激しい打撃戦を仕掛ける以外にも LT と RT を同時に引くことでタックルを繰り出して攻撃することができます。タックルの勢いのままマウントを取って攻撃といった状況でもリアルに左右の手を使ってアクションしているかのような感覚を味わうことができます。本作のもう一つのコンバットシステムの大きな特徴に武器の存在があります。ダイトは素手での戦闘のみならず包丁、ハンマー、刀と様々な武器との出会いがあり、
Katanas, hammers. These are like carpenter hammers. That fuck. Oh my god, dude.
これらを手にして戦い抜きます。本編の壮大な物語の多くの局面ではこれらをいつ装備しどう戦っていくかが生き残っていくための鍵となってきます。ダイトがその人生を歩んでいく中でより強力な武器を手にすることもあるでしょう。古くからの技物や新たな製法で生まれた品など様々です。
I like how you're like in a shop, you're like, yeah, they're like, he's like, what do you want to buy? You want to buy this katana or do you want a shovel?
新たに手に入る素材を武器に注ぎ込むことで殺傷能力の向上や追加性能の解放も可能です。積極的に武器の入手とアップグレードを行うことで生き残るための手段が増えていきます。ストレンジャーズ・アン・ヘブンではこうした基本的なアクションに加えて高速移動する車中でのバトルや敵を一瞬で倒すことができる大技、特定のシチュエーションで繰り出せる必殺のアクションなど多種多様なコンバットシステムを体験していただけます。
Very cool. Very cool. I dig it. Yeah, this is good. This looks like it's going to be pretty solid, man. I'm excited for this. Yeah. Very, very cool game. Very cool game. That gets me hyped. That's the kind of shit that it's good for the soul, man. You know, because you see all the other bullshit that happens in the games industry and you see some shit like that and you're like, hell yeah, brother. Oh, I saw this as well. So this caused some it looks like they're going with the original box art look. Yeah, it does look like they're going with the original box art look. It does have that kind of vibe to it for sure. Some people have been having some fun with some of the Pepe on a spaceship. It is Pepe on a spaceship. It's way too good. It's way too good. Let me see. I want to see the Nintendo Direct trailer for this as well. See, we actually got some game announcements, man. Let's see, what is this? Star Fox. I saw like a little bit of their direct, but I was in the shower at the time, so I kind of like listened to some of it in the background. I'll see the actual trailer.
Come in, Star Fox. This is Corneria Defense Force Headquarters. Do you read?
Loud and clear. James McLeod here, General. Star Fox is on approach to Venom. No indications yet of any suspicious activity.
It's uncanny. I think he actually looks cool with the. I think he looks cool with the shades on, but when the shades come off, it's a little fucking weird.
We'll let you know.
That's tough. I think he actually looks kind of tough here, but it's just with the sunglasses.
Right. Proceed
it's
with
just
caution.
The sunglasses.
You're the
you drop
first
the
to set
sunglasses
eyes on that place in years.
Not so much. What I don't understand is.
Thank you for accepting this mission, James. You're the only one I can trust.
General Pepper, do you read me? Something's jamming long-range comms. Stay sharp, team.
Are you seeing this, James? According to my instruments, the atmosphere is
highly
toxic.
Oh, yeah.
We're doing this job for next to nothing?
Oh, yeah.
We're supposed to be mercs, not chumps.
There's more at stake here than our bottom line, Pigma.
Yeah, sure.
General Pepper says his people have detected signs of activity on Venom's surface. He's concerned it has something to do with Dr. Andros.
It's been years since Andros was banished here, James. If the atmosphere is poisonous...
All the more reason to figure out what's going on. Dr. Andros made mistakes, and he paid the price for them. But whatever else he is a genius. Maybe...
I think it's cool that they're actually doing a... I think it's really cool that they're... so this is a prologue that I'm watching. I thought this is actually the game trailer, but it's not. I have to actually watch the game trailer itself. I actually think that it's actually pretty cool that that they're actually like including story cutscenes into it. I think that's pretty badass.
He found a way to survive.
They're at least they're adding something, right?
Such a bleeding heart.
Because from what I understand, this is actually just a remake. And like not a remake in like, oh, they, reimagined the combat or anything like that. I think it's like it's the same game, same maps, same everything. It's just a full graphical update, and then plus on top of that, they put in cutscenes. So they triple A'd it again. So they triple A'd it. That's what it is. Though I have heard that apparently it's not being priced at 70. It's only gonna be priced at like 50, which that's uncommon for Nintendo. Though I'm not really too sure if it's gonna be worth it.
Where'd they come from?
Defensive formation. Pigma, where are you going?
It's like you told me. I'm getting into formation.
You two-timing swine!
What can I say? My new boss pays better.
Corneria must suffer. Death to all who stand in the way of my vengeance.
Was that Dr. Andros?
Don't let them escape!
I can't shake him.
Hey, Peppy! Catch!
James!
Yeah, I mean, I think the cutscene stuff is pretty
are you
cool.
There? Come in, Peppy. Do you read me? I'm losing altitude. Peppy, you need to get out of here. Warn the general.
Not without you, James.
That's an order. And Peppy, keep an eye on Fox.
So let's see the actual gameplay here. Let's see the actual gameplay. Okay, I guess I'll just
Engineer. From the Star Fox series, Fox McCloud makes an appearance. Now, Fox and his...
The one thing that I don't understand, though...
questions.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't...
So I don't know why they didn't just go with the Mario movie aesthetic. Right? This is way better? Yeah. Like, this is kind of what I would imagine. Like, they kind of went with this, like, could be a rights issue? How? This is their character. That would make sense, LD. Sonic live action syndrome? Yeah, it's like they went for like hyper realistic, and I'm not really sure why. Like, I guess like some people said it looks like they were going for the original box art. Maybe that's what they were trying to go for, and it was kind of like an artistic choice to do so. Yes, but they paid a studio to make the game. No. Yeah, but these are their trademark. That's not how trademark laws work. Like Mario, Star Fox, Donkey Kong, these are trademarks. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. And I'm not saying they one-to-one use this exact same style of like art, but you could use something that's in the same. You could use something that has like more of a Nintendo feel to it that's in the same universe. I can't see you going like full 180 to something completely different and being forced to as a company that's as litigious and has as much knowledge of like patents and trademarks as Nintendo does. Okay, so this one actually has the gameplay. I'm gonna give it to him though. There are very few companies that nail music like fucking Nintendo does. I don't really have anything to say about like they have some of the most iconic theme songs in the entire fucking games industry. I don't know if it's like a nostalgia thing. I don't know. I think they're just banger songs that they had created, but it's so insane how you can hear just a few notes of like any Nintendo game song and you know exactly where that game came from. You know exactly where that game came from. Bro, Nintendo's composers are fucking legendary. They are insane. They are actually they are the pros of the industry. They really are. I would probably say, where would I actually rank studios musically? By the way, if we're gonna say musically, we're gonna say musically, but we're also gonna say probably like, like long term, like who's been like the most consistent, the longest with continuing to do it. I'd probably say Nintendo would have to be like up at the top of the list. I would actually say Square Enix is probably the same, to be honest. Actually, no, I'm not gonna say Square Enix is the same. I would say this might be a hot take. I actually think that Square Enix still stays on top of it and is still the best in the games industry. I still do. I think that they are the best in the games industry. I don't think anybody can top them. I mean, maybe somebody could, but like you got to understand, man. Like even if we were just looking, like even looking at games that are current, Final Fantasy 14 still clears. And like that game still is current. They're still putting music into it. It has the most. I'm almost positive. I think that Final Fantasy 14 has more music, more original scores than any game ever created. Period. Like these guys just don't stop. I don't even like Final Fantasy, but those composers are at the top of like Hans Zimmer. Oh no, yeah. No, it's like straight up. I think that they are like number one. Keiichi Abe and Nier. Like, don't get me like, it's Square. Like these dudes, Square Enix clears. Capcom has bangers. I'm not I think Capcom has some good music. I think Nintendo, mostly it's a lot of these Japanese guys. It's really just like the Japanese publishers and developers. These guys are the ones that are clear in the games industry, like on a regular basis, and nobody even has a fucking chance. What was the last like Western game that had like an absolute banger soundtrack that you would listen to at any time? Fucking Halo? Expedition 33? Expedition 33 did have some really, really good music. Yeah, that was the last one. Yeah, but like that was an indie studio. Or like, we'll just say they're double A indie. They're like a hybrid of sorts. Baldur's Gate 3, yeah. Baldur's Gate 3 had a killer soundtrack as well. I guess if we're gonna say historically speaking, yeah, I guess Larian would enter into that conversation because like Divinity Original 2 soundtrack is fucking baller, right? It is. Like I love Divinity soundtrack. So I think that goes both ways. Arc Raiders. Brother. I like me some Arc Raiders. But it's going to take a little bit more than some fucking, some Stranger Things backtrack to be able to impress me. Witcher 3? Witcher 3 had some good music for sure. Yeah. Yeah. But I'm still trying to like think if any of these people actually like square up with Square Enix. I don't think so. If I had to actually go like composer wise, especially if we're talking about like the scale of those publishers and like how many games they put out, it probably goes like Square Enix and then Nintendo and then I think after that, instead of it being like a publisher and like their whole library, you start going to individual studios. Helldivers really has just just like the diving, like the main theme, and then like the da 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 da, like the main theme, right? But if we're talking about like general consistency, like game to game to game to game over decades of time, yeah, it'd be Final Fantasy and Nintendo. OG Halo. I already brought up Halo. Mick Gordon's Doom OST will forever be my number one OST. It was good. I'm not going to say that it's not. It definitely was really good, but I don't know if I would say number one OST. The funny thing is that even though I'm saying like I think my favorite OST is probably Baldur's Gate 3 or Divinity. It's probably like it's kind of a tie between the two of them. I'd have to lean on Baldur's Gate 3, I feel like, but that could be like more recency bias than anything else. But yeah.
Atmospheric entry complete. Extend the wings. G-diffuser systems check. Sound off, team.
Slippy here. So far, so good.
This is Pepe.
Pepe, I don't have a problem with. I think
Slippy here. So far, so good.
Like, I think Slippy's fine. I think Pepe's fine as well, actually.
Pepe. All systems go.
Falco here.
I also think that like Falco's fine as well. It's really like the eyes when it comes to those three characters. It's like the very like human looking eyes I think that I have a problem with. Slippy looks lower quality. Yeah, he does. Falco is cursed. You really think that Falco looks cursed? It's not the aesthetic that I would want them to go with. It's definitely not the aesthetic that I would want them to go with. I was kind of assuming that they would do something more in line with like, I don't know, every other main Nintendo franchise. It's really odd that they have this like really weird outlier when it comes to art direction. Outside of Metroid makes sense that it has a completely different style of art direction, but like Zelda and Mario and Donkey Kong, and there's like a few other ones that I like. There's a couple other ones as well, like where they have like there's some design language that is still shared between them, but this one just feels like such a massive curveball. And it's a little sad that they didn't do something a little bit different, but I don't know. Is it really going to bother me that much? I have no idea.
User seems fine.
I get why people don't like it though. That's what I'm really trying to say. Where I'm like, it doesn't necessarily like bother me that much. I'm not going to say that I like it, but I can see why people are bothered by it.
Oh, already. Enemy targets up ahead. Let's rock and roll.
What you're seeing is footage of the game in action. While stage layouts have been kept the same, the visuals have received a major upgrade.
Slippy, stay in formation.
Banter between characters is also back.
Now you've done it, Slippy. Bogey on your tail.
Cover me.
I think it looks good, but I'm gonna be real. You know, I had a thought, and I think I need to make a video on this. It's been a while since I've done one of these more like abstract videos. I'll see what you guys think, if it would actually be something you guys think would be worth watching. You know, people always want to talk about yellow paint and shit and talk about like hand-holding gaming. Video games are so fucking more complex than they were. Like, it's not there. It's not even close. Don't get me wrong. I think that in some cases, like, it's completely fine. Like, some games are, like, still, like, very replayable and very much a challenge and very much, like, good in, like, the very simple nature that they had, like, way back before. But video games are so fucking complex today. There's so many extra dimensions that are used, so many extra abilities and all kinds of different shit that's going on. And it's like, for all the complaints that we have about, like, how often these guys will, like, try to make, like, handhold gaming, like, imagine trying to play half of the shit that we play today without any direction at all. Imagine trying to play, like, a fucking open world RPG that has quests, but you don't actually have quest markers, or you don't, like, and there's been some precedent for that, but, like, most people have to end up having to rely on, like, guides and shit, because I'm going to be real. Like, I saw somebody bringing this up because they were like, I saw people that were pissed off that Path of Exile 2 is updating, and they're going to make it where you're going to be able to actually use the build, like, follow somebody else's build inside of Path of Exile 2. You're not going to have to use a POB build planner or anything like that. You can quite literally inject that shit straight into the game, and it's right there. And I think it's fucking huge. I think it's amazing. I think it's one of the best changes that they have done. It is something a lot like Deadlock does, where they already have, like, a build planner in there. You can even hit auto buy. So basically you just play the game on autopilot. It is so nice because it makes it a lot easier for you to be able to learn the rest of the game and take the game bit by bit. And when you're playing a game that is as complex as, say, Deadlock, or something that's as complex as, say, Path of Exile 2, you kind of need that. You kind of need things broken up a little bit so you can kind of learn it piece by piece rather than trying to learn it all at once. And while I'll see some people that'll call it out and be like, handhold, yellow paint gaming, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, brother, what the fuck are you talking about? Could you imagine trying to learn a game like Path of Exile from scratch without any help, without any foreknowledge at all, without any guides, without any wikis, without anything? Like, trying to understand how these numbers work together, how, like, what items would actually be good versus what items aren't, what actually works with your build and what doesn't work with your build. Like, there is so many different things that are, like, interacting with each other, making that experience that much more complex, that you're talking like a full-time job. You're talking about somebody writing a fucking dissertation. You're talking about somebody going to college to learn how to play a video game. You're going to have to dedicate hundreds of hours just to get a very baseline understanding of how that game works. And while some people are going to do that, and some people enjoy that, the vast majority of people have other responsibilities, have other things to do, are interested in other things. Maybe they play games for different reasons. I think that's probably the better way to look at it too. Like, in some cases, people play games for different reasons than like a lot of other people do, right? Like, some people really enjoy that idea of, like, trying to, like, really unlock the secrets of a game and understand its complexities. Other people are just looking to relax. And it's just like, it's kind of wild, like, how far we've gotten away from both simple video games and also our understanding of, like, how complex video games are today compared to the shit that we used to play before. It's crazy. It really is. I have more than one hobby. Jerking off doesn't count. I got the whole fucking chat's like, wait a minute. I feel called out. I fish, I game, I jerk off. Do you wash your hands? You wash your hands, old fishy dick? He jerks off with the fish. Shut the fuck up.
Well, I fine-tuned my sensors. Oh, you got him?
No, he doesn't. There was enough separation in that in his side quest where he said he fishes, then he plays video games, then he jerks off. Now, if he said he fished and then there'd be some questions to be had.
Fox?
There'd be some questions.
We need your help, Star Fox.
Hey there, General. You seem a little on edge. But as it happens, my team's
This is Fox McCloud, leader of the Star Fox Mercenary Squad.
Prep the R-Wings.
When was the last time Nintendo came out with a new IP? I think that most of their games are selling pure nostalgic to players. That can't be right. Based on Nintendo's published releases for the Switch, their last major fully developed intellectual property is widely considered to be Ring Fit Adventure, October of 2019, which blended fitness with a fantasy RPG. That can't be true. Astral Chain is often cited, though it was developed by No, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Splatoon? Do you see Nintendo ever developing completely new IP anytime in the future? You need to include that doesn't count. All that doesn't count in your rules for the discussion, because we've already had 5 or something new Nintendo IPs on the Switch. Internally developed is usually the main one, but what more? Splatoon and ARMS are new. Are new Nintendo. Oh. I forgot about this. Isn't this the wheelchair one? Okay, no, it's not. Was that? I thought that was the Nintendo game. What was like the Nintendo so this is like a boxing game they made 8 years ago? I was thinking the wheelchair one. I forgot about that. I don't know. Stardew Valley? Stardew Valley is not a Nintendo game. Stardew Valley is an indie game that was made by one developer that had nothing to do with Nintendo. The wheelchair one is just depressing looking. Yeah.
We've got a job to do, Star Fox. We're gonna take the system back from Andros. One planet at a...
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they actually have like maybe, oh my God. Okay. Maybe they have an original IP problem over there, like every other single Tomodachi Life. Tomodachi Life, when did Tomodachi Life is an old game. Yeah, it came out in 2013. Yeah, it came out in 2013. That's an old game. I don't know, man. Maybe they have an originality problem. I mean, that wouldn't be uncommon. That's basically the same problem that every publisher has, right? Most of these guys now, what they do instead is they can't afford to take on that kind of risk. So what they do instead, and what they have done for years, is instead of developing new IP, they usually just shove that off onto like a they use themselves as more of a publishing arm to help fund other projects, but not go all in, so that they don't have to take on all of the risk if the game doesn't actually sell. Like, they'll lose out on part of their investment, but they won't have to deal with like the studio still sticking around or anything like that, right? Like, I will give it. I guess I will kind of give some flowers to I mean, I guess I have to kind of give it to Sony. I mean, like they've developed a lot of new IP. It hasn't gone anywhere, but it's new IP. Might be in the trash, but Concord was the new IP. Well, what else was what was the other one? Like they got Fair Games. That one's a new IP, right? Capcom's on a fucking burner, man. These guys, I don't know what they're on. Saros does not count as a new IP. I'm sorry. Saros is Returnal. Everybody knows it's Returnal. It just has a different character and a different story and then updated mechanics, but it's still Returnal. Leon Must Die mode? It's not a new game. What are we talking about?
Lombardi is their ace pilot and Fox's rival.
Sounds perfect. There's no way Andros would expect us to launch an assault there. You up for another challenge, Fox?
Scans are showing unidentified energy.
Nintendo seems to do well in originality when it comes to game mechanics, but they're not starting with a new IP. I mean, look at how Breath of the Wild shook up the industry as a whole. Yeah, no, I thank you for the 10, Onyx. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, that's a really good point to make. I think that like mechanically, they're really good. Nintendo is like, there's certain things that I can criticize Nintendo for. One thing that I cannot criticize Nintendo for is innovating and iterating on their own games. Like, they are the kings of doing it. Like they really are. Like, these guys are one of the only ones that have been able to keep, like, basically, if I'm not mistaken, almost every single one of their main franchises, like, current in some way. Breath of the Wild was a really, really long time ago. Yeah, but we haven't gotten a new Legend of Zelda yet. So who knows what the next one's going to be like. Hopefully the next one's going to be made by FromSoft. Bring me back some like Twilight Princess vibes. Donkey Kong Bonanza looked really cool. Donkey Kong Bonanza was actually really good. Like, it just flat out was a really good game. Link to the Past needs a remake. We need to get off this fucking remake kick, okay? We need to get off this remake kick. There's actually, maybe this is a hot take. Probably not. This is probably just another lukewarm fucking milquetoast take from me. But, one thing that I'll say is this. I don't really like, how do I say this? I don't necessarily, I like remakes from the perspective of like younger generations getting the opportunity to actually play some of these new, like old games that we appreciated back in the day and like show them like, hey, this is what good used to look like. This is what games used to be like. I personally don't really like playing them myself. Yeah, I personally do not like playing them myself. Mostly because I've already played it. I know exactly what it is. I know exactly what to do, and I'm basically just walking through the steps. I'm walking my footsteps that I've already walked before. The only ones that I will give forgiveness to and say that I actually enjoyed is Resident Evil. And the only reason why is because of how like easily consumed those games are and how quickly you can get a playthrough. And for Resident Evil players, people that really enjoy playing, RE games, like, we like mastery of those games. Like, I like to be able to, like, see how quickly I can beat those games. So, like, being able to run through Resident Evil 2 all over again and see how quickly I can complete RPD is fun, right? Like, that shit's cool. I enjoy doing that kind of stuff. And seeing that updated and seeing that, look the way that it did and play the way that it did with, like, updated controls and stuff, like, that's cool. But that's also because that's a very short game that can be, like, beaten very quickly. The Oblivion remake, I enjoyed the Oblivion remake for a good like 15, 20 hours. And then I was like, bro, I did all of this. And half of, and this is for me, and this is going to be different for everybody. Half of the joy that I get from those open world games is surprise and discovery. But when you put as many hours as I put into Oblivion or into Skyrim, it's not nearly as enjoyable to me to go through it again because I'm not being surprised by anything. Right? I know who the Dark Brotherhood is. I know what it means when I get attacked by an assassin. I know what's going to happen to me if I get bit by a vampire. What about Black Flag? I don't know. I don't know. Like obviously I'll play it to review it, but I don't get nearly the same level of enjoyment that I did from I don't get nearly the same level of enjoyment that I got from playing the game the first time around and trying to relive that. Like, I'm not as like nostalgia hooked as most millennials are. I think that might be what it is. Bro, I played 4,000 hours of Skyrim, sometimes still encountered shit that I've never seen before. You're linear. Sure. Yeah, that's how I play games. Yeah. I'm a main story Andy, little bit of side questing. Maybe I come up with some shit for myself to do in some cases. Maybe I get, maybe I actually want to like walk in one direction and go look at shit and just adventure around. But in most cases, if I'm playing something like Skyrim or Elder Scrolls, which by the way, I have like hundreds of hours in those games, right? I have hundreds of hours in those games. Maybe even 1,000 hours in a game like Skyrim. I've played Skyrim twice, but that was like pretty close back to back, and I played like different builds and shit like that, right? And I also like did different things. I went with different guilds and whatnot like that, right? But even when I'm like doing like the adventurous stuff and just like pointing myself in a direction and just running around doing stuff, that's usually because I'm like, there's a goal that I have in mind. I'm trying to level something up. I'm trying to upgrade my gear or whatever it is. I'm a goal-oriented player. There are maps that'll show you like what kind of gamer you are, what like, map your brain to like how you are. Like, I'm a goal-oriented gamer. I'm not a reward gamer. I'm not looking for rewards. I'm not a collection gamer. I'm like very much I'm not a completionist or anything like that. I'm goal-oriented. I want to complete a goal. That's it. Skyrim VR was amazing and the mods changing it. Besides that, playing normal again was meh. Yeah. I think it just depends on person to person.
Emanating from within.
Flippy Toad is the team's engineer extraordinaire.
Incredible! Do you realize how rare it is to experience a stable warp channel? Did you see the distortion?
I just want to have fun. Well, like that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that like everybody has a different definition of fun. Like what you enjoy is not necessarily what I'm going to enjoy about a game. Like and sometimes I think that, like, I'll be honest with you, I think that paradigm kind of shifts from player to player depending on what kind of game you're playing.
That base is the gateway to the wider system, Fox.
And Peppy Hare is their strategic mastermind and veteran pilot.
Into enemy space.
I have a total of 10K with mods. I think that says more about the mods than it does the game. In most cases, I think that says more about the mods than it does the game. I'm going to be real with you. When I find out like people have like 8,000 hours of Skyrim, but it's all modded Skyrim, I'm like, well, that's not really that's not really a W for Bethesda, is it? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's a weird way for me to think about it, but yeah.
Just this. Hit them quick and hit them hard.
NSW mods probably.
Hey, on their shoulders.
Never shame the game, baby.
The R-Wing is a high-performance aerospace fighter piloted by Fox and his crew. It's equipped with a laser. It can also fire charged shots or launch bombs that cover a wide area.
I don't know. I'm going to be really interested to see how people take to this and if people really enjoy this and like lock in with it. I mean, I think that like some people probably will, because like keep in mind, like mobile gaming is like some of the most like the mobile games industry is like the most popular part of the games industry right now. It's making most of the money. And I'll be real with you. Star Fox 64 is mobile gaming now. It wasn't back then. Back then, this was the shit. Right? Games like this, games like bullet hell games like Tiger Heli and fuck man, there was like a Gundam one that I played, but it wasn't Gundam. It was something else. I forgot what it was called. It was on NES. They had a couple of them on like Super Nintendo and stuff as well. Like those games were like huge, but a lot of that stuff has largely been turned into like mobile games now. Panzer Dragoon, yeah, that was really good as well.
The R-Wing can break.
Nowadays, Star Fox is a minigame for a gacha game. I hate how true that is. I hate how, like, again, going back to me talking about, like, how deep and how complex the games that we have are today now. It's true. He's 100% right. I have definitely played games like this inside of like, fuck. Like you had like the, like even just like dumb, like platforming, like jumping run games and stuff like that. They had like a platforming game and a snake, like the snakes game and stuff like that inside of Schedule 1, right? Like even inside of indie games today, we get this kind of stuff.
Boost. Do a barrel roll to repel enemy fire.
Barrel roll!
And even somersault.
Fox, do a barrel roll!
Besides the R-Wing, an agile ground assault vehicle called the Landmaster. And a modified exploratory submersible called the Blue Marine can also be piloted, depending on the mission.
Impressive work, Star.
The campaign will
I don't know. I think that people will kind of like it because like a game like this is going to be like very easily consumable. I think that's really what it's going to come down to. The art style is definitely unsettling the more that I look at it, especially Fox. Like Fox looks rough. Thank for the Prime, appreciate that. Fox is rough. Like this is just furries are going to eat this up though. Furries are gonna eat this shit up. I'm wondering if they made this game as like a, you know, a tip of the hat. You know what I mean? They're feeding that side of their fandom, maybe. I think that's what's going on. I think that might be what's going on right now. They're like, we haven't fed the furries in a while.
You seek out the enemy's stronghold to restore peace in the Lilat system. Corneria is a planet teeming with...
And I hate to be that guy, but if we had to make a Venn diagram of like furries and Nintendo fans and like other games, I'm gonna say there's gonna be a pretty wide overlap. I'm gonna say there's a pretty wide overlap. It's a circle. It's a circle. It's 1-to-1. No lies detected. I'm just... I didn't say it, okay? You guys said that. I didn't say that.
Life and the beating heart of the system.
As Asmongold says, not every artist is a furry, but every furry is an artist. I fucking hate how true that is. Holy shit. It's like every single time, like, it's just like the nature of the internet today because nobody can keep anything inside their pants or inside their head that eventually you're going to come across somebody's fetishes on your fucking front page of social media because that's just the world that we live in today, right? Like, everybody just letting that flag fly wherever the hell they want to, apparently. Regardless if you want to see it or not. And the amount of times that like you'll see somebody that'll pop up on your fucking timeline on like Twitter or something like that, and they're like, and you're like, oh, I'm an artist looking for commissions, and then you see their profile, and the first thing it's furry, whatever it is, my dog's self name or something like that, and you're like, no. Back and forth. Thank you for the $10. There is a thing among artists that if you don't need to make them up, if you don't make enough money, do furry. Yeah. I've heard. Actually, I know because I've gotten like art commissioned by artists before, and they will actually, which this says a lot. This says a lot about society. A lot of these artists will say in their commission rules, no furry art. They have to specify and tell people, no furry art. It could be somebody that's like, they design logos. It's mostly text-based. And they're like, no furry art. What, dude? What? Oh, man. Oh, Todd, thank you for the membership. 2 months, man. Appreciate that. Hey, LD, Furry the Covenant of Arc for Artists. Yeah. Oh, man. They have too much money. I feel like it's more of like a Star Fox. I feel like it's more of a the DoorDash situation, going back to like people spending money that shouldn't be spending money on stuff. It's rough, dude. It's rough. Anyway, yeah, I think it's deservedly memed on, but they're definitely taking inspiration from the SNES series and stuff like that for sure. No, I fully agree. Yeah. They're going with like the original, like, realistic, more, this is like back during like, wasn't this like Dark Crystal era when this came out? Game with Spoons, thank you for the membership, man. Appreciate that. They fucked up an entire generation. Sadly, I think Crystal from Star Fox Adventure started it all, maybe. But yeah, I think this is from all that same era, so they're probably just kind of like inspired from like the media that originally inspired the game in a lot of cases, right? Dark Crystal is a nightmare. It's also like the Labyrinth. Well, I guess that Labyrinth is probably older than that, yeah. Interesting. Okay. So I have to like walk you guys through this because I need to I need to like work through it myself because I'm trying to come up with this for a video I was going to do it this week, but now that more information I've come across has kind of like solidified my position on some stuff, I've kind of drawn a direct line between two different stories, and I think that like I think it's gonna showcase this really well. So if you guys weren't privy to it, let's see. Man, there's still a bunch of other stuff we haven't even touched yet. Oh, this is actually really funny. It's also, I don't know. This is actually kind of bittersweet. I'll talk about this first really quick, just because it's really quick. The first game made by Imagine Dragons singer Dan Reynolds' studio has now fewer than 100 players on Steam. Last Flag reached a peak of 558 players on Steam the day after its launch. The game now is sitting at 21 players. 21 players in the game right now, a peak of 48 players. They have come out and they have announced, this is actually not on Twitter. I found this before this, Last Flag. Maybe they posted it on their Twitter page. Does not look like it. It's probably the best place to not post it, so that's good. Yeah, here it is right here. Hero shooter Last Flag halts production just 2 weeks after launch, but vows to make sure that the game doesn't disappear. So effectively what they did is that they went out to the people that did buy their game, because there were people that did buy it, and they told them, hey, even though we are gonna stop production on the game because we just didn't find the right amount of players to be able to play it. Which, by the way, I will say this. No battle passes, no season passes. I don't know if they had microtransactions or anything in the game. I didn't check that part out, but they didn't do like the season passes and shit. They just wanted to essentially like have people pay. I'm sure they probably did microtransactions. Otherwise, why would they really care about like trying to continue to support the game? But they charge one price for you to be able to play it. How much do they charge for it? Out of curiosity. $14, $15. So they charged $15 for it. Oop. Okay. Didn't want to do that. So they charged $15 for it, which that's a whole other thing. You're charging $15 for a multiplayer game in 2026. The vast majority of these games are the vast majority of these games are free to play. You're already creating a barricade for yourself. Obviously, I'm a bigger fan of premium price titles to begin with, but when you're making a game that is this week on content, this week in a market, in one of the most competitive markets that's out there, you're essentially signing yourself up for pain. That's it. That's all you're really doing right now. But I will say this. While they are going to be not supporting the game going into the future, the first thing that these guys are looking to do and what they're working on right now is make the game so it stays playable even without their support. Handing over the game to make sure that the players can still play the game peer-to-peer or whatever they want to do once they end support, even if they're going to shut down servers or whatever it is, because they want to make sure that the game stays in the hands of the people that supported them. I have nothing bad to say about it. This is one of those things where it's like, I'm sorry, man, like your art style, the genre that you went for, the just the live service or multiplayer game market right now is just way too fucking competitive. This is just not the space to get into. You had something that just is not going to resonate on a wider scale with a wider audience. It was bound to fail well before. If they had anybody in the room that could talk reason into them, I would have been there, brother. I would have been there. Please, please. Some of you guys that are looking to invest a lot of money into these multiplayer games, come talk to me. I highly recommend it. But for them to go and turn around and want to hand that back to the people that did buy the game, that's a shit. I gotta give respect for that. I give mad respect for that. Based and stop killing games pilled. That's what I'm talking about. That's where people's heads should be right now. And see if these guys are doing that and they're working on that with their limited resources, limited experience, and with a game that essentially failed 2 weeks after its launch. Then tell me how, for whatever reason, why can't we see that happen in the AAA games industry? Why can't I see EA or Epic or Nintendo or Xbox or PlayStation or any of these other companies do the exact same thing? Why can't we see them respect that same thing? Respect the customer in the same way. You got these little guys that are doing it, which, I mean, obviously they have some funding behind it because it's coming out from, the guy from Imagine Dragons, right? So it's not like they don't have any money, but this is still like a passion project more than anything else. And it is what it is, man. It's just, you picked the wrong thing to make in this case, but hopefully this doesn't turn these guys away from just wanting to make games entirely. Just make something single player next time. Like, for real. Like, you would have done so much better if you would have just made something single player. Hopefully you would make something that's actually worthwhile, but yeah. California is bringing it to the USA and they're following the EU. Yeah, I've been looking into that a little bit here and there. Any chance that I've gotten, or any opportunity that I've gotten. Okay. So, I just wanted to say that because I saw this on my way that I was scrolling, making sure that there's anything else that I wanted to grab in here. No, it doesn't look like it. We're skipping upward. So, the biggest controversy that I have seen happen recently is actually two controversies that are happening simultaneously. The first of which, I've already posted about myself, actually. which is this right here. So Polygon put out an article that was that's action RPG dev makes desperate plea for relevance with horny armor designs. The studio behind the dark fantasy RPG says its female armor designs were made with fan feedback. So, Polygon. And they're not alone here, because they're joined by their friend Kotaku, who both wrote articles about this. Now, there's a couple things I want to point out because I've looked into this a little bit, okay? First thing that I want to say is this. This is openly seething with your headline. Like like Polygon, I can tell, like, you wrote this and your cortisol levels were through the roof. You were shaking as you wrote this in a desperate plea for relevance. Chill. It ain't that deep. It really ain't that deep. And the reason why I say it's not that deep is because I read this article. And you know what the funny thing is? They don't even really criticize anything. In fact, this is some of the most outright... This is an article... I guess this is just effectively framing. I think that's probably the better way to do it. AI written then? No. Instead, what it is it's an attempt to... Oh, man. It's an attempt to, like, bring focus to something in hopes that somebody else will do something. In hopes that, like, other people are going to get outraged. In hopes that other people are going to make fun of them. In hopes that other people are going to be able to do something. Because they themselves are not really going to add anything to this conversation at all. So I'm going to give you guys... I'll give you guys an example of this. So it says... it's hard to stand out in such a competitive video game market, but the people behind the action RPG Lords of the Fallen 2 are trying their best. The developers at Hexworks revealed their latest designs for female armor on social media on Monday, which claims that it has been produced, which claims to have been produced with fan feedback in mind. That's not a claims to have been made with fan feedback in mind. That was made with fan feedback in mind. There's no claim here. They have verifiable proof all over social media. They have multiple polls. They fixed their first game based on the feedback of their community and turned it into the game that it is now. Everything that they have done has come directly from the people that are interested in playing their game. Are they doing these things for the people that aren't interested in playing their game? No. No, they're not. No, unlike a lot of other publishers, they're not listening to people that have no interest in their game. Now, you might think that that's like leaving some people behind. Well, we'll see how that works. That's all I'm going to say. We'll see how that works. The studio is so evidently proud of these designs, which they call provocative, that they unveiled them with a 20-minute behind-the-scenes video. Provocative is one word for it. Here's another. Generic. If I saw this artwork out of context, I'd probably assume that it was the product of a vague AI prompt for a female character in a dark fantasy. Perhaps this outcome was unavoidable. On the whole, the game doesn't really have a unique aesthetic. This is concept art. You're crashing out over concept art. Do you have a problem with the designs, or do you have a problem with the artist's art style? I can't really tell. All I see is you trying to just like vaguely make the accusation that they're using AI to create their in-game art. This is how one-note these people are. Fuming to the point that they can't even put a solid critique together. This isn't even like you're not even dissing them at this point. All you're doing is just trying to leverage the AI hate group against this game because you don't like, I guess, the art style or the design itself. I'm not really too sure. The armors were shown off via influencer, the background NPC, in a YouTube video titled "We Need More Devs Like This." In it, the background NPC makes her argument that the Western video game developers are by and large failing to meet the desires of the audience. To defend this point, she listed a handful of shooters that have been released to lukewarm reception. She didn't argue that the games had poor character designs, which would be relevant to comparison. She merely suggested that the market for such games has become saturated. And while that may be true, Lords of the Fallen 2 is not the same genre as any other games she lists. Okay, well, I guess background NPC made a bad comparison. She's also a relatively new YouTuber. You know, the funny thing is that, like, the reason I think that they're actually keying in on the background NPC's video and they're using this as their ammunition to push, it's actually two parts. So one thing that I'm recognizing from this is that I think that this kind of criticism, this, like, very, like, anti-femininity, like, get rid of the sexy, you know, denormalization of, like, female attractiveness in video games or whatever, like chastising this kind of behavior, or that people like this kind of stuff or whatever it is. I think that, like, a lot of this stuff has already been bullied out of, like, the main spaces in the games industry. So what they're looking for now is they're looking for places where they still believe that their influence is going to have some kind of an effect. Now, somebody says girl versus girl. I think that, like, part of that is definitely there. Like, there probably is, like, some, like, oh, I'm going after her. Like, how dare she not be a part of, like, what we're trying to push or something. Maybe there is some of that motivation that's in there. But I actually think that the other part of this is that they think that they still have enough influence where, like, the background NPC isn't, like, a massive fucking YouTuber or anything like that, right? So, like, they might be able to push enough people up against her, right? To, like, shame her or shine a spotlight on her and be like, hey, we see what you're talking about over here. What if everybody else sees what you're talking about? And then now all these people online and on Twitter are calling you a pick-me, or people are doing this or people are doing that. So they're, like, trying to put her in that position and shine a light on her and bring more attention to her in hopes that other people will pressure her out of the, pressure her out of whatever her position is. I could easily see that being the case. The reason why I say that, the reason why I see that being the case is because as both Kotaku and Polygon, as well as I believe The Gamer has said something as well, Cygames they're small fish, okay? They're not a massive studio. Their games are not massively popular or anything like that. But they really do make a huge deal out of what these guys do, what these guys talk about. Why? It's because they think that they're small enough that their influence will still matter in that situation. I think that's really what it is. Because this is a game that's small enough, because this is a studio that's small enough. And I've also come to the opinion as well that they are probably targeting Lords of the Fallen because they believe the game is likely to fail no matter what, because the game is going to be an Epic exclusive. So they view this as an automatic win, and they'll be able to rack up their culture war points on a game that they largely view as already dead before it even releases. That's kind of what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing, like, they're kind of taking advantage of a situation where they think this game is largely, like, it's not gonna do anything. It's not gonna have a big enough following. It's not gonna be popular enough. People aren't gonna be interested in it enough. So this is where they get to kind of stack up their wins if they want to try. It's likely actually coming to Steam. I'm pretty convinced that's actually going to end up being the case. I'm actually more and more by the day convinced that it's actually going to be coming to Steam. given the fact that like Epic is looking to back out of a lot of their deals because they're trying to get cost savings because of the Disney partnership that they have, and also because of the fact that the developers of this game just got a massive approval of a very large sum of money that is likely about half of this game's development budget. And it's from their board. It's not from Epic. It's from like their actual investors that approve the amount. And the game's already like, it's going to be releasing within the year, right? So like, I have a very strong feeling that these guys are likely going to be, it's either this year or next year that it releases. I have a really good feeling that these guys are probably going to be stepping away from that. I hope they get lots of money. Well, they have to buy themselves out of the Epic deal, but I think that it's going to pay itself off. As long as the game is good, that's it. Like, as long as the game is good. Like, if it's a solid game, and I'm not saying it needs to come out, it doesn't need to be Dark Souls. It doesn't need to be Elden Ring. It just needs to be a solid game on its own, doing its own thing. And if it's good enough, people are going to enjoy it. People are going to enjoy it. I would probably even go to say, how did, I know that studio ended up shutting down, so it largely depends on like how much you actually invested, but like, they would have to do better than this. But I think that they could do better than that. I mean, like, if you go and look, I mean, they did this with their, they did this on their 1.0 update, or on their 2.0 update, right? So like, these guys went back and fixed their game, and it brought their game well over its all-time peak, right? Oh, did it release in 2013? Oh, I guess not. I guess not. This is it right here. This is their 2.0. So it did like 11,000. Still solid enough. I don't know. But we'll have to see what it ends up happening. But I think that these guys are actually trying to go for low-hanging fruit on this. Later in the video, background NPC lists off a number of perceived issues with Western character designs that Lords of the Fallen 2 supposedly overcomes. The same desaturated color palettes, the overly tactical outfits, the stripped-down femininity, almost like an embarrassment of the female body itself, she says. Hips and busts get slimmed down, shoulders and jawlines are bulked up, and anything that reads as too feminine is dialed back. It's possible that she's making references to games like Overwatch. Why are you being like... This is so embarrassingly, like, just the flat out ignoring reality is the kind of shit that I think, like, really drives people up the wall. Like, if you're biased, that's fine. Do not pretend to be oblivious. Do not pretend to be not on a side. Do not pretend to be anything other than what you actually are. What the fuck are you talking about? Maybe she's talking about Overwatch? Bulked up jawline. Bulked up jawline. This is a custom character. I don't know what the fuck that is. Bulked up jawline. And by the way, Nev is like the hottest character in the game. And even she has masculine traits. What else is something that came out? There's probably something that came out like a little bit more recently. So we have Dragon Age the Veilguard. Avowed. This is their cover art. That's a real strong jawline, man. It's a very strong jawline. I'm going to say that right now. Again, hips. She said overly tactical armor. Much more like roguish gear and stuff like that. That one's low-hanging fruit. We don't really call that. Now, obviously, you still have your character creator, but I went through the character creator, and you really there is this androgyny in character design in a lot of these games, and you can't pretend like that's not the case. Fuck, the developers for Avowed quite literally came out and said that the fucking art dude said he put in pronouns into the game to spite Elon Musk and like people that voted Trump. I hope you hate it. Yada yada, stuff like that. It's just like, what are we doing, dude? Like, you can't pretend like this shit is just like non-existent. Star Wars Outlaws. Yeah, look at that Moonshin. Holy shit. Like, dude, I'm telling you right now, like she's not like this is the shit that probably drives me out the wall the most. Like, you can't pretend like this isn't a thing. Maybe it's in reference to games like Overwatch, which recently made headlines for redesigning a character, but that's because they were listening to the audience. That's not what she's talking about. That's not what she's talking about. There is, and there has been for quite a while. Like, look, man, I'm gonna say it. Like, games predating the, like, definitely the 2020s were like moving toward, like, games were being made for boys. They were being made for boys and men. And there has been a constant push through the years to dial back on the things that are for the male gaze. Like, Inverse wrote an article literally titled Stellar Blade and the Male Gaze, Attractive to Who? Like, you cannot pretend like there isn't a push, like there isn't there isn't people that want more, and that's the voice actor. If I'm not mistaken, that's the voice actor. Yeah. They butchered this woman. Or that's the model. That's the character model. They butchered this girl. Look at Mary Jane in Spider-Man 2. Oh, wow. 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 Like, you cannot pretend like this isn't a thing. You can't pretend like this isn't a thing. And trying to do so is just so fucking dishonest, man. Like, if you represent it and you think it's a positive thing and you think this needs to be everywhere, then fucking say it with your chest. Do not try to do this thing where you are devaluing and discrediting people, trying to make it seem like it's not actually a problem and it's not actually happening. Stop trying to fucking gaslight people. Just be honest and say, hey, we want female characters in video games to be ugly because we feel like that's going to make a safer environment for women inside of video games. And also, ... we hate men. Say it with your chest. I'd have a hell of a lot more respect, because at least then I could say, we disagree on something. You think this, I think this. That's the end of the story, right? And then we can criticize based on those things. But instead, we have to do this roundabout shit where people just won't say what it is that they don't like. You know what the funny thing is that, like, I don't have a problem with ideology. If that's the way that they feel and that's what their opinion is on things, they are fully welcome to do that. However, then you need to say that, and you need to stand with that and say that's what your opinion is. Because, like, for me, when it comes to, like, female attractiveness in video games, do you think it's an ideological thing for me? Do you think I want hot chicks in video games, or I want these ugly characters? Sorry, do you think I want these ugly character designs to fail in video games because I outwardly cannot stand and do not like your ideology? No, I could give a fuck less what you believe. Because I don't really have any actual, like, belief around what I'm doing. What I'm interested in. I think a lot of people get this really confused with me. You want to know why I like hot chicks in video games? It's because I like looking at them. It's that deep. That's as far as it goes. It's fucking shallow as all hell. It's because I find it enjoyable. It's hot. That's cool. I like that thing. Right? Like that's how it works for me. It's not some grand ideology where I'm like, oh, I need hot chicks in video games to be able to push the nuclear family and right-wing Like, I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. I just think it looks cool. It's what I like to look at. I like looking at hot chicks. Fucking kill me. Crazy, I know. But that's really as far as it goes for me. It's more enjoyable. And when I'm buying something, when it's in a product that I am purchasing, that's why I care, because I'm buying it. I don't like to buy things I don't want to look at. But you're saying that I need to change, like the thing is that, like, the idea of, like, trying to make these changes in some cases is coming down to people believing that I need to be okay with buying things that I don't like looking at. That I need to financially invest in things that I don't want. That's not how this shit works. That's not how this shit works. Eye-catching, attractive, yeah, it literally just comes down to that. It's really not that, it's not that deep. I know people really want to try to make it deeper than that. It really isn't. Like, you're welcome to believe whatever the fuck that you want. And if you're going to fight for that, then go fight for that. But then I'm going to debate it on the level of, I don't give a shit. I just want to look at something nice. The characters that we just looked at, I don't want to look at that shit. That's why I didn't buy those games. Not a single one of them. EA sent me a code for Dragon Age: The Veilguard. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. They fucked up with that one. This is just so dishonest. Oh, maybe she's making reference to this thing that happened recently. How about what's been happening historically? You literally just said, later in the video, she lists off a number of issues that she perceives with Western character designs. So that means that she's talking about it historically, but then you're trying to talk about it as if it's something that's just happened recently. What are you talking about here? Designs with the prior, in that instance, the character's cheeks and jaw were widened, but these character shades, yeah, whatever, I don't really care. Based on, however, as evidenced by the discourse surrounding Abby's, what is this? The topic is a reoccurring one, however, as evidenced by the discussion surrounding Abby's muscular character in The Last of Us Part 2. Based on the comments of the video, plenty of people are welcoming the narrative that Lords of the Fallen 2 is doing something special here. They fucking are. They're listening to the people that are interested in playing their game. They are bucking a trend of developers that are kowtowing to people who are pushing an ideology that is changing the way that these characters look. They are doing something special here. There are not a lot of developers that take the opposite stance in a lot of this stuff. In most cases, it is outward support for anything outside of what people are asking for. Which, by the way, I don't really have that. Like, I'm going to say this again. I've said it a million times. This is an artistic industry. It's going to lean left. It's going to lean liberal. It makes a lot of sense that these guys would line up with anything that anybody wants to push from their camp. That makes sense. But I'm going to tell you right now that pushing in the opposite direction, or even in a neutral position, is pretty rare. It's pretty rare. Art always does. Yes, art always has. That's not to say that like people that are of like a different persuasion or belief or whatever it might be can't be artistic. That's definitely not the point that I'm saying. I'm just saying that in general, usually that's where people usually align. To the game's to the game's credit, regardless of the truth, the rollout is making good marketing for a game that otherwise struggled to command a mainstream attention. Dude, you guys are seething so hard. To be fair, this marketing is totally working for a game that really wasn't even on anybody's radar to begin with. Nobody even knows about this game. Nobody even cares about your game. What are you going to say if this game actually sells? How are you guys going to be able to spin this back? Are you going to say like the chuds bought this game? Like I'm sure you'll find some way. Who would have thought that devs would give players what they wanted would be much more like, reads one of the top voted YouTube comments. Despite my critical tone, things like this are a matter of taste. You didn't even talk about anything. That's the part that really pisses me off with this article. You didn't even make any criticisms. You didn't even really debate anything that she said. Like you said nothing. There's no substance. Are you right? Is this AI written? See how I can flip that back on you? Man, this really feels AI written because there's no actual substance here because you didn't say anything. All you did is just pointed out things that she said, but then made no arguments against what she said. Instead, you just made vague criticisms towards, oh, well, then she brings up The Last of Us. Okay, so are you saying Abby's design wasn't masculine? Are you saying there is not a trend of making women more masculine in video games? Because you don't say that. You don't actually like debate what she says. You just journo slop. It's exactly what it is. If the armor sets resemble something an AI image generator produced, you're fucking pathetic. You're so pathetic. You're just trying to make the vague criticism and the vague assumption or accusation in this case that they're using AI because you don't actually have any argument to go against because you know she's right. Because you support the changing of designs. I mean, you work for Polygon. Like, I'm like, we're not going to sit here and pretend like you guys don't share the similar ideology. Okay? Like, actually, I can prove as much. You want to know why I can prove as much? Because you posted this on May 5th. And the link, the title link, is Lords of the Fallen RPG Female Armor Designs YouTube, the background NPC reveal. And it just so happens that the very next day, Kotaku dropped an article. And their link is Lords of the Fallen 2 Female Armor Sets, the background NPC. Same link. Same link, different writer, same topic. Formatted the exact same. Interesting. Very interesting. Lords of the Fallen 2 studio paid a gaming YouTuber to promote their boring bikini armor. They're so mad. They're so mad. And you know what the funny thing is? So I posted about this on Twitter. I said Lords of the Fallen 2 fixed their first game based on customer feedback. Polled their audience multiple times. You can go and you can look at Merrick's Twitter, you can look at Lords of the Fallen's Twitter, and you can see multiple times that these guys have polled their audience, polled people on Twitter, polled people. I think they even asked questions or went through reviews over on Steam. And they had actually, hey, what do you guys actually want in video games? You tell us and we're going to do it. First, they asked, one of the first questions they asked was about pronouns, because they were like, they saw a debate that was going on about there. Like, do you guys actually want this in games or do you not? People overwhelmingly, I'm talking like, this is free for the internet to vote on. Anybody could have voted on this thing. And it was overwhelmingly like 80 to 15 or something like, or 85 to 15 or even 90% or higher or something. of people saying male and female over body type A and B. Like, absolutely just fucking decimated that poll. So, like, okay, they went to their game and they changed it back to male and female. Done. They're like, we were told by a consultancy agency that this is what we need to do because that's what the most important thing is to do today. And that's what they went and did. And then they're like, but we went and asked the audience, and the audience said male and female, so we switched it back. That's it. Then they started asking about character designs. Do you guys actually want more feminine-looking characters in a dark fantasy RPG? And people said yes, overwhelmingly. So they went back and they updated the character models for their game and made the female model more feminine, made the male model more masculine, and that's what they did. Here they are going to make their next game, and they're using that exact same feedback that was given to them before to do just that. To make the game that the audience was directing them towards. They had found success. They had brought their game to profitability by listening to fan feedback. That's how they made their money back on Lords of the Fallen 2019. That's why they're taking that same feedback and using that for their new game. Is that really that hard to understand? So I said Lords of the Fallen fixed their game using customer feedback, polled their audience multiple times, are constantly replying to fans on social media. You can check all of their artists. You can check their, you can check the CEO, you can check their artists, you can check their developers. These guys are constantly replying to people on Twitter all the time. Constantly replying to these guys all the time. They're actively engaging with their audience, actively engaging with people that do and don't like their game, going back and forth, debating, arguing in some cases, because they're just trying to figure out what people want, what people are actually interested in, and if people are just talking shit to talk shit in some cases. So I said listening to your audience is a desperate plea for relevance. The only one that's desperate here for relevance is Polygon, which is true. Then later I found out, because I didn't even know anything about the designs themselves, these are the designs that they're so mad about. This is so tame. I thought this is going to be some goon level shit. I thought this is going to be some like nipple tassels or something like that. It's thigh and side boob. It's thigh and cleavage. You see cosplays that are more racier than this on a daily basis just scrolling social media. Yet these guys are in a moral panic over this? This is what's driving you up the wall? And even more so, the funny thing is that like mostly what they're doing is they're actually criticizing the art style, trying to compare it directly. And I've seen other people say the same thing where they're like, it looks generic, free-to-play MMO-ish. This is concept art. This is not how their actual game looks. You want to know what their actual game looks? So people are saying this is free-to-play MMO shit? Okay.
Lamp bearer. One must travel many paths on the road to salvation. Paths through light. Paths through shadow. I will walk them with you, wherever they may lead, no matter the cost.
It's a sin.
Yeah, this totally looks like a free-to-play mobile MMO. Yeah. Yeah, this totally looks like a free-to-play mobile MMO. True. Like lagging on me.
Everything I've ever done, everything I ever do, every place I've ever
Father, forgive me. Wish list now.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, are you guys making a mobile game? Like, don't fucking pretend. Like, look at their trailer. You know that they're making a regular game. What the fuck are we talking about? You know what they're actually taking advantage of? So there is a social dissonance. Sorry, yeah. There is a social dissonance on Twitter with Lords of the Fallen. And the reason why it's Dark Souls and Elden Ring sycophants. It's people that are like the cult worshippers of Dark Souls and Elden Ring, which fucking base. Those are great games. But the problem is that any other Souls-like that comes out, they have to immediately shit all over it as hard as they possibly can because it can't be their game. Because no other game can exist outside of their game. So they will. So when you see something like First Berserker Kazan, when you see something like Lords of the Fallen 2, they immediately start going on Twitter and ratioing their posts because they're like still not as original as. And what they'll do is they'll bring up some vague art from Dark Souls or Elden Ring that looks similar to whatever Lords of the Fallen 2 posts and said, wow, copycat much? No original ideas, blah, blah, blah. And it actually gets some motion. Why does it get motion? Because Dark Souls, Elden Ring good. That's why. That's why it gets motion. That's why it gets engagement. That's why they'll get a bunch of likes and they'll ratio the shit out of one of their like posts that they'll make on Twitter. It happens all the fucking time. Liza P got it for no reason too. Liza P had the exact same thing happen to them. That wasn't no reason. That was actually something that was forced upon them by games journalists. Games journalists were the ones that wrote and pushed the conversation of it being a Bloodborne copycat. They were the ones that put that on them. And then people on social media that are fucking Bloodborne fanatics and FromSoft fanatics took that shit and ran. Yeah. Apple versus Android. It's not really that. It's just it's one game Andy's. Nothing can exist other than my game. So like, and it's like the same kind of mindset as like console warring fandoms and stuff like that. So they're taking advantage of that, and they're also mistaking that for like an actual like hate for Lords of the Fallen 2 of like real substance. But I don't really think that there is any actual hate for Lords of the Fallen 2. I don't think that people really like. The one thing that I will say is this. The other thing that, and I've actually personally reached out to Lords of the Fallen developers and talked to them myself about this. I've said that they need to stop talking. You need to stop talking and you need to start showing your game. Either go completely silent and wait till this game gets closer to release and have something of substance to show the players to really get people to shut up and say, hey, this game is actually really good. Yeah, or that's it, actually. Like all this like constant posting on social media, like getting apart or trying to, or like retweeting or getting into the conversation of these like culture war shit and stuff like that. This is not something that they necessarily brought on to themselves. They didn't. It's not their fault, right? But they do stick their nose in and have conversations in spaces that, you know, like you're inviting the audience. I'll give you and the reason why, like, you are antagonizing these people in a lot of ways to make articles and shit about you, which, I mean, if you think that negative stuff is going to be able to push, if it's working, it works. But largely, I'm of the mind that if you have a game and you want to put that game out, then you need to put your game where your mouth is. No release date yet. It's supposed to be 2026, so I'm going to take a wild guess and say that they're not talking about the release date right now. I know that development is going just fine. So if they're not announcing the release date, it's because there's something that they're doing with the release itself that they can't talk about right now. People just don't like how Marek Tyminski talks about talks. So they want this game to fail to own the chuds again. Yes, exactly. But I also said that that's a large reason why they need to make sure that the game does really well. Because like if you're gonna pander to that crowd, which I'm not gonna pretend that they don't. And that's the other thing too, is that I would imagine that like some of these writers, especially if I'm looking at Polygon, if I'm looking at Polygon, or I'm looking at Kotaku in this situation, they would probably assume that I wouldn't take the stance that they are trying to pander to like the chud audience. They 100% are. Are you kidding me? Marek Tyminski reposts videos from fucking Smash JT and Vara Dark. Like he is absolutely trying to pander to the chud audience. 100%. Yes. Without a fucking doubt. So, but if he's making that choice, motherfucker, you better make sure that you deliver. Otherwise, this is going to be insanely fucking embarrassing. That's all I have to say. This game better be good. I like everything that you're doing. I like the walk that you're walking, but I need to make sure that I think some of the talk is all right. Part of it's also fucking cringe, and it just needs to just make a fucking video game, man. Like I would much prefer if you're gonna make a game that's like directed at like if you're making a game and you're trying to pander to the chuds or whatever it is, stay silent, make the game, and then just drop it on these motherfuckers. Make sure it's good, and let the game speak for itself. Let the game speak for itself. What do you mean by own the chuds again? Have they owned the chuds again? I don't think it was before. I think it was never. I'm going to be real with you. It's very rare. I don't think it happens, but if there was one really good example I could give you of absolutely the chuds getting owned, without a fucking doubt, the First Descendant. The First Descendant is 100% chuds getting owned. 100%. These motherfuckers all day long. This is what gamers want. 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 And that watching is that game just goes right into the fucking drain. No. You know what gamers want? Gamers want attractive female characters in good video games. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, the in good video game part matters a hell of a lot more than the attractive female part does. Every single time. Every single time. While I still value attractive female characters in video games or just attractive designs in general, if the game isn't good, I could give a fuck less. I could put up with ugly character designs in a really good video game. I can't put up with hot characters in a bad video game. Tetris was never sexy? Man. You never saw... I mean, I don't know. It kind of depends on what angle you're looking at, like the L shape, right? You just never line those blocks up just right. Yeah. LD, I have some criticism for those armor designs not connected to any other Souls games or messaging. Just my comment on the background NPCs video. How can I bring it in if it's pretty long? How can I bring it in if it's pretty long? What the fuck? Oh my god. Sex appeal gets people in the door, but the game has to be good enough to keep them in the building. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Predatory monetization trumps hot characters. No, gameplay trumps hot characters. Like every fucking time. I don't know why I have to have this conversation, but I like, for whatever reason, people that don't even play the first Descendant still talk about it like it was a solid game. That shit was like one of the most obvious asset flip, Unreal Engine fucking slop garbage ripped off of fucking Destiny and Warframe that I'd ever seen in my life. These motherfuckers had no idea what they were doing. Well, they had concepts that I wish were in a game. And I think that's really what it came down to. Like, people saw concepts that they wanted in a game, right? They wanted the like, they wanted the Warframe progression inside of a game that still had boss fights and shit like that and dungeons, but didn't have that in Warframe, right? So it's like the blending. They saw the blending of the two things that they enjoyed, but like, yeah, no, obvious. Like, the game was it's just garbage. It was just trash. Gotta be careful whose banner you follow. Huh? Why do you have to follow anybody's banner? Be a lord, not a bannerman. Journalists don't believe a word of this too. Baldur's Gate 3 was conventionally attractive characters. I hear nobody saying Shadowheart is problematic. That's because you could staple a dick onto a character and have sex with a bear. That's why. Which, by the way, I don't give a fuck about. Like, that's fine. Like, that. Like, I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people will be like, oh, Baldur's Gate 3 woke. And it's like, yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 woke. For fucking sure. Absolutely, that game is woke as shit. It's also really fucking good. And they did a really good job. Like, this is the one thing that I think a lot of these game developers and also, like, games journalists just can't seem to get through their, like, thick fucking skulls on this shit. I've said this multiple times. I don't care that you want to include the things that you believe in. I don't care if you're trying to include these other audience. Do not exclude me. There is a way for you to bridge the gap between all players. There is a way for you to be able to bring everybody together. You're just not fucking talented enough to do it. That's all it is. You're not talented enough to do it. You're not creative enough. You don't have the imagination for it. Everybody wants to sit around and they want to talk about this shit like it's like we're voting for this, right? Which, I mean, you vote with your wallet, but like, people are acting like this is actually a conversation about politics inside of video games. It's not. It's a conversation about talent, skill, investment, proper knowledge, understanding your audiences. Baldur's Gate 3 delivered on every single front. Therefore, everybody enjoyed playing it. Notice how there was like little to no backlash over that game. You'll still see the errant conversation every once in a while about being able to fuck a bear in Baldur's Gate 3, but for the most part, nobody really cared because the game itself was insanely fun. It was well written. The conversations were great. The characters were great. The voice acting was great. The environment was great. The combat was good. The build variety was sick. The support for the game was really good. And you weren't forced into a single lane. You weren't forced to be, you played the game like an actual RPG where you got to choose what your experience was, how you played it, how you interacted with other characters. Like that you have to understand that has to be the conversation there. Otherwise, you are going to create a game that is going to ostracize some part of the audience. And that's fine as long as you're investing the right amount of money and also not having the expectation that everybody has to show up for it. You can make a game like, I don't know, what's it? You can make a game like Life is Strange, right? And look, the audience that likes that shit shows up for it. The regular dude audience that, likes to play fucking Elden Ring, I guess, or shit like that, didn't. But they invested smart enough into that game to realize that not that many, like, they knew what kind of audiences they were going to get for it. That was still a relatively popular game. And that also kind of like bridged the gap between some people and other people who had played it. I'm trying to think of like a better example than that. I think that's like kind of a weak example. Mixtape? I don't know how much money they spent on that, so I can't really talk about that. It's just the idea of like, if you're going to make something that you know is like just not going to include everybody, or you know that it's probably going to in some way like go against the grain of just like general society. I'm not talking about modern society. I'm just talking about like average everyday people. If you know it's gonna go go against the grain with that, then you need to make sure that you are. It's niche game. Yeah, it's a niche game. You have to keep that in mind. You can't shame people for not buying it. You cannot be upset that other people didn't want to support something that they themselves do not support. I'm sorry, man. You can't like force shit into a video game and then make me feel bad about it. Like I'm going to go and, oh, I should have bought it. I should have supported it, even though it's something that I don't want to look at or have anything to do with. So stupid. Obsidian also kept a low budget for Avowed. They did. Not that I really think that matters when it comes to Microsoft, though. Keep in mind, they have like very, very strict profit margins that they're looking for from their studios still. Yeah, like, see, and the funny thing is that, and look at it's structured the exact same way. Their article is structured the exact same way. Except for they're like in her song about Prophet Duichi. I don't know what the fuck that is. They don't make statues of critics. They don't make statues of fans. Didn't win a Grammy by the category of her catering to the whims. She didn't win a Grammy by catering to the whims of her label or her followers. A reoccurring theme of the album, agitators bite never heal. Doichi commits to her artistic pursuit despite the fluctuating support of the people around her and knows that you will eventually can't please everybody, and attempting to do so will only hold you back from making great art. A common refrain in the video game space is player feedback. Obviously, quality assurance and bug fixing are vital parts of game development process that require meticulous playtesting and iteration to give the truest vision of the game, but some players are convinced that their personal preferences are just as important as, if not more important than, technical feedback, and that game developers are obligated to encode their opinions into canon. These people actively hate video games. You wanted to be a music critic, but instead you found yourself in the games industry. That sucks. Stop taking it out on the audience. Otherwise, you just continue to make these insufferable articles that add no value at all and have no real argument. And also understand the framing here. Look at how much of a retard they make themselves look. This entire section is talking about playtesting and iteration and quality assurance. So you think the audience is the ones that should be quality assuring these video games, the people that paid full price for their games? You think that's all we're useful for the money and then quality assurance of a product that we purchased? That's interesting. That's a really interesting perspective to have. Keep that one in mind. In 2026, one of the most radical things a game studio can do is ask its players what they actually want to see and then listen to their answer, says YouTuber The Background NPC in a sponsored video about the upcoming dark fantasy RPG Lords of the Fallen 2. That video is a bizarre marketing campaign for a new in-game collection of generically horny female armor. Okay, I mean, like, that's fine, by the way. That's a fine criticism. You can say that you don't like the armor. Are you going to leave it there? No. The armor drop is a blatant attempt to cater to misogynistic culture war fanatics. As the background NPC complains about the designs of the female characters, such as Abby from Last of Us Part 2, and other hot women who certain gamers can't get it up for. Oh my fucking God, dude. Just say that you hate men. Just say you hate men. It's okay. Just say it. It's all good. It's all good. The background NPC describes these compelling, thoughtful character designs as stripped down femininity. You know what's really funny about this? I love the assertion that they're making here. The background NPC describes these compelling, thoughtful character designs as stripped down femininity, almost like an embarrassment of the female body itself. So you're asserting that these aren't thoughtful? You're making a judgment based on art, based on taste. So are you, my question is, and like neither one of these have done it. The Polygon article didn't do it, and this article didn't do it either. Are you judging the art itself, or are you judging her opinion? Which one is it? Do you not like the character designs, and why? Because all you're saying is men bad, effectively. I mean, you're saying this is for misogynistic men that can't get it up for this character. And it contrasts with Cygames' unapologetically beautiful male fantasy mannequins, the sort we've seen a billion times before. Cygames presents an incredibly generic, stereotypical, revealing outfits as revolutionary. You wanted fierce, they write on Twitter. You wanted beautiful, you wanted provocative. The outfits were revealed exclusively in a 20-minute sponsored video. The video literally hides behind approving a female content creator. The studio hides behind approving a female content creator. I love the, oh my God, dude. As if trying to quell their own guilty subconscious. Manifesting. That's what they're doing right now. They're manifesting their own narrative into existence. And also, you're making the accusation here. That's troublesome. That's troublesome. You're making the accusation as if you have prior knowledge that they're actually using the background NPC as a female content creator to be able to push this narrative, and they're trying to hide behind her to use it. You're essentially putting that on them, saying that that's exactly what their reasoning is, not paying attention to the fact that the background NPC has been pushing this exact same conversation since effectively, if I'm not mistaken, her first video. Or at least her first video that blew up. So, Kotaku, Polygon, I have a question for you. Just out of curiosity. If you were to get somebody to look at your female character designs and character skins, would it maybe be the girl that made a YouTube video a year ago? Her first YouTube video? about the problem with women in video games and why it's killing hype. And that was like the video that like set off her channel. Because I mean, it's crazy to say. Because if I was making a video game and I saw a female YouTuber that was very critical of female designs in video games and had multiple videos where she discussed that topic specifically, I feel like she would be exactly the person that I would want to go to have my female character designs judged. Polygon looking kind of misogynistic, to be honest. True. Are you trying to say that they like? Are you trying to say that like? What are you trying to say here, Polygon? What are you trying to say here, Polygon? The problem with making these design choices is not because they're interesting, but because they look like because of their likelihood to appeal to fans inevitably, people will see right through them. It took less than 24 hours for Cygames to follow up the armor reveal with a desperate attempt to save face, promising that the game has modest outfits too. Meanwhile, a quote post describing these outfits as unhorny valley ratioed by who? 16,000 upvotes. Bro, you're acting like they got absolutely fucking massacred. Oh, man. Oh, my God. They got totally destroyed. Wrecked. Game canceled. Also, you know what the funny thing is that somebody else had actually posted in response to this, if I'm not mistaken. I think Merrick did himself. I think I'd seen that. Where is it at? I guess I might not have saved it. This shit is so cringe, by the way. The like dudes that like come into the comments with like their AI picture of hot chick. But what if you made it like this? Brother, you don't even have any imagination. You typed a prompt into fucking Grok. Shut the fuck and sit down. Shut the fuck up and sit down. What is this post here? Kotaku seems really desperate lately. They're going after women now, including female content creators, just saying that they want attractive characters in games. They took a shot at the background NPC, which is one of the nicest and sweetest creators out there. She is actually super nice. I've talked to her a few times myself. Over a sponsored video for Lords of the Fallen 2. They say the blatant way to character to misogynistic culture war fanatics. What culture war? What culture war? We just want games with a studio that actually listens to their players instead of giving us what they want and then getting mad when we don't like it. True. She was just talking about the new female armor sets, and the studio actually asked with players. That's it. Yeah, like they literally just asked her about it. Like it's so weird. They're like I actually feel like they're targeting her because she's a woman. Because she's still effectively like a smaller content creator or a newer content creator in the space. She blew up pretty quickly, but she's a she's a newer creator to the space, so she doesn't have nearly as much experience. She might not have as much confidence. Who fucking knows? I'm not gonna put that on her. I'm not getting parasocial or anything like that, but. Obviously, I think the direction that these guys are going in is they think that if they shine a light on her and put a little bit of pressure that she'll bend. That's really what it's coming down to. The people that like seem less to be in their position, less confident in what their position is and less likely to retort. Yeah, the background NPC does not really catch me as like a combative person, so chances are they're probably right that she's not going to necessarily like fully respond herself to the criticism, because why would you? I would just ignore it if I were her. Let other people talk about it. Plenty of people are already doing that to begin with, so. But I thought I had seen Merrick post something. Yeah, see, here's another one here. You know what? Good. Yeah, here's one peg. I don't think I've seen game devs try to monetize so hard. We aren't woke, we swear. Look how not woke we are, more than these guys. This person responds, you know what? Good. They're speaking to their audience. They're speaking to their audience, which obviously does not include you. Kindly screw off. This flagrant. This is a flagrant admission of woke equals ugly. It's actually kind of true. It's actually kind of true. Oh, like you're going to sit here and pretend that every major company hasn't tried to monetize. We're woke. Look how woke we are. That is very fucking true. Yeah, that's actually a really good point to bring up here. So it's like, oh my God, look at how cringe these guys are for trying to market themselves as we're not woke. We're not woke. What are you talking about, dude? Are we not going to talk about the elephant in the room, about how every single, during Pride Week or Pride Month, every single one of these companies changes their fucking logo? How every single time these guys have a day that they all of a sudden put a fucking event inside their game and put all these different colored armors and all this other shit. And all they're doing is just nuking you, right? They're just monetizing you. They're just looking for your fucking money. They're fishing for their money. These companies, by the way, and I don't know these people personally, so I'm not going to put that on them, to be honest with you. Like for the guys that are over at Cygames, most of these companies, any company, doesn't give a fuck about what your political beliefs are. If we're talking at a corporate level and an executive level, if it was trendy and profitable to be racist, they'd be racist. If it was trendy and profitable to be sexist, they'd be sexist. That's what they would do. They push whatever makes them money. And if the people under them, the artists or whoever else is working on it, doesn't want to do that, that's good. They can find another job. They'll get them replaced and find somebody that will listen to what they want. That's how this works. They'd be selling the white hood. They would. You want this mage gear? You want this mage gear? This priest gear? Man, I could have fucking swore I had seen Merrick had a post. Yes, we already delivered, but we already love the direction too. There was why, like, they do have these like fucking retards in here. Look at this prompt that I made. Oh yeah, no, this is it right here. From concept to playable. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is actually posted the day before that. But like, they've already posted other artwork for the game. Fuck, they had a trailer that showed off this stuff to begin with. But of course, the game has normal armor. I'm going to be honest with you. Which, by the way, like, they should have actually not shown off the concept art and instead actually shown off the in-game art of like what those characters look like wearing the gear. That looks fire. And this is also exactly what this is also exactly the criticism that the background NPC had, where it's like, you know, they make the shoulders broader, they get away from the hips. Like, this looks fucking cool. Like, this is actually like feminine armor, you know, like how the hips are set and everything like that, and it looks sick. They'll complain that the breast shape has shape. Probably. Yeah, probably. Okay. It's kind of cool. Kind of like a barbarian kind of situation going on there. Okay, that's my fucking jam. Oh, yeah. That's my shit. That's my shit right there. I'm gonna just be straight. Like, that's my shit. A thief? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's the thigh high boots and just the just slight amount of thigh showing, and then like the rogue hood and shit. Yeah, I do that. I'm all about that. She bad? Oh yeah, this is bad as fuck. Steal your heart? Steal my wife. I don't give a fuck. Still have you can take whatever you want. You can take wherever you want. Smash next. Yeah, this is that's my shit right there. I'm be real. This is actually hotter than all the other designs that they showed. Like by a long shot. It's not even close. Not even close. Those sexy armors, this is way sexier than those sexier armors. I'm gonna be straight up with you. Like I'm putting that out there. He has a type, I do, and I'm proud. Very proud. Yeah, that's legit. Oh yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I think these look really good. So like they have, of course they have fucking regular designs. Based, who the fuck is this? This is way sexier than any of those super skimpy, the super skimpy ones that made for the sole purpose of gooning sets. It is actually insanely hot. I actually have to agree with this guy. But with that said, my question is, where are the... Wait, hold on a minute. No way. Kotaku? Wait, are you trying to tell me that you guys... that not a single article about how they're pandering to the Gooners with Black Cat and forcing her into having like a relationship with Spider-Man? That's weird. It's almost as if you're trying to focus your efforts into a smaller space where you still think that you have influence, realizing that you have absolutely none when you step into an arena that you can't fucking compete in. Interesting. Interesting how you guys keep your mouth shut when you realize that you can't get anything done and you're just going to embarrass yourself if you try. Interesting. Interesting. Have to remember that. Don't worry, we'll end up talking about that stuff. They'll get their time. They'll get their time in the sun. That's for sure. They'll get their time in the sun. Music back on. I gotta use the bathroom here. Feet? Oh, they love feet. Oh, it's right here. Oh, we looked at this already. We looked at that already. All right. Yeah, what is that? Yeah. It's Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Yeah, I gotta be careful with these tweet replies. Holy shit. Let's see here. Okay, so we covered all of that. Okay. let me use the bathroom first, okay? Let me use the bathroom first, and then we'll talk about this, okay? Okay. Okay, here we go. We think Take-Two's self-interest... We think in Take-Two's self-interest as a publisher and as a partner to many developers to raise the price point for the entire industry. We think it's in Take-Two's self-interest as a publisher and a partner to many developers to raise the price point for the entire industry, says Bank of America on GTA 6. Okay. So, this is what I would view as market manipulation, likely on the side of their investment wing. Why would I say that? Well, that's because these people know exactly how much money is in your bank account. They know how much money people can actually spend on this stuff, and they know for a fact that people cannot afford these games if they start to exceed the price point that they're already at. Beyond that, these guys know that what that will likely lead to is a crashing stock price for many of these video game companies, and they can actually leverage that and turn that into income by putting. They can just make calls on it. They can call a put, say that we think that this game company's stock is going to fall, and they can make a shitload of money off of that. Plenty of money for their investors. Puts. P-U-T. It's the act of essentially, in the stock market, you have calls, so you can actually say whether or not you think a stock is going to go up or down. It's speculating. Yeah, classic market speculators. This is them trying to manipulate speculating, because they know for a fact how much money people have. They know how much money people can actually spend, and they know. I mean, well, it's that, but it's also another side of this as well, which is that I do think that on a executive side, on an investor side, that it seems like most of these guys have no idea that Grand Theft Auto is one of the very few games that can actually get away with an $80 price point. If the rest of the games industry tries to follow this $80 price point, they are going to fail. Historically, look at the last few years of games that we've had. How many of those games would actually be able to sell if they sold themselves for $80? If we go back if we just look at the last 5 years, probably like maybe 5 games. Maybe. Baldur's Gate 3 could have sold for $80. Elden Ring could have sold for $80. Mario Kart didn't make sense at an $80 price point. Mario Kart is largely obfuscated by the fact that it was also in bundles. Yeah, it was sold $50 alongside the console. So, there's not a lot of games that can sell for $80 and do really well. That's not to say that no game would be able to sell copies at all, by the way. Don't mistake what I'm saying. I'm saying the game still would sell, but they would not sell nearly as many copies. I'm talking you would likely see probably anywhere from like a 30 to 40% decrease, maybe even higher than that, depending on what the game is. The more experimental it gets, the worse it would get. Looking at a game like Pragmata, like if Pragmata sold for $80, even though it's a really good game, I think it would have sold half as many copies. Because it's too much of a risk for people to take. And also you have to keep in mind that your expectations are going to go up when you increase the price. And most of these games can't even meet the expectations of $70, let alone $80. Grand Theft Auto is a game that has so much of a name and so much influence that it could capture on that. And even still for Grand Theft Auto, I think it would still have an impact on its overall sales. I do. Even if maybe it's only 5%, maybe it's 10% or something like that. Maybe it's not something nearly as massive as it would be for other companies or other companies or other franchises. But I still think that it would have an impact, regardless of whatever they say. I missed a couple of super chats here. Sorry, man. I was probably in a I was swept up in points here. Noah, you $20, man. Holy shit, brother. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 20. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a good Friday. Onyx Spy, thank you for the 5. They don't make games for the male gays. They want to make games for the male and female gays. I don't really fucking know what they're trying to do. I think that they're like, I largely think that most of this stuff is self-serving. I'm of the mind that the vast majority of people are making most decisions based off of like what they feel is in their own best interest. So when I see a lot of this stuff, it's like, I don't know, it's probably a lot of not very attractive or not very confident people that are trying to push these changes to lower the beauty standards across the board to hopefully make sure that more people find them acceptable. A lot of people are lonely nowadays. And the funny thing is I don't even think it actually has anything to do with attractiveness. I think it just has to do with like how social media and like dating on apps and stuff like that has essentially like lowered everybody's value but increased everybody's expectations of like what they can actually achieve. And because of that, it's kind of led to this like fucking sickness of the mind where, you know, we're looking to do what we can to lower expectations across the board in hopes that somebody will accept us. It's sad. A lot of people don't really feel a lot of self-value. Bender, thank you for the 10. They attack Lords of the Fallen 2 for their sexy female armor skins, yet swords and slippers gets a pass. Hypocrites. Oh yeah, no. Watch as they completely just ignore other ones because... But the swords and slippers one, you want to know why? Because that game gets a lot of heat online. Like people really fucking dig it. So when those guys will post something, people will be like, "Oh fuck yeah," and they get super excited about it. Yeah. We like money ass headline. It is. Thank you for 10. Appreciate that. Joseph, thank you for the 5. Hey Legendary, thank you for your Path of Exile 2 interview. Love how you conduct yourself and your content. Much love. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I try to be a professional in more, in situations like that, right? Like, I'm not going to be, I try to be as much, I try to be as laid back as I can, as casual as I possibly can, while still conducting myself like a professional if I'm having a conversation like that. It's a very good interview. Appreciate it. Glad you guys liked it. I know it's not, like, I view, so the interview stuff, I know that stuff isn't going to get a shitload of views just because that kind of content normally doesn't, but it's something that I really fucking like to do, and I would like to be able to do more of it in the future. I hope I get more opportunities like that because I think it's really, it's therapeutic for me. It's good for my brain to like talk to somebody and like see like how my ideas actually match up with the reality of somebody that is doing the work and inside the industry, and get their opinions on things that I'm seeing and why they think one thing's going in one direction or the other, or whatever it is. But yeah, I initially felt you were nervous, but you quickly recovered. It's not that I was nervous. It's that the meeting was at fucking midnight, and I wasn't made aware that I was going to do an interview or that an interview was available until I think like the day before that. So I didn't even really have all the time to be able to, like prepare questions and shit like that. Not nearly as much as I did the other time. The other thing is too, is that like I didn't really have any good questions for like the content of the patch or of the update because I haven't got my hands on it, right? So like for the Path of Exile, the first interview that I did with him before, I had actually got to play the game for a good 7 hours at an underground event. So I actually had some experience playing the game, thinking about it, stuff like that, being able to come up with all these questions and stuff like that. I also didn't have a time limit. I was only like, had an hour. This time it was 30 minutes because he was basically in a line of a ton of people wanting to talk to him. Last time I had actually made an appointment and they hit me up at a later date and we had all the time in the world to talk. This time it wasn't like that. So I was more like in a rush. It was late at night. It was all a little bit awkward, but I think it still turned out pretty good in the meantime. Go on the Allcraft podcast with Asmongold and Rich. You guys have to go bother them for it. I'm not gonna knock on their door. I'm not gonna beg for it. I'm sure they're the type of guys that if enough people start asking them, that they'll seek them out. Coward? No, I just don't like to bother people. You got to interview Asha next. We have never seen your Riz game. I'm so out of line. It's a little out of line, yeah. I'm sure Asmonody likes your videos. I think there's a difference between liking somebody's videos and having an understanding of whether or not you'd like to actually talk to them in person. Right? But you're cool, so maybe not. I have no idea, man. I have no idea. I try to not be that parasocial. Let's see here. Oh, I had seen this. So the Steam controller had sold out in just 30 minutes. This thing got absolutely fucking obliterated by scalpers. The Steam controller got obliterated by scalpers within like the first couple of seconds. Most websites were down. I think some people were already like posting, like this is on eBay. People selling the controller for $150 or $100 or $200 or $150 more than what the actual controller was, for actual sale. This culture, I don't know what we're gonna do about this, dude. Something has to be done, though. The whole scalping culture has just gotten worse and worse, and it all really started with. It started during COVID. A lot of people had created it like as their side hustle, and it's made things like so fucking toxic, dude. It's such a toxic environment for any consumer to be inside. It's illegal in New Zealand. That sounds incredible. I wish the US would outlaw it. I think that they should. There's a difference between, but the problem is that like there's a difference between reselling, right? So like I guess you'd have to have like a time limit on it or something. I'm not really too sure how you'd outlaw it perfectly, but like I'm sure somebody will figure it out. But I wish somebody would. It started with the original Nintendo Switch and then the Pokemon cards. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. And most people speculate on this stuff. The one thing that I will say, and it's literally like my favorite thing ever, is that because of the Universes Beyond sets for Magic the Gathering, a lot of these scalping guys thought that they're like, oh shit, I'm going to be able to get in and do this on Magic the Gathering like we do with Pokemon. And you saw a bunch of these dudes come in and started buying up all these sets, thinking that a bunch of people are going to like be buying up all this shit. And then they quickly found out that like Magic the Gathering fans and players are not like Pokemon fans. They're not as rabid about constantly ripping packs and shit. Magic the Gathering is almost all about what is it? It's mostly buying singles. Quick self-own? Oh, absolutely destroyed. There are people that were posting like that had lost like a fortune because they had the what set was it? It was the Spider-Man set. They had a Spider-Man set that had came out. I think it was this year or beginning of last year or something like that. And these dudes lined up. They bought up all the shit. The speculated price at launch was like $700 or $800 for the box, for like a collector box, and the play booster boxes like shot up as well. But then nobody wanted to buy it because the set itself was garbage. And most players in Magic don't even really like a lot of the Universes Beyond shit unless it's actually good. Do you enjoy indie games? I found myself mostly playing indie games for the last 2 years. Brother, who are you talking to? Like 90% of the games that I play are indie games. I play like a handful of AAA games a year. In most cases, that's just for me to review them and shit on them. LD hates indie games. True. Keep the small man down. Keep the small man down. Never let him get up. Never let him get up. Do you play handheld? I have a Switch 2 and I have a Steam Deck. I play the Switch 2 every once in a while. Steam Deck not so much because I'm on Steam all the time. Sometimes there'll be a game that I'll get into on the Steam Deck, but it's usually just like a, goofy indie game, simple controls and stuff like that. Yeah, but I had already heard that Steam had already pushed out a fix for this W Steam as always, easy Steam W as we've seen many times before. I guess that they're actually going to have like a sign up thing so people can actually sign up for their stuff. They're going to do it in like batches. They're going to try to figure some stuff out to try to make sure that people can actually get a controller and get around the whole scalping thing. I think they're limiting people to like one purchase as well. Shepsky, thank you for the Prime, appreciate that. Thanks so much. Playing any good games right now? No, I've been playing Deadlock. Which, I mean, like, is a good game, but also is, like, rage-inducing. So, you know, there's that. I'm going to play DS2 soon, though. I'm going to play, I'll play Death Stranding 2. I still need to finish Pragmata. I'm literally, like, at the end. I think I'm on, like, the last thing. I'm almost positive I am. Because I fixed up Diana after she got hurt. And then now I'm like, I'm going to take down 6 or 8, right? I cried when I found out I had to walk all the way back in Death Stranding 1. I enjoyed the fuck out of it. Part of the trip sucked because of like how many motherfuckers and shit you had to dodge to get your way back. But it was also the but like there was that like final sequence of like getting back to the main area in Death Stranding 1 and making that like final run that was actually like the music fucking swelled and shit, and it was really cool. Fallout creator Tim Kaine believes that Fallout co-creator Tim Kaine believes gaming fans often adopt streamers' opinions instead of forming their own. They have they're handed an opinion from a channel they're watching, and then that person's opinion just becomes their opinion. I don't actually think that that's necessarily the case. And I think that like this is something that, and by the way, this isn't a slight against Tim Kaine. I actually really like Tim Kaine, but this is something that I've learned is a fundamental misunderstanding of how content creation works. And it's something that I noticed that, like, you know, anybody that tries to start a YouTube channel, anybody that tries to, like, if I'm watching like these games journalists that try to start a YouTube channel and stuff like that, ironically, Asmongold agrees with him. I do think that, like, no, I don't. I actually, like, I'm sure while there is some cases of that, and you're going to see some of that shit happen, some people are going to become so parasocial and so connected to a creator that they can't help but just, like, take their opinion. And I think that usually probably comes from, like, them not being educated on a topic themselves. So, like, say if I started talking about something like a game or whatever it is that you've never heard about, you're likely probably just going to take me at my word because, well, you've trusted me with other things, so then you're probably going to form a similar opinion to mine because of the limited amount of context that you might have on something, right? Like that, I could definitely see happening. I could also see people just getting super parasocial and they just listen and believe with everything the person says, and they don't care what the topic is, and they want to emulate that person in some way. While I'm sure some of that shit exists, absolutely, and I'm sure that even some of that even exists in my own, in my own sphere, right? The one thing that I don't think a lot of these guys realize is that the vast majority of people, when it comes to content creators and streamers, they usually they're attracted to like-minded people. It's not that they're adopting the same opinion as somebody else. It's that they already shared the same opinion before they got there. They have similar reasoning. That's usually what it ends up being. So in a lot of cases, if people like agree with a topic on one of my videos, it's largely because they already had came to the same conclusion themselves, and my opinion is just in support of whatever their opinion is. People want validation. That's like 90% of content, right? That's 90% of content. There's not a lot of you're not going to actively seek out content that disagrees with your version of reality. Right, like it's as simple as that, right? Like I can't imagine a lot of people that watch Asmongold I can't imagine a lot of people watch Asmongold and have the same opinions as him, and then also go and watch, you know, go out and actively seek watching like Hassan or somebody like that who has, you know, completely opposite opinions, unless they're there to either rage bait or, you know, see how wrong he is about certain things or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, and then vice versa is obviously the same. I don't need to form my opinion. I already have. I don't need you to form my opinion. I already have it. Yeah, exactly. Confirmation bias. Yeah. Well, it's part, like, you have to keep in mind that most content creation, it's entertainment. Like, what I make is entertainment. It's infotainment, right? One of the you want to know what the biggest difference between it? If I had to say that my channel had, I guess, competition, or like whose sphere that I like, who are the people that are like directly in my lane, right? Of like the content that I make. That would be Skill Up, Luke Stevens, Yong Yeah, Bellular. Asmongold does not make my content. Asmongold watches my content. Luke Stevens makes content like mine. Skill Up makes content similar in some cases to mine, but not necessarily. Maybe not. He's not nearly as like focused on a singular topic as much as it is like the, you know, this week in video game stuff or something like that. I think that I actually had a lot more Skill Up inspiration when I first started, because I was doing a lot more reviews. It's something I kind of want to go back to, right? And then Yong Yeah. I think Yong Yeah is a pretty close, like, comparable in some cases. The difference between me and the people that are in my lane is, one, I put a lot more emphasis on entertainment or expression, but that's just because I'm a more expressive person, right? Like when I'm talking about something or explaining something or giving my opinion on something, I'm usually a lot more expressive, animated, fun, right? And then I'm also a lot more opinionated than them. Yeah, that's probably the biggest differentiating factor, is that I'm a lot more opinionated than them. Well, even I still get accusations of being like a fence sitter on certain topics or whatever it might be. Usually people are calling me a fence sitter politically, which, I mean, okay, who goes? I don't really give a fuck what people think about that, to be honest with you. I'm not a side picker and that kind of stuff, to be honest with you. So I don't really want to have anything to do with it. But when it comes to these video game topics, I am very opinionated. Like, I will tell you, this is how I feel. This is what I want, rather than like Yong Yeah, which he just says what other people are saying, and he brings up what other people say instead of like his like very strongly worded opinion on something. And then Bell, same kind of thing. It's just like he just talks about the news. And I have massive respect for people that kind of like pick their lanes and that kind of stuff. But yeah. Even Fleekazoid has his own style. He's in a completely different lane. Fleekazoid, I think Fleeka's like, what's the biggest comparable to Fleekazoid? Probably Seth. I feel like Seth and Fleekazoid are probably about as close as you can get. Or Donkey? No, Donkey's much more like Let's Play. People are just saying Donkey just because of humor. But I could still see some of the inspiration there for sure. Seth, Maxer, Donkey, yeah. The reason I say Seth is because, like, when I watch a Fleek video, it's like I feel the same way that I do after watching a Seth video. Where I come out of it not knowing what the fuck actually happened. I laughed a few times. I was entertained. But it all just felt like it's like good brain rot. It's like high quality brain rot. That's the best way to say it, because it's such a collection of just a random shit posty. Yeah, exactly. Very shit posty. Just a random collection of like shit post that's just like constant, and like just a fucking constant barrage that you're like, Like, oh, what the fuck's going on? Nonsensical fun? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. His jokes are witty at times. Yeah. Or you go watch a Seth video where it's all so witty that you can't even keep up with it. Where you're like every second or third sentence Seth says is actually like absolutely fucking hilarious, but you can't keep up with it. So you're sitting there like, I'm supposed to be laughing at some of this. I know I'm supposed to. Seth is the GOAT. He is. He is. It's absurd. I wish I was that creative. I wish I was that interesting. Let's see. We covered this already. This is older stuff, I think. What else part of cares about? Yeah, this is just like, what a absolutely pathetic thing. Hear me out. What if James Bond just shouldn't be in video games? And I love that this, but also part of his charismatic arrogance is that he is suave and unflappable. Well, great. Good for him. I'm not suave and I flap at the slightest inconvenience. I just love this idea that the only way for you to be able to connect with a character is that you need that character to be as pathetic as you are. Also, on top of that, this goes back to the millennial discussion that we were having earlier, where it's just like millennials not only have an addiction to nostalgia, they also have an addiction to the worst kind of humor, which is self-deprecating. And it's self-deprecating humor can be funny if well used and well timed, but the problem is that you have people like this that will beat on that stick all day long. Everything they do is an addiction to misery. True. 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 Andy Pants is okay, but his game is fucking weird. No, I just think that dude is just weird. I'm gonna be real with you. I think that dude is just weird. The most ridiculous opinions. The most ridiculous opinions I've ever heard. Oh, you mean 007 shouldn't be in his own game? Are you high? I think he might be. I think this guy actually might be high. Yeah. Yeah. It's such a read. It's such a read, man. Like, he even goes in, he's like, I know what you're thinking. First of all, you can stop those from calling, you can stop. First of all, I'd like you to stop calling me those names. Second, yes, GoldenEye was an N64 classic, but and then he says that, like, it just had Pierce Brosnan's face. The character Bond only existed for your gun to emit bullets. Which is true. It didn't really have much of a narrative, but, like, the idea is that, like, you had watched GoldenEye. The whole point of N64 GoldenEye was that you had watched GoldenEye, which was a massive movie at the time. Does anybody remember this? Like, GoldenEye was huge. That, like, everybody had seen that movie at the time. It was a massive box office hit at the time. People loved fucking people absolutely loved Pierce Brosnan as Bond. He killed it. The movie was great. Everybody loved it. So when everybody got their opportunity to be able to play 007 GoldenEye, we were trying to step into the shoes of Pierce Brosnan Bond. It's not that we, like, it's so weird for you not to think that's the whole reason why. We wanted to be that dude. We wanted to be that dude. That's why they made it GoldenEye. Part of this is, well, he is annoying. This might scan differently to non-Brits or indeed to anyone who doesn't share my particular brand of class psychosis. You don't like confident, handsome men because it makes you feel insecure. That's literally what he's saying here. Class psychosis. Yes. He's talking about how he feels he's being made to feel insecure because of this character and what this character represents. James Bond is an insufferable public school dickhead. He's a rowing club Trory boy through and through, and he comports himself like a man who has a right to the earth and everybody on it. This is literally somebody that is seething over the fact that they just do not like men that are confident. They do not like other men that are confident. Rowing club. It's boating. Like rowing a boat. You know what I mean? It's a thing over there. We have it here, but it's only in our like private, like prestigious schools. Massive projection? It's not projection. He's being fucking transparent about it, which is actually making it worse. Because like you're outwardly saying, I don't like this confident character. I don't like how he thinks that he just owns the world as he walks around and he just talks the way that he does and always ends up getting women. Why? Why? Why can't I have women? Why can't I have the women? That's all this reads. That's all this reads. This motherfucker had a crush in high school that fell for a better looking guy that was a hell of a lot more confident, and he was probably overweight. He didn't do sports. The other guy did sports, and then his crush walked away with this guy, and he's held a grudge ever since. I'm telling you that's exactly what happened here. That's exactly what happened here. Sheesh. This guy wears his heart on his sleeve. If James Bond was a woman, would they still have the same complaints? Weren't they going to try to make James Bond a woman and then they ended up taking it back? Thank you for the 10. Appreciate that, Kotana. Yeah, Jane Bond. They wanted to? Well, I know they did. They floated the idea. Yeah, they floated the idea. Yeah, this is just insecurities. That's all it is. It's somebody like blatantly pushing their insecurities and thinking that the games industry needs to change to be able to adapt to them. It's narcissism. I said it before and I'll say it again. This is a narcissistic take. This idea that I need a character to change to be able to suit my, like for me to be able to like identify with that character in some, like the whole idea of playing a game like this is because people want the fantasy of the power fantasy of being James Bond. That's all this comes down to. And it's really weird for people to like try to turn that into something that just shouldn't be. I had seen this. Xbox CEO Asha Sharma overhauls Xbox leadership with new executive team makeup. Jared Palmer, former Core AI. Tim Allen, former Core AI. Jonathan McKay, former Core AI. Evan Shockey, crazy enough, former Core AI. The entire AI team has come to take over Xbox. Now, mind you, I also noticed that like two of these people came from that used to work at Instacart as well. I had looked them up previously. So they're probably people that had actually worked with her in the past, and they've just kind of been following her from like company to company, essentially. Like they're her like A team that she created, essentially. And I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. All I can say with Asha Sharma right now, I had seen this. Where is it at? Did I keep it? You know what? Hey, before I forget about it, you know, we were talking about all this shit. They're like, oh my God, Look how cringe they are. How dare they like try to market these sexy characters. Meanwhile, Leon Scott, I'm on prep. Remember when Kotaku published this article talking about how, like, you know, they wanted to have some steamy man time with Leon Kennedy, and wanted to let this fictional character know that they're on what is this, AIDS preventative care? But by the way, we're the weird ones for saying we like hot chicks wearing bikini armor. What is PrEP? It's like a preventative medicine so that you can't give somebody AIDS. It's so fucking mask off, dude. It's just like, which by the way, that's fine, but like actually be mask off. Do not do this whole thing where you're trying to pretend like you're dancing between standards. If you have one that you're setting and you're trying to push for, then say it with your fucking chest. Don't do this like beat around the bush. We're going to just like poke and prod and be like, oh my God, look how cringe this is, while you aren't being cringe yourself. Come on, man. What are you doing? Dude, I think this is so cool. Valve has released the free official CAD files for the outside case of its new Steam controller and the puck charging stand, and this makes it much easier for people to create mods and accessories. You can download them on GitLab, and they include ready-to-use 3D models plus clear drawings that show you important areas that you must not cover, such as the antenna and light and ports. These files use a Creative Commons license that lets you share and change designs with credit, but not for commercial use, and Valve says they cannot wait to see what the community makes. How dope is that, dude? How dope is that? Oh, hey guys, we made a controller, and then we actually made a Creative Commons license so that you guys can go, and if you want to make your own shell for our Steam controller, you can make your own shell. Instead of you feeling like you need to go out and you need to, I don't know, buy a third-party controller or something like that. Instead, if you want, you can customize, fix this controller, do everything you want. We're going to include the design, so if something happens to the controller casing, maybe you crack it or something like that, you could replace it yourself. You know, if you got a buddy that has a 3D printer, or maybe you have one yourself or something like that, there you go. I mean, if there's one thing that you can't say about Steam, these guys care about their people. They really do, man. They really do. They care about their customers. I'll give them that. I'll give them that. They can't keep getting away with this. I know. And we saw this already. We saw this already. PvE players really think this is a farming sim. I just imagine this motherfucker playing while there's like another TV like in the background next to his monitor that's like has like SpongeBob playing. There's another TV on the side that has like TikTok going. There's another TV above that has like a Discord call where somebody's streaming a game and he's watching it and talking to them at the same time while he's playing this. And maybe he also has like one of those foot pedals, you know what I'm talking about, like for the desk where you can actually like sit there and you can like you're riding a bike while you're at your desk, like, you know, getting that leg workout in, and he's just like, yeah. Yeah, while like talking to a Discord kitten that's probably a dude. I could see that happening. You know, the one thing that I will say is this. If there's anything that like, fuck. I guess it's different for games like this, but I like the whole idea of playing like any PvP game casually anymore has largely just been completely destroyed. And I think the reason why is it's because of it's the content creator ecosystem. It's this constant like anteing up, trying to make sure that I look high skilled and get gameplay, Likely because people are trying to stream, right? Like you stream, right? Of course you do. Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, that's all this comes down to. It's just trying to get the clips. Can I get the clip? Can I get the clip? So then people will come and watch my stream. Come and watch my stream. Dude, I already know this is the case because I had some dudes like back during the Rona, right? Where like I started playing, I found some homies playing Warzone because Warzone had just dropped, and I was like, oh man, this is a lot of fun. I'm having a really good time with this. So I started jamming Warzone with these guys, or I met these guys in a game, and we had like absolutely just stomped the fuck out of this lobby. And these guys are like, hey dude, you're really good. You want to come play with us another one? And I was like, yeah, sure, all right. So I jumped in with them and I played another one with them, and I stuck with those guys. We played like 3 or 4 more matches. We got a couple more wins. Everybody's having a good time and laughing and bullshitting and whatnot like that. And they're like, hey, we got a Discord where we actually have a few guys that like, you know, play every day. You know, do you want to join the Discord? And I'm like, shit, yeah, hell yeah. So I joined their Discord, and sure enough, we all start playing all the time. Every single motherfucker in this Discord would go live to 0 people, and then these guys would constantly try to get better and better and better and better, and all they were trying to do is just like farm clips and then post those clips to Twitter or post those clips to TikTok or fucking wherever else. And some of these guys are really fucking cool. It's no shame and like the people. There was some really cool people that were in there. But the thing is that like I quickly realized that like after a while, we're like initially when I joined those guys and we were playing and having fun, we were having fun. But then all of a sudden these guys just got so fucking competitive that like every lobby I played with them in would just get like, essentially it would turn into this where like you're just constantly playing with dudes that are playing like this all the time, and they're all playing like that. So every single gunfight is a bunch of backflips and kickflips and cameras spinning all over the place and stuff like that. And it was just like, I can't keep up with this shit, dude. Like I'm here to have fun, and you guys are over here trying to turn this game into a fucking job. You guys are over here trying to go to the goddamn Warzone Olympics over here, and I can't keep up with this shit. This isn't for me. So I largely stopped playing with those guys. The funny thing is that I made a YouTube channel too. I just didn't do the same thing they did. The funny thing is, I told those guys back then that I was like, I don't think this is the way. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, I'm gonna tell you guys right now. I'm like, I just don't think this is the way. I think that like a lot of this stuff, there's too much saturation. Like, I think it's overly saturated. I think there's too many people that are trying to be like these guys that are making these clips and trying to post these videos on YouTube and trying to become like first-person shooter, competitive game shooter, streamers. And I think because there's so much competition in that area and that people fall in and fall out so often, that you being able to really find any audience at all is probably going to be next to impossible. I'm like, we're talking about the most saturated thing ever, right? Dime a dozen. Yeah, exactly. And I was like, I really think that like, if you're going to do something like that, you'd have to do something completely different. I'm like, if you were actually going to like, I was back then, this is like years before, this is a year before I even started the YouTube channel. And I was like, back then I was like, I don't think this is the way. I think that if you're going to make content, you're actually going to like try to find people to find you, or try to get people to find you. I think the best way to go about doing it is trying to make original content that has nothing to do with your gameplay. And these guys are like, nah. Nah. And I was like, no, I think making content that's more of a showcase of your personality and interest rather than your gameplay is probably going to be something that's going to do better. Like if you're making like video essays, or if you were doing this or doing that. And I'm like, I was trying to think of something like more original than just like posting clips on Twitter of me being like, oh, fuck yeah. Yeah. Yeah, look at my 30 bomb. I got a 30 bomb. Right? And it's just like, I'm like, so then I started making videos of my own. So, guess I might have been right. Might have been right. Actually, I think I ended up being more right than I thought, because I'm gonna be real with you, man. Like, outside of like Peanut, if you're looking at like I'm sure Tim the Tap Man's doing really good, right? 100K, 58, 200K, 100K, 200K, 100K, 100K, 200K. I mean, like, his channel is very healthy. Like, especially you have to keep in mind that, like, some of these are, like, 40-minute, 50-minute videos. Like, dude's farming. Absolutely fucking farming. But if we rewind and we go back, like, and by the way, at the time I was talking about this, so this is, like, 5 years ago, right? I'm curious to see. I wish I could sort by year, but it doesn't really do that. It's crazy how many fucking like, this dude has made so much money. It's so absurd. The amount of fucking uploads this guy gets posts, and like, it doesn't even fucking matter how some of these videos even do. Like, you're gonna farm regardless of what you're doing. Right? Like, you're just literally gonna just absolutely shred because of the fact that you're just overwhelming YouTube, and there's just so many people watching this shit, and it just continues to push it. I mean, even if I just stop here 3 years ago, this viewership is significantly higher than what he's at. The average now goes to 300,000. The peaks are now 500 or 600. Most of the 200 view ones have completely disappeared. This is already 3. This is a million. This is when Warzone like still had some magic going for it, right? But there's like even though like I feel like Tim is like kind of like I feel like Tim is like one of those content creators that actually has like he has a much more like, I don't want to say it's like brand friendly, like easy watching. Easy watching. Tim is a very easy content creator to watch. The Clash of Clans thumbnail, where's it at? Oh, I must have scanned or scrolled over it. But it's like easy watching it. Like anybody, I think anybody could watch Tim and like at least find like some entertainment or get a laugh out of it in some cases. But it's, look at this, dude. This is when like Warzone was like still bumping at look at these fucking uploads. Oh my fucking god. Oh. You have to like these videos here. He's in the start of a video. He's eating food, chewing food. Spectating Warzone solos while I'm eating. He probably made $15,000 off this video. Maybe more. Like 1.7 million views. Like that's how easily these guys were farming back then. It's crazy, man. It's just wild to see like how much like that space of like content has like just disappeared. It really has. Like, don't get me wrong. I think that like people are obviously still out there watching these streamers, watching these YouTube videos of like people playing first person shooters and stuff like that. That's like 2022. Yeah, that's like 2021. But like, and that's just 5 years ago. But that's when I was like talking to these guys and I was like, I don't know, man. I just don't see this stuff doing very well over time just because there's just way too many people. Sell out LD, become a drama slop tuber. I am not interested in other people's business like that. Like other people specifically, right? Like I have zero interest at all in making content that goes after other content creators or like individuals. Like I'll challenge something that somebody says, right? Like, so if there's an article that comes out, I will talk about somebody else's opinion and I will like, I'll debate that opinion or like, you know, contrast that opinion with my opinion. I will talk about or debate something that a CEO says and, you know, call it stupid or whatever it is. But I have no interest in making videos about other people specifically. I think it's kind of not really worthwhile. Just to be straight with you. Condemn Hassan Piker. Oh, the NTE. Yeah, I saw this right here as well. What is this? Iron Mouse is pretty hypocritical when you played Resident Evil 9 where the devs confirmed that they had assets made with AI. I really like Iron Mouse. I do. But I'm going to be fucking real. Anytime I see this stuff where people are like, she has a right to say who she does and who she doesn't want to take a bag from. I think there's a big difference between playing a game and taking a sponsorship. That's just my opinion. She's a bit out of touch, but it's cool. Yeah, it's fine, man. It's fine. It's fine. Do a virtue signal it? Yeah, it's a little bit of a virtue signal. It is. Not even a little bit. It's a lot of bit. But the thing is that like at the end of the day, I mean, like, okay, I turn down gambling sponsorships on a fucking regular, but I still have no problem promoting a gacha game or doing a fucking ad for a gacha game. Am I a hypocrite? No, just people just draw different standards. We have different lines. I think in a lot of cases, some people always want others to take a an all-in stance, right? A lot of people want people to take an all-in stance. Oh, if you believe this one thing, you need to take all of the things. You need to take all that baggage with you all at once. You can't just say, oh, I only disagree with this one part. You have to disagree with all of it or none of it at all. And it's just like, that's just not how fucking humans work, man. I don't really know how to say it any better than that. I will say that in this, it's not even in this instance. It's all this AI stuff. 90% of this stuff is just virtue signaling. At the end of the day, the vast majority of people could give a fuck less. Like, they wouldn't even know. Like, if they played a game and they didn't, like, if it wasn't for the fact that people were, like, actively running around and hunting AI in these games, because that's really what's going on. A lot of people are, like, they're going over every single video game release with a fine-tooth comb, looking for their opportunity to be the first one to post a screenshot on Twitter showing that one of the characters has, like, an extra finger or whatever it might be. That's really what it is. If you didn't have that going on and most people didn't notice any of the shit that actually was going, most people probably wouldn't even notice. They wouldn't even care. Did you go over the Anita Slay the Spire thing? I got distracted. So I feel really bad because we did that whole entire thing and I was going to bring up my point and I completely fucking forgot it. But, like, the one thing that I was going to say is that, like, with the stuff with Polygon making their article, as well as Kotaku making their article, and them trying to, like, pretend like there isn't anything else that's going on or that there isn't any broader movement or whatever it might be, I think that it's really funny that both of those outlets would act that way when in the same breath, on the same day, Kotaku would put out an article condemning gamers for being about Anita Sarkeesian being involved with Slay the Spire 2 and defending her and also pretending like she doesn't actually have any impact or has never had any influence in the games industry. Isn't that convenient? Isn't that insanely convenient? Because then you can make it look like, oh, these Lords of the Fallen 2 guys are they're you know, trying to solve a problem that doesn't actually exist. Nobody's saying that you can't make sexy character designs in video games. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's doing this. Nobody's doing that. You guys are just crazy. You're crazy. Nothing's happening. It's just gaslighting. They're gaslighting. Who the hell is Anita? How the fuck do you not know who Anita Sarkeesian is? Okay, I'll give you some background. Fine. Let me see if I can find something. This is Anita Sarkeesian. Anita Sarkeesian. Was she a journalist? I can't fucking remember. I'm 28. It's all right. I can't remember if she's a journalist or was she an indie dev. I get her mixed up with the other chick because there was the two of them were working together at one point. She's a plant. She's a tourist. No, she's only an activist. She was just an activist, a tourist. Okay. She's a cancer. Zoe Quinn was that's the one that was like the indie dev, right? Or no. She was the reviewer. Zoe Quinn was the reviewer. Zoe Quinn was the dev. Anita Sarkeesian was the one that reviewed that reviewed the game. Zoe was Gamergate. So is Anita Sarkeesian. So Anita Sarkeesian was the one that founded Feminist Frequency. So essentially she had like this like activist group and a channel where she was going out and she was trying to advocate for the essentially the dismantling of the misogyny inside the video games industry and their depiction of women. And she would have these critiques that she would go through all these different games and talk about them. And it's straight up the most performative bullshit that you have ever heard in your entire life. I'm going to give you guys an example of it because it's actually it's pretty easy to spot once you hear it.
Bayonetta is a widely popular video game that was released earlier this year in the US and late last year in Japan for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. It sold over 1 million units in just 4 months. The game stars a character named Bayonetta. It's your basic story of a shape-shifting witch dressed in skin-tight leather who can turn into giant cats and has a small arsenal of weapons including whips. Come on. And of course she's lost her memories, and there's some evil demon horde, and there's a magical gem of the world, something, and so forth, but...
None of that true, by the way. Literally made all of that up. Fighting hordes of demons. Yada, yada, yada. All bullshit. She fights angels, not demons.
All of that...
Pretty big difference between the two of them.
That is besides the point when it comes to this game. First,
Oh.
some positive things about the game. She's a single mother.
Why would that be a positive thing? What kind of message are you sending? This is like the funny thing is that like looking back on this now, like a lot of people, you guys have to keep in mind, like this is so long ago that when you would come across stuff like this, you would largely just ignore it or it would just fall right off of you because you guys would just be like, whatever, okay, like here's some, nobody ever listens to these people, like this brand of feminist has always existed, but they've largely been, banished to the shadow realm because general, well-adjusted, mentally sound society just was like, that shit is crazy. You guys are crazy. We don't even pay attention to that. You just let them be over there, do their thing. And they largely had no impact or influence or anything like that on much of anything, right? But now looking back on it, this shit was so out of pocket. It's so crazy. Like, here's a plus. She's a single mom. Why is that a plus? Why is coming from a broken home a good thing? Oh, it's good that there's no man around. It's so weird. It's so weird. Neil Druckmann's best friend, by the way, also true. Also true.
And that's kind of it.
So funny. That's it. The only positive of the entire game of Bayonetta is that she is a single mother.
So on to the negatives. She carries with her 4 pistols, 2 of which are strapped to her high-heeled boots, which provide the perfect opportunity for her to contort her body into pornographic poses, including spreading her legs and doing a little...
Those are not they're not pornographic poses. It's boudoir, right? I think that's probably the best way to be able to put it. Like, most of these are like, they're artful poses that she takes. It's not like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely some racy ones, but for the most part, like, most of this stuff was created by women to begin with. Bayonetta is not a single mom, by the way. That is a lie. Oh yeah, no, you're fucking right. She's married. Right? It's been a long time since I played Bayonetta, and I didn't play Bayonetta 3. Yeah, I thought she was married. Yes, to a man and has a kid. That's what I thought. Okay.
Flip in the air to kill the bad guys. When she lands, she does a little sexy pose for the player, complete with the sound of a camera shutter snapping. But it gets
Yes, because she's stylish. Like, it's also really funny when you hear somebody critique something like this so literally and so, like, abrasively, when also not understanding the context of Devil May Cry, which obviously Bayonetta was inspired by Devil May Cry. And they have that similar, like, flashy, show-off style, like, style to a point of almost cringe and shit like that, right? Like, that, it's look at those Okay.
even better, because one of her most powerful weapons involves her stripping all her clothes off and turning her hair into an evil demon weapon fighting machine. Did you get that? The whole taking all her clothes off in order to use her hair as a weapon? Because clearly you can't use your hair to drag demons down to hell.
They're not demons. Never played the game, doesn't know anything about it. Watched gameplay clips, has no context. Doesn't understand why the spells do what, doesn't understand who the character is. Completely misrepresents the fact of the character being a single mother, which the character is not a single mother. She's married, as we've already established, and has a kid with a man. And yeah, so like just flat out lies, flat out bullshit, nothing to do with anything. Like absolute plant, absolute bullshit. And then she went to the UN.
Let's come down to a very individual level. Let's talk to Anita and Zoe. Zoe, perhaps, you first, in your personal and work environment, what have you witnessed as being most effective in addressing this kind of violence against women?
As somebody who works in tech and somebody who runs Crash Override Network, it's, I think, the only direct victims assistance and crisis center for people who are currently under online abuse.
So this is her with Zoe. So Zoe Quinn was also like a key catalyst inside of Gamergate as well. She has her own like brand of drama and influence that came against it as well. Oh yeah, video games causing violence against women. Yeah, so they had gone to the UN to discuss video games causing violence against women. This was in, I don't know what, this is a long time ago. This is a really, really, really long time ago. I mean, I'd have to go back. I'd do a history lesson. It's been a long time since I've looked at a lot of this stuff. But yeah, both of them have had their influence and have done their thing. And she has definitely had a voice. She has definitely had an influence. And a lot of these like Kotaku writers look up to her in some way or are friends with her in some way. But it's really funny that you'll see them say for the third time in a row, Slay the Spire 2 is getting review bombed on Steam. But what I hear you ask is the reason this time? Is it a new balance patch? Did they buff Doormaker again or something? No, unfortunately, the reason for today's 2,500 and 2,525 and counting negative Steam reviews is something much, much dumber. Online chuds are mad that media critic and feminist frequency founder Anita Sarkeesian is listed in Slay the Spire 2's credits as a consultant. Back in 2012, Sarkeesian raised $160,000 through a Kickstarter campaign to fund a YouTube series titled Tropes versus Women in Video Games. It critiqued various aspects of the games industry and its history through a feminist lens, pointing out the uncomfortable truths. Notice how her videos that she had made, that she had funded using that money on Kickstarter, didn't actually do even the most fundamental research on the games that she was talking about. Yet you want to label them as truths even today. That's interesting. Truths that often went unchallenged in a male-dominated industry. The series released in 2014 and became one of 3 inciting triggers for Gamergate, and has engendered unhinged levels of outrage and resentment in a certain reactionary pockets of gaming ever since. The latest evidence, the latest evidence is how over a decade later, every Tier 3 Asmon Gold subscriber heard the activation phrase Anita Sarkeesian on Twitter this week, after it was discovered, months after its release, that she is listed as a consultant in Slay the Spire 2's credits. Apparently, the people shot up in their gaming chairs like the Winter Soldier and decided the most important thing in their lives was to now boycott the deck-building roguelike. I really like how immediately, anytime her name is ever brought up, I like how every single time her name is brought up, their immediate reaction is to downplay her actual involvement, her influence, and what she did. Because I still feel like a lot of the effects of the original Gamergate are still very well and alive today, and it's made a massive impact. The reason why I say that I know that it's made a massive impact is because we just had a conversation about this. We just read 2 articles having the exact same opinion that had the exact same formulated opinion, almost formulated identically, that are, from what I view as working in concert, two different magazines working in concert against a studio and a content creator based on them just enjoying attractive female designs in video games. That is unrefutable proof that Anita's influence is still felt today in the games industry. We also went through a shitload of different images showing a bunch of different games that have come out over the past couple of years, some of them just in the last couple of years, and all of them show that exact same influence. That's that common trend of trying to remove femininity from the games industry and replace it with more masculine features so that everything becomes a lot more androgynous and nothing is really about attractiveness anymore, right? It's moving away from that kind of stuff, largely because they view attractive designs in video games to be made for the male gaze, and then therefore the objectification of women. Right? We know that's the case because we also saw Stellar Blade come under attack for those exact same issues. So the idea that people can try to say that this never happened, it's not real, try to gaslight the audiences into believing that none of this actually matters is kind of fucking ridiculous at this point. Because it's just you're straight up gaslighting and denying reality. Especially when when your own outlet is doing the exact same thing. You just did it yesterday. Now, the one thing that I will say is that, what else do they say here? The reheated Gamergate leftovers on X noticed that Sarkeesian was in the credits on May 5th. 2 days later, the Steam ratings on Slay the Spire 2 were down 61% positive, unlike the 2 previous review bombs, which primarily stemmed from the Steam accounts in China. The new round of negative reviews is actually affecting the game's score in multiple regions, since the majority of the complaints are written in English. So a lot of us didn't actually see the review score impacted by the Chinese that were review bombing the game over balance changes to the game because it's in a different language, but because English is a much more shared language across many more countries, there's actually more of an impact, and people are seeing that the game is mostly negative on Steam right now because of this, right? And it says, and you know, for all the grief that folks in China get for review bombing the game, at least they actually have been playing the game. A bunch of these new negative reviews on Slay the Spire 2 from May 7th appear from people who only bought the game in the last 24 hours, seemingly just to leave a negative review before immediately refunding it. That's not an exaggeration, by the way, as you can see from the image above. So I feel like two different ways about this. On one, I feel like this is actually on one hand, I feel like this is abusing the review system on Steam, which people need to be really careful of, because the more shit that you do like this, the more likely you are to get Steam to try to change things to limit that kind of impact and limit people from having this kind of negative impact on a game. Which, don't get me wrong, that is the point. The point is to affect the company's sales. The point is to send a message and try to make sure that they can do whatever they can, try to make the games industry the most hostile environment possible for people like Anita Sarkeesian to be able to exist in, put these developers under pressure and force her out of the industry, force her out of these games and things like that. Largely something that I support. I really do. I don't, she's not a positive influence in the games industry, not under any circumstances. She does not belong in this industry. She has never belonged in this industry. And all she's going to do here is harm. It's not out of the love for video games. It is not out of the love for the general customer or the community. This is something that is largely very narcissistically motivated. It is quite literally like you're walking into a male-dominated hobby that you know is a male-dominated hobby, and you are doing your best to desperately destroy it for that audience. I don't know how to word it any better than that. At least that's how it looks to me. It's bad. It's just it's not worthwhile. I think that the players have a right to voice their opposition to her and her influence and people like her if they don't want them in. And by the way, I want to say this because I think this is probably really important for me to say. I brought this up before as well, where I was just a few minutes ago where I was talking, or not a few minutes ago, but like an hour or so ago, where I was talking about like different ideologies and stuff like that. She actively does not know what she's talking about, and what she is advocating for is just making worse video games. It is taking creative freedom away from developers to make the thing that they want and instead make something that she is asking them for. It is somebody that is coming in and that is trying to dictate art. That is what I don't like. I could give a fuck about what her ideology is or who she votes for or what party she's for or anything like that. I don't care about any of that. She is making worse video games. She is helping to make worse video games. Now, keep in mind, when it comes to Slay the Spire 2, this is where my opinion gets a little bit flippy floppy. Okay. Actually, it's any game for that matter. These consultants can come in, but at the end of the day, it is ultimately up to the developer and the director of these games to make the choice on what actually goes in and what actually doesn't, what changes and what doesn't, what influence these people actually have over their game. And in the case of Slay the Spire 2, it didn't make a bad game. They didn't make a bad game. I loved Slay the Spire 2. I think it's a great game. I put tons of hours into it. I play it in my off time all the time. I can't wait for the game to get to its full release. But I cannot deny that it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, knowing that she somehow got paid and supported because of this game and this game that I financially supported. That's the part that I don't like, because I view her as somebody that represents the destruction of my hobby in some way. The lowering of quality, or the lowering of the quality of the experience that I can attain in video games. And people like this will get triggered by that. These writers will get triggered by that, and they'll say, "Oh, so what you need every character to be horny in video games for you to be able to..." No, shut the fuck up. You were like, this is how these people are. This is how they argue, because they're one note. They're not like, everything they think about when it comes to these topics is so fucking surface level that they won't take a minute to think about like That's not the conversation to be had here. The conversation to be had is like, what is the point of including somebody like this into like you're forcing these you're not forcing. I don't really think that's the way, but they were probably suggested upon them. Who's the publisher for Slay the Spire 2? Is it self-published or did it come from like Devolver or something? No, they self-published. Man, they're getting fucking cooked. Now this here, keep in mind, don't get it twisted. A lot of people see this and they think this right here is the American reviews. These are not. These are not. This is all the people bitching about the update. This is the balance. This is the balance patch. This is the fixes. This is all this is. Yeah, these are all just straight up just negative reviews based on the balance patch and stuff like that. None of this is mentioning Anita Sarkeesian. That didn't happen until nope, this is still balance patch. May 1st. May 5th. So this has actually only been happening for the last 3 days. The white bars are Anita. Oh. Why are they white? Is that Steam like making a notification that this the game itself is really fun and addictive. That said, the devs hired Anita Sarkeesian as a consultant, if I had known, I would have never have bought this game. That piece of shit grifter is a cancer in the industry that has destroyed many of great franchises. She is self-admitted to not playing games and only uses them as a medium to shill extremist feminist propaganda. I'm normally not the type to try to remove to try and remove the artist from the art, but this is a case where the message needs to be sent that being associated with these kind of political extremists will not be tolerated. This is somebody that that is a well-reasoned position to have. They have 43 hours in the game. They say, I love this game. I definitely enjoy it. I'm absolutely addicted to it, but I cannot in good conscience support a game that is supporting somebody like that. And they're absolutely right, because she has on multiple occasions talked about how she actually doesn't have any interest in video games. She just views it as a vehicle or as a space for her to be able to push whatever her ideology is. I find that as toxic. I find it as disgusting. Again, as I've said before, it's not the ideology itself. It's the person behind it and the actions that they take to be able to push whatever their ideology or whatever their belief is. If this was some religious extremist that wanted to come in and try to censor every fucking video game because they think the female body shouldn't even be shown, it would be the exact same response that I'm giving you right now. The only reason that she is targeting the video game industry is because she sees it as an easy place to be able to slide in with little resistance. And she's right, because on the developer side, on the journalist side, there are plenty of people that will give her the support and give her the access that she wants. It's the audience that's the problem. The issue is that the only way that we can tell these developers and tell these journalists that this isn't going to work is by not buying these games and then telling them directly we don't want to have anything to do with it. That's it. That's the only option that the customer has. The funny thing is that in a lot of cases, you'll actually have these writers that'll tell you, why don't you just ignore it instead? anybody that's going to tell you to just ignore it is somebody that is silently agreeing with whatever this person is pushing in hopes that your compliance, your complacency, in hopes that your complacency will give them access in the door to be able to continue to do what they want without any friction. Did Steam do this with Divinity 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 reviews? Is she on both of those as well? No, with AI review bombing, that's a whole different topic, bud. We're on a completely different topic. AI is not even a part of this conversation right now. So how much of an impact did Sarkeesian's consulting have on Slay the Spire 2? Surely if everybody's so mad, this is what I'm talking about. Surely if everybody's so mad, it's easy at least to see what her it's at least over her input, how it allegedly changed the game, right? Nope, of course not. Nobody at Megacrit knows the answer to that. Oh, nobody except Megacrit knows the answer to that. And even if the anti-woke grifters have yet to point out anything in the deck builder, they can pretend like they have issue with. Likewise, we don't know how much of Slay the Spires 2 has credited to the consultants, David Von Drew and Tony Moore, how they've impacted the game either. Yet for some reason, losers on X don't seem to be mad about those two guys. I wonder why. Spoiler alert, they're men. You guys suck. You guys suck. The reason why people are mad isn't because she's a woman. What are you talking about? There are quite a few women. Let me see. Can I see the credits? Because they're nobody. I literally cannot find these people. They're probably her team. Yeah, it's probably her team. The reason why they're not talking, because it's probably her fucking company. like, this shit is just so, it's so openly dishonest, man. It's so openly dishonest. And also, it's like these anti-woke grifters. I don't even think this has anything, like, don't get me wrong, like, I'm sure that, like, the woke versus anti-woke shit obviously has something to do with the conversation, or like why people are arguing, and like probably it also has to do with like some of the content creators that are bringing up this kind of stuff. But like for somebody like me that like I could give a fuck less about the anti-woke shit. I really don't care, dude. It's just not, it's not my flavor, okay? I just think the chick's a liar. I think that she's a liar. I don't think she brings any value to the games industry, and I don't think that she should be. I don't think she should be involved. That's it. It's as simple as that. That's as far as the conversation goes. Woke ruined games. Anita caused the woke. Anita didn't cause the woke. I mean, I don't think you understand. I do not think, for whatever reason, people fundamentally just completely just do not understand that in a lot of these guys that are in game development, like in any creative industry, a lot of these people share the exact same values, the same politics, the same fucking everything. I don't think that she's the one that introduced, she catalyzed. I think that catalyzed is probably the better way to say it. She opened the door. Yes, I would say that she opened the door, or activated is maybe the better word to say. Like a lot, nobody was really pushing for this. It was like a lot of outside stories, maybe some side critiques from journalists. Nothing crazy. You didn't have anybody that was actively like being an activist, right? That's why I said activating. That's probably the better way for me to say it. She's an activist. That's what she came here to do. She's an activist. She is advocating for something to happen in the games industry, and that's what she pushed for. She advocated for it, and she made it happen in some cases. After that, it started to spread, mostly because in a lot of cases, these companies kind of view those things as general trends, and if they don't get in front of it, then they're going to get sued for it later. That's why. That's why they just get ahead. That's why they just do it. I don't think, like, I don't know how many people have ever worked in like in a high-end corporate environment. Dude, I'm not even kidding you. In most cases, things that aren't even law, it's not even like people are going to go into like the conversations around like what George Soros and ESG money and stuff like that. I don't think people get it, man. I don't think people understand. When you go and you start working in like a high-end corporate environment, most of the times these guys will see even the sniff of a trend, and they will tidy up shop, even if it's not something that was made into a law or a requirement or anything. They just say, fuck it, we do it. Because they would rather do it now, making everything they do safer so they don't get sued. That's what it is. Like people, oh man, it's like this, BlackRock investment and shit like that. Like, brother, like, holy fuck, guys, get it under control, okay? Like, just get it under control. Get it under control. You really need to understand how much, at like the highest corporate levels, these people are absolute pussies. Because they're afraid that if they get sued, they lose their job. It's actually not even the lawsuit. It's not the company losing money. It's not the company having to pay out money. They're afraid that if they're not the top dog, they're going to lose their job. And there is no top dog in a publicly traded company or even sometimes in a privately owned company if that privately owned company has a board, because the board will remove them. It's a no loose ends mentality. That's exactly what it is. I've experienced this firsthand multiple times myself, and have seen just how crazy how fast these companies will move at even the slightest sign of threat. That is what Anita Sarkeesian represented in the games industry. She represented a threat, a motion, something that came in and rocked the boat enough for these guys to feel threatened and go, oh shit, people are going to start regulating us. oh shit, people are going to start doing this. These are not decisions. These are widely not decisions that are being made at a creative level when it comes to character designs or narratives or whatever else. Well, there is some of that influence. Some of those people were hired into the games industry. In a lot of cases, this all started from a corporate level because these guys just like straight up folded because they're not. This goes back to that conversation of like Steve Jobs, where you have marketing people that are running these companies instead of product people. Because the product people wouldn't give a fuck. They would just keep making the cool thing because they like making the cool thing. The marketing people are so afraid of their image, so afraid of public backlash, so afraid of lawsuits that they will act in active detriment to the product itself out of self-preservation. It has nothing to do with anything else other than self-preservation. So those people made those decisions. Those people then went out and they tried to get people to hire people like Anita Sarkeesian because, well, if we have those people here, then they'll help us like stay on track and then we'll look like we're playing ball. Like I'm telling you right now, I have worked for companies where I've quite literally listened to a CEO and his VP talk about whether or not they should hire a woman or a black guy to make sure that they look good the next time, like, they have like their fucking inspections or something like that, whatever bullshit they were talking about. I've heard these people talk about this shit. I know what they're doing. They're not getting credits. They're not getting money under the table. They're just pussies. They're afraid. And people like her make them afraid because they're loud and they make noise and they get attention. But the problem is that you don't want to know who they're even more afraid of? They're more afraid of the client. Luckily for the games industry, they've largely been able to survive on the fact that like gamers are pretty flexible and complacent and like easygoing, that for the most part, they'll put up with a lot of bullshit. It'll take a while to be able to do that. DEI, I'm telling you, man, you guys do just like people have a complete fundamental misunderstanding of what DEI is and how it actually works at a company. It's actually insane. Like the more experience I had with it, the more people that I talked to, the more things that I've seen. Like a lot of people think that it's like this overarching mentality or this like constantly like it's this constantly pushed topic, and it is by third-party companies that are like inspectors that are there. Like it's not even inspectors, they're like third-party companies you could use to like come in and like check to make sure that your business, it's all to stay away from lawsuits. It's all to stay away from lawsuits. They bring in these companies to make sure that they're good, that everything is good, so that they will avoid any issues where they could potentially be sued for being sexist or for being racist or for being this or for being that or whatever it is. They bring in these consultants to scare them into making decisions so they don't get sued. LD, you said it before. If racism was trendy, these companies would be racist. It's all optics. It is, man. I've heard these conversations. I've seen these guys talk. I've seen the actions that they take, what they actually do. There was a company that I worked for where in the hiring process, one of the guys that had came up and he'd filled out his application. It wasn't even an application. He was part of he was sent from the hall. So I think he was a welder, if I'm not mistaken. And we were on a turnaround, okay? Turnarounds are 7 days a week. 12-hour days, 7 days a week until the project is finished. The project that we were on hadn't even started yet. We had 51 days to complete it. So we were going to be working 7 days a week, 12-hour days, for 51 days straight. This guy comes in, and the hall had sent him, so he's already hired, paperwork processed. The only thing we still had to do was do his application for our company, and set up his like pay stubs and stuff like that, direct deposit, all that stuff, background check, whatever. All that stuff passes. While he's talking to me, he's like, hey, I need to find out about my, who do I talk about scheduling? And I was like, scheduling? I'm like, brother, we're working 7/12s. There ain't no schedule. We're working every day. And he's like, oh, well, I'm a Seventh-day Adventist. I'm a Seventh-day Adventist. I don't work on the weekends. I had never had so many conference calls in one day of this company trying to figure out how to be able to fire this guy and get him off the job before he even starts, because they just didn't want to deal with the fact that he couldn't work weekends. They thought immediately that this guy was trying to do something to get them to... This is so crazy for me to say this. They genuinely thought that this guy had made up his religion and that he was trying to get a to try to get a discrimination lawsuit on them, and that he was just taking the job to get a lawsuit or get the ammunition for a lawsuit. The dude was legit just a Seventh-day Adventist. That's just his whole thing. That's what he was. These guys on their own came up with this narrative that this guy was actually here using this obscure religion to be able to find some way to, because he knows that it's a 7-day job, and he took that thing for his 7-day job. He didn't know. The hall just sends them to jobs. Half the time, these guys have no fucking idea when they're signing up, especially at the time, because we were struggling to be able to find people to work this job. And I'm sitting there on this conference call, listening to these guys, trying to figure out how they can fire this guy without catching a lawsuit over discrimination. And I'm like, why don't you guys just let the guy have the weekend off? And they're like, no, we can't do that. Well, then this person's going to ask. Then this person, I'm like, you guys are fucking making this up. You're making all this drama up. You're making this up. Just let him have the fucking time off. It's less money that you have to pay. We have plenty of people for this shit right now. Fuck, we don't even need this guy for the next few weeks to begin with. And they're like, they wouldn't fucking let it go. So then they got one of the fucking superintendents to go there and fucking let this guy off and let him know, oh, sorry, man, we don't need you. And he's like, what do you mean you don't need me? The hall said you guys don't have any fucking welders. The hall said you guys needed like 30 welders, and you guys only have 5. Oh yeah, we got some more that are coming. These guys, and then because like these like corporate fuckers don't understand how to communicate with the like troops on the ground, right? With the superintendents and these other guys, because these guys are just fucking construction workers. Because they don't know how to relate information properly to them. This superintendent was like, I don't know, you got a weird fucking religion or something like that. Get the fuck out of here. Those motherfuckers got sued so hard. It was the funniest shit I'd ever seen in my life. It was the funniest shit I ever seen in my life. It was so good. Because I just remember sitting there and I'm like, listening to these guys, because it has to be the superintendent to tell this guy to go. And I was sitting there, I'm like, he's going to fuck this up. You guys gave this guy no context. All you did was just say, you know, he's making up this religion shit. We're not going to put up with that. You need to get him off the job. It's a lawsuit waiting to happen. He doesn't get any of this shit. And dude just walks up. You got to go. Why? I don't know. You got a weird religion or something. It's so fucking good. It was so fucking good, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm guessing the superintendent got fired? No. No. Because then they would have got sued by him too. He didn't know why they wanted to let him go. He didn't even care the guy wanted to work on the job. He just didn't want the guy to have weekends off. That's the reason why he complained about it before. He didn't know anything about the religion or anything like that. He's just like, no, I need my guys working 7 days a week. I need somebody here that can work 7 days a week. Yeah, it was the funniest shit, man. Funniest shit. But I mean, like, it goes to show that, like, again, like, these companies don't care about including people. They don't care about fucking anything. They just care about not getting sued. So that's the reason why they'll dance around certain stuff. I remember, like, dude, like, we've had guys on jobs that were like, just because of the color of their skin, these guys would give them, like, they'd give them all the rope in the world to act however the fuck they wanted. Like, show up late, fight with other people, and they'd keep them on the job just because they thought that they would get sued if they got rid of them. It's crazy. Bottom dollar is the only concern. That's really all this shit comes down to. So, the funny thing is that for, like, all this complaining and for all of this, like, battling over the audience and, like, what games sell and what happens with what games or whatever, like, this one's an easy layup for these guys, for, like, Kotaku and Polygon or whoever else, because nothing's gonna happen. Slay the Spire 2 is a well-known juggernaut of a video game. It's already sold a shitload of copies. They've already made a ton of money. People are going to continue to play it. When it gets to 1.0 and it's, like, fully released, even more people are going to buy it and play it. It's an easy win. Because that influence can't be felt. It can't be... all it can do is be seen in the credits. It actually can't... like, for now, it can't actually be felt in the game in any way, right? And if anything, her influence is probably nothing more than, like, accessibility options. Like an arachnophobia mode or something like that, right? So, that's really all it's going to come down to. So they view it, this kind of goes back to the same conversation we were having before, where we were talking about how it seems like they were targeting Lords of the Fallen 2 because it's an easy win. Notice how these guys try to go for the thing that they think that, like, for whatever reason is make sure the Silent didn't have boobs. Silent didn't have boobs in the first game. Right? Oh, yeah. Also, they dropped a Kickstarter for Slay the Spire the same time that they dropped the second game. I'll be getting that when it comes out. Yeah. Half Dead, thank you for the 32 months, brother. Holy shit. Long time supporter since the very beginning. Yeah, like, people are still going to play it. I'm still going to play it. Like, I'm going to be real with you. Like, I like Slay the Spire. It's a really good video game. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I'll tell you that right now. I can't get my money back. I put way too many fucking hours into it. And... you know, in this case, to be honest, like, what can I actually do? Make my disdain and make my displeasure known in a video. Connect with other people. That's it. But yeah, so I think this is directly, I view this as, like, in direct connection with the with what's going on with Lords of the Fallen 2. I see it as both. So fucking goofy. Let's see here. If new rumors are true, FromSoft's next game could be all about pirates, and it might even come out before Duskbloods. You know, I kind of forget that that From Software just doesn't say shit, and then out of nowhere, they're just like, here's a trailer for our new game. It comes out in like a couple months. Like, insane alpha energy. Like, the fucking, the leader of the pack when it comes to the games industry. How much respect I have for these guys, especially because in most cases, when they drop a trailer, it usually has some gameplay in it, at least in some effect. And these guys just like, they're just like, yeah, we got a new game. It's coming out. Here's what it is. You guys are going to buy it because it's going to be really cool. I wonder, I mean, obviously it's probably going to be another Souls game. I mean, like, it's what these guys are, like, fucking crushing it at right now, right? Like, let's not pretend like people aren't going to immediately line up to play a pirate From Software Souls game. What if it actually has ship combat? What if it actually has, like, you sailing around and shit? I'd imagine it'd have to, right? Would make sense if it didn't. Everybody hopping on the pirate trend. I don't think this would be a pirate trend. I think it's just that, like, they probably wanted to make... FromSoft isn't going to make a game in a month, right? It is odd how this ends up happening, where, like, these guys come across something and they're like, wait a minute, all of a sudden, next thing we know, we see, like, a shitload of pirate games. It's a Switch 2 game? No. Not this game. This is a different game. So Duskbloods is the other game. That one's a Switch game. People are saying that there is a rumor that From Software is making a pirate game right now that could come out before Duskbloods, which is the Nintendo game. Yeah, this would have to be deep into development, probably concurrent with the start of Windrose development. Probably even before that, knowing them. But I don't know how many teams they have working on stuff right now. So this is from Gaming Leaks and Rumors. FromSoft next single-player title is an internal project named FMC. FromSoft's upcoming single-player title is called Cerulean Onslaught. And it will be revealed at Summer Games Fest in just 1 month. It's a self-published title, and it will be released in just 2 months later in August. Before Duskbloods. It's a dark action RPG where players are sail the ocean, exploring islands with a ship also acting as a hub. So they picked this off of 4chan. I don't believe this, especially the release date, but the concept sounds cool. Yeah, this is Spellbound Tears of Bullshit. I have much trouble believing this. The Velvet Veil all over again. Finally. FemC. It's Femcell game? Is that what it is? Take that, Atlas. Even From could do an FMC. I don't know. There's part of me that actually could see this being a real thing. And the reason why I say that is because I feel like... I don't know how to say this. I don't know when I don't know when the obligation with Nintendo was created for them to make a game with them. To make a game on... an exclusive. It's a timed exclusive that they're putting on... Nintendo, right? I think it within the same year it should be coming out on PC and other consoles as well, right? But I could also see these guys trying to make something in the meantime. Sorry. trying to make something in the meantime that goes on all platforms rather than just one game that goes on one platform. Who cares until it's official? It's a little, even if it's a little bit untrue, it's subject to change. Well, yeah, I don't know, because it's interesting to talk about, I guess. I care because it's interesting? What do you mean? It'd be an interesting concept, at the very least. I like FromSoft games, and I would like to see more of them. Also, the other thing is too is that I think it was during my research when I was doing the video on when I did the video on, I want to say it was actually the Elden Ring is a wake-up call video. That was a long time ago. But I did the Elden Ring is a wake-up call video after they did the expansion to Elden Ring. And one of the things that I picked up on was in their interviews, Miyazaki had talked about how they were effectively trying to speed up their development and make faster games or make more games. To fuck you on about? No, wrong. What are you talking about? I'm talking about why am I getting one guide? Miyazaki had talked about how they were actually trying to increase the amount of games and the amount of iteration that they have. So he has like multiple guys that he's putting in charge of like different projects as he took on like a higher leadership position, because he's not really doing a lot of game directing himself anymore. Hey, Legendary Drops, first stream, glad to be here. Your vids are a great addition to my workday. Now streams as well. Yeah, every Friday, stream from 4:30 PST to whenever I feel like getting off. Demon Souls, welcome to the stream, by the way. Demon Souls connects to Dark Souls, connects to Bloodborne, connects to Sekiro, connect to Elden Ring, connect to Dustbloods, connect to Cerulean Onslaught. I don't really think that would be the name of the game. That doesn't sound like a FromSoft game. Cerulean Onslaught. That just doesn't sound like, unless there's like a more Japanese way of saying that, and it's just like mistranslated. Cerulean Onslaught. No, it's not a cool name. It sounds like a fucking a D tier fucking metal band. Cerulean Onslaught. It's probably just badly translated Japanese. Blue Battle? No. I'm actually curious. I bet an AI would actually be really good at this. Spell Cerulean. No. How do you spell it? I try to be as specific as I can, otherwise this shit falls off. Azure Storm. The term cerulean is often direct, clunky translation from the word or ow, which means blue or green. Onslaught typically mistranslates into more poetic militarization Shingeki, march advance, or Totsugeki, charge assault. Why cerulean onslaught sounds off? Cerulean problem. Okay. Likely, if you saw the leak, it's likely a poor translation. Azure Incursion, Indigo Scourge, Cyan Blitz, not so much. Azure Storm, maybe. Shingeki. What about Blue March? That sounds like it would be a FromSoft title. And it also feels like one. Like the idea of like constantly pushing through the blue, right? Like, because that's what, like, you're constantly trudging through FromSoft games to begin with. A death march, right? But this would be a blue march because it's in the ocean. Sounds terrible. Exactly. That's why they knew it would work. Cerulean March, that also could be it as well. Yeah, you could be right. Azure Lane is a boat game, so it fits. Also true. Crimson Desert, Azure Sea, coincidence? I think not. Because I mean, like, I honestly, it kind of is an interesting thing because it'd be like kind of like a if I was trying to think of like a From Software game that was actually about like pirating, then it would be like sailors that are constantly in the loop of setting sail, like repeating and reliving their life over and over again, forced to sail or something like that. But Pirate Souls would be interesting at the very least. I don't know. Could be a project, not a title. True. Could not be. It could not be a fixed title. Very, very, very true. Could be a case. Interesting to say the least. Oh, I saw the UFO files. Crazy. They were real all along. They were real all along. Unbelievable. I freaking knew it. The Japanese are aliens. Accurate. Accurate. Let's see here. Oh, I saw these guys are updating their game again, and they're adding more mounts, brand new material refinement extraction feature that lets you extract materials from gear and more. These guys don't stop. I took a break from the game. I haven't finished it yet. I think I got to like chapter 9 or something like that. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to kind of like chill on this and come back to it after they do more shit and see what happens to it. Because I'm not really the type of guy that if I beat the game, I'm probably not going to like, I'll do some exploration shit, but not too much. But I kind of want to just like wait and see like what other things that they do and just kind of like let it ride. Yeah, I dig that. I dig that. David Attenborough is 100 years old.
After living for nearly 100 years on this planet, I cannot remember a more exciting opportunity for our species.
Happy birthday, Sir David Attenborough.
Bravo for the great ocean film and changing the way people think about the blue part of the planet.
You are a gift to all of us.
Humans have always looked out at the open blue horizon and wondered what lies beyond.
It's so fucking crazy, like how influential this guy has been inside of nature documentaries for basically their existence. Keep in mind, dude's 100 years old. So essentially, like, since there were positions narrating nature documentaries, this dude has been he's been in it since the game started. He also moonlights as Asmongold's editor. I know, it's crazy. I'll be so sad when he's gone. He's the kind of guy that I think that it's like one of those things where it's like, well, I don't think, like, I wouldn't necessarily be sad. I think that's kind of bittersweet to be, because the thing is that, like, the guy he's lived such a storied life, and he's had his voice in so many things that, like, he's kind of one of those people that he's just gonna live on forever, right? He's gonna live on forever. Like, his documentaries, his videos, it's all gonna be there forever. I don't think for generations, people are still going to hear his name. They're still going to hear his voice. Like Christopher Lee. Yeah, a lot like Christopher Lee. Don't be sad, be happy we got to witness. True. But to be honest with you, for a guy that's 100 years old,
After living for nearly 100 years on this planet, I cannot...
Motherfucker looks pretty good for 100 years old. Like, he's an old man, but he looks, I'm gonna be real, that's not how I would expect a 100-year-old man to look. He looks like he's holding good weight. That's crazy. Also, on top of that, look all the hair the motherfucker still has. Yeah, bro still has his hair at 100 years old. Looks better than my 60-year-old uncle. But yeah, I could see that. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Oh, I saw this too. Snowbreak came back after a 2-month maintenance, and it's now completely centered. Chinese feminists and regulators forced the developers to nuke the game's entire identity. Massive censorship list on today's update. Models censored even harder than before. New characters will have nerfed proportions. Jiggle physics will be removed completely. All menu, lobby, idle, victory animations gone. No gacha or summon animations. No character trailer animations. This is, I don't know how true all of this is. I don't know how true all of this is because I've never played the game. I've only seen a lot of people discussing it lately. It's true. I play it. All of this is true. Paid background interactions, unpaid costumes deleted. Story heavily revamped, censored, especially Acacia parts. Decensor method patched out forever. Archive system removed. Can't rotate models in the menu or skin showcase. No free camera to spectate. New version has no English or Korean voices. Defaults to Japanese. All costumes over-censored, worse than the Chinese versions. Shower scenes allegedly removed. Ultimate skin animations are gone. This is the standard NA-EU global bypass completely gone. Snowbreak's whole appeal was that it was unapologetic fan service and a self-insert romance. They have removed the soul of the game. Holy shit, man. That is some... You know what the other part is when I see stuff like this that's like really rough? One of the reasons why I talk about this kind of stuff, because it's not like I'm constantly seeking out like gooner content in video games, or that I constantly need every single game for me to play to have, you know, a chick with a massive rack that's barely wearing any clothing, right? Like, that's not the shit that I need. I don't really care about that. That's not really the point, right? The point is, for me, is that this stuff just ruins the integrity of these games. So when I talk about shit like Anita Sarkeesian or whatever, like the shit that we were talking about earlier with what's going on, like Slay the Spire, or just like the influence of some of these people inside of the games industry, look at how bad this makes these characters look. It's because this censorship is so foreign to the original idea of like what the creators of the game were going for. It undermines their creativity, it undermines their intention, it undermines everything to try to get everything to fit down one narrow path. And that's just never going to happen. It doesn't work. We're talking about things that are active works of art, working works of art that players play. So it's not even that, like, it's not even something that I even view as like, the funny thing is in most cases, I won't even argue this on the basis of like censorship bad, right? I'm arguing this on the basis of this is a worse product. This sucks. This is ugly. It's so weird looking. It's so foreign. Just injected into the designs, like, and obviously, like, this is like haphazardly, like they would have designed these costumes entirely different, but that kind of goes to show that, like, that's just like the point, right? The future of censored Gooner games. Honestly, we can kind of see their hands or the outlines of their hands. We should probably cover that up as well. Also, I don't know why we can see her hair. That's also something that I don't view as a very good thing either. I don't, because what if, what if you're turned on by pink hair? That is a thing. You're showing the old censored models. This is the new one. So she's wearing pants. She's wearing, what the fuck? Like, how many layers of censorship is this? So not only did they do like the black, like, bra over, or whatever this thing is, whatever this like lace thing is, but then they did bandage around the chest, and then pants, shorts. That's crazy. I feel like this is much better done. But it's still, like, vastly different from what the game was going for. That's crazy. That is crazy, dude. Holy shit. What is this? Who thought this would be, like... These are the dangers of censorship. These are the dangers of censorship, man. Is that, like, none of these people actually have any, like, the people that are dictating art, they have no interest in the integrity of it. Big Gaming L, China doesn't fuck around, sadly. Well, largely, China hasn't really given much of a fuck about it. It's so weird that this is actually happening. You know what's going to end up happening? China's going to learn. I said this before. I'm like, because I've talked to some people. I've talked to some like 10-cent guys and shit like that, right? And I'm like, you know, if you guys want to succeed in the West, or if you guys want to succeed out of China, like if you guys are in the business of making money, I'm like, you have to loosen up. You guys have to figure out a way to be able to loosen up and play ball with censorship. It's just not gonna fly everywhere else. I get that you guys have your culture and you guys have your own government and your own shit that's going on over there, and I know that's something that's really difficult to be able to, you know, to overcome. But like, keep in mind that the CCP is invested in Tencent. They're invested in all these companies. They need them to be successful. They want them to make money. And at one point in time, as a government, you have to decide: are we in the business of making money? Are we in the business of growing and finding wealth, or are we just completely blind to any of that and we're just gonna kind of sit here and spin our wheels? I think that, like, if like they have to make that decision at one point. Obviously, that country's been spinning their wheels for a long time when it comes to a lot of stuff. But I think that largely they're starting to like kind of see the light on some of that stuff and at least loosen the reins in some ways. Are we the babysitters? What do you mean babysitters? What are you doing? You guys see this, dude? Cat. I guess they had an interview with CI Games. Do they have a video? Interview CI Games. Who did the interview? Ruan Amelda. CI Games executives talk Lord of the Fallen, subscription services, player first vision, and more. It's rare to see a game company executive so vocal on social media and genuinely interested in gathering community feedback, but CI Games executives are doing exactly that. Every so often, they discuss their current vision and changes and improvements for Lord of the Fallen 2. It's so weird to see this like covered completely differently by another outlet, where these guys just go and talk to and talk to the CEO himself directly, instead of like dancing around it and saying that like they don't want to support it or have anything to do with it. It's so weird. Oh, so they talked to Ryan Hill and Rodrigo Diaz. Ryan seems like a nice guy. Maybe I should talk to him at one point. Maybe I'll see if they want to do. Maybe I'll do an interview with them at one point. That might be a good idea. Wait, you can do that? Yeah, absolutely. The biggest difference is that they're actually talking to devs, not at them. Comes back to that like narcissism discussion, right? Where it's like they don't, these guys largely, you know, at some of these writers, they don't care about supporting developers. They don't care about any of this shit. They feign it more than anything else. The only thing that they really want is they just want to they just want to tell people what to do. That's all it is. They just want to tell people what to do. And that's what they keep doing. Wait, you want us to have an active conversation and hear what your opinion on these things are and what we could possibly do different? And no. Compliance. Yeah, exactly. They want to be the rule makers. Okay, so I guess we got to talk about the big story that I completely forgot about up until now. I guess I didn't save anything for this. How did I not save anything for this? There's no fucking shot, right? I guess I didn't. There's two things that happened that we haven't even got to. We've been streaming for 6 hours. I've had this much to talk about already. How do I still have a voice? We've been yapping? This is what I do. The crazy thing is that I don't even need videos to look at, man. Half this shit I just rip off the top of my head. Switch 2 will now cost more than the PlayStation 5 in Japan after price increases on May 25th. Japan only, PlayStation 5, $351. Japan only, Switch 2, $382. So, if for whatever reason you guys didn't hear about the news, well, the Nintendo Switch 2 is increasing by another $50. Nintendo is raising the price of the Nintendo Switch 2 up to $50 in the US, but the price is not going up until September 1st. It now expects to sell 3 million fewer consoles in the next fiscal year. So it's $500? No, it is not. Did I find another one under this one? Yeah, here it is right here. So the Nintendo Switch is, it's $500. So United States, it's going from $449 to $500. Current price in Canada, it's going from $629 to $679. Good Lord. And then in Europe, it's going from $469 to $499. Man. Now, the really interesting part here is it now expects to sell less than 3 million fewer consoles in the next fiscal year. This has me thinking. I think I might have been right with my prediction that the games industry is largely trying to turn their eyes towards a more financially stable and more wealthy customer base. I think that these guys are pretty much across the board put in a position, and I'm going to say, without a doubt, global pressure does have something to do with this. The increase in RAM prices, the tariffs, all these different things are absolutely affecting these guys. Absolutely. With that said, that doesn't mean they're going to find success in doing it. The one thing that I've always noticed is that a lot of these conversations will always come down to, they're like, well, this is just the reality of the situation. It's just like, okay, well, that's fine. But the reality of the situation is that people don't have any fucking money, and they're not just going to pay for it because you're trying to tell them how real it is. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter. I feel like The Rock right now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your name is. I don't care what your price is. People aren't going to buy it. They don't have the money for it. We're watching these prices go up across the board. I'm not watching wages go up. I'm watching people lose jobs. I'm watching housing get more expensive, food get more expensive, games get more expensive, life get more expensive. But their wages aren't increasing. Opportunities aren't increasing. So what do you think is going to end up happening? The only thing that these companies can do, the only choice that they have, is to target wealthier households, because they're the only ones that are able to absorb their loss, absorb their issues in this case. The problem is that those wealthier households probably aren't really buying a lot of this stuff. I don't think that they are. I think that while they do account for a larger portion of the sales, the sales have been decreasing. So, there's that. I don't know, man. And by the way, the Switch 2 is trailing behind the Switch 2 is trailing behind the Nintendo Switch, from what I understand. I was looking at some other stats earlier. I have to look into the data a little bit more thoroughly, but it looks like the Nintendo Switch sales, Switch 2 is actually lagging behind Switch 1 still. Something has to give. I don't know what's going to happen. You have to, at least from my perspective, I think that these companies, they rely on the lower and lower middle class. If you're just targeting the upper middle and upper class, these guys, while they might buy the hardware, they're not going to buy the software because they don't have a lot of time to be able to do that. In most cases, the higher up in an income bracket you go, especially if middle class, like upper middle class, motherfuckers are working their ass off. If somebody's upper middle class, they are putting in 40, 50, 60 hours a fucking week. They are business owners that are running their own shit. They're, a working household of a mother and father that are working, and then maybe there's a kid in that household, but chances are that motherfucker's playing Fortnite. So, this idea that you're going to be able to still, this is what it is. Their belief, okay, so instead of selling 1 million consoles, which this is an example number. I am not saying this is how many consoles they're going to sell. I'll use an even lower number so that it's so absurd that people can't turn this into something else, because people on Twitter and on YouTube comments sometimes can be fucking weird about it. Say they were going to sell 10 consoles for $400. Now, they're going to sell 5 consoles. How's the math going to work for this? Let me make sure. So if they're going to sell, let's say 10 consoles for $500, they're going to make $5,000, right? If they sell 5 consoles for $600, shit. I'm trying to think at what the exact math is. I'm not even going to fucking try to do the math on it. Who gives a fuck? I'm too tired for that shit now. It's almost fucking 11 o'clock. The point is they're looking to capture more value per customer than they are looking to capture by volume. So the entire idea is that they increase the price to be able to offset the losses. So they say, okay, well, we know we're going to sell 3 million less consoles, but if we increase the price by $50, well, it's not going to matter. We're still going to reach the same level of profitability that we were aiming for to begin with. So even if we are not selling as many consoles, it doesn't matter. We make the same money. The problem is you're selling to an audience that is likely not going to buy as many games, which therefore means you're not going to make as much money. Because most of these guys are making their money off of their games and their services than they are the actual hardware sales themselves. So what they're trying to do right now is I think the games industry as a unit, I think that Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo, all three of them at the exact same time in unison, are trying to become more value-based than volume-based. And that means they're trying to milk a single activatable customer for more money in any way that they can. Xbox is going to be forced to be the cheapest. The reason I say that, because they're the furthest behind. They are forced to compete on price because that's the only option that they have left right now. Like, Xbox cannot come out with the next video game console that's going to be $1,200. They can't do it. If they do it, they're cooked. This whole idea that there's been rumors talking about how the next consoles are going to be $1,000, $1,200, you're cooked. Because nobody really has a lot of trust in the brand. Nobody's going to want to invest that much into the brand if you're not actually putting out games that are worthwhile. They're doing it. They're that stupid. Well, then they're done. The Xbox as a brand will cease to exist within a few years. It's just not going to work. The reason why is because they just don't have the games. Their games suck. We've talked about this many times before. It's the one thing that I think that is just indefensible when it comes to Xbox. While there's things that look like they could be cool in the future, we've been saying that for the last decade with these guys. Maybe it's that one. Maybe it's that one. Remember when all the hope was pinned on fucking Avowed and everybody thought Avowed was going to be this massive fucking banger game? Remember when everybody pinned all their hope on Starfield because they thought Starfield was going to be this massive banger game? Now it's Fable. Gears of War E-Day. There's that one game that actually looks like it should be pretty cool. That's like the game that kind of reminds me of BioShock. Clockwork something? Clockwork Revolution? Is that what it was? Yeah. That one actually, just from like a, just giving it the eye test, that one actually looks like it could actually be something. But Fable, dude, I'm not even saying during. I'm going to be honest, man. Fable is probably the game that I am the most skeptical about. It is the one game out of all that I know that are coming out soonish that I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm going to have to cook this game for months, aren't I? I'm going to have to I can already smell it. I already fucking smell it a mile away. I'm like, God, something fucking stinks. Something fucking stinks. It'll be a disappointment. I forgot the Fable game existed. That's the reason why I know. You know where you want to know the reason why I know that the Fable game is probably not going to do well? Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's excited for it. There's such a lack of resonance with what the game looks like and the message and I guess like the intrinsic message it's trying to send to the audience, so people don't want to have anything to do with it. But anyway, that's a completely different topic. So the point that I was trying to make is that I think that the games industry is largely trying to move to maximizing their profit per customer rather than trying to spread themselves wide and get as many users as possible. Xbox is going to do that because that's what Xbox needs to do to be able to compete right now. They have to go back for chasing volume, but the only way you can chase volume is with low prices. This is just how markets work. You cannot chase wide audiences with high prices. These guys are being forced to up their prices, so either you eat losses to be able to expand your audience, or you chase profits, which means you ostracize a vast majority of that audience. Nintendo and PlayStation are largely in a position to be able to try to maximize their profits off of individual customers, while Xbox is not in that position. I have faith in Asha Sharma. I'll say this. Asha Sharma seems to, from the very least, say the right things. Do the right things? There's no reason for anybody to have faith. There's no, like, other than you're just giving blind faith because you're, like, hoping that the Xbox gets better. But I'm going to be honest with you. If I had to take a wild guess, you're going to see, like, a lot of price slashing from Xbox. Like, the hardware is going to be cheaper. The, fucking Game Pass is cheaper. We're going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of that. A bunch of cost-saving stuff, not only on the side of Xbox, but also on the side of the customer. Because that's, like I said, it's the only way for these guys to be able to compete with Nintendo and PlayStation right now. They have to compete on price because they don't have any other option. It's the only way for these guys to be able to, like, expand an audience and build trust again. This is like basic like market economics, I guess is the best way for me to be able to say it. It's going to make Asha Sharma look very competent, but it's not actually competence. It's people that are being attracted by lower prices. So they're like, oh my God, she's so great. She lowered these prices. She did this. She did this. I don't trust Asha Sharma until I start seeing better games out of Xbox. And that does not count Gears of War, Fable, or Clockwork Revolution. Because none of those games have anything to do with her. The only way that she will ever earn my trust is if I see better games out of that company. But that's not going to be for a while. It's going to be for like another 2 years or more. She'll lead the Halo revival? Sure. I'll wait for it. You mean the Halo revival made by the people that have failed to make a good Halo game for over a decade? I like how people are kind of acting like Asha Sharma is going to be like some evangelist fucking preacher that's going to somehow get these fucking people that are paralyzed from the waist down to walk again. She's going to somehow wake these invalids. Awaken. Make a good Halo. The only thing that Asha Sharma can do that, what actually, like, and she's already started doing it. So, like, what do you guys think is the one thing that what do you think is the one thing that Asha Sharma has done that has actually impressed me? Because notice right now, all I've seen her do is change the Xbox logo and then seen an entire group of people go, oh my God, oh, the new logo, oh. Shows how fucking pathetic Xbox players have become. So bad. It's so fucking bad, dude. Stop that. I couldn't fucking help it. That's literally what it was, dude. It was just the amount of fucking like straight up just no teeth throating I have seen people over a fucking green X. Guys, it's got a new logo. Oh my god. Fucking even Ackman. Where is he at? I saw he posted it. He posted it too. The new Xbox logo is literally bringing the color and life back into the brand. You gotta talk to your boy, LD. I do gotta talk to him. Look at Mask Off Act Man. Being in love with the new logo change, saying that it's changing the world, only to a couple days later make a post about CEO Asha Sharma replacing everybody with AI executives. What if you know what would be like the greatest thing in the world? Do you know what would be like the most like insane thing ever? Is if Asha Sharma comes in. Oh no. It's no. Former Xbox president AI division is taking Copilot out of Xbox. I read the wrong one. Oh, he did. Oh, no. Okay, so good for him. Good for him. I'm happy. I was afraid that he was going to be made. I was afraid because I've seen some very performative shit. I've seen some very performative shit on the Xbox side where people are like praising things that Xbox did, but then also upset that they're hiring more AI people. And it's just like, so he's not. He's still sane. He's still sane. He's still sane. He's still sane. Her removing this, though, I will say this is really good. Winding down Copilot on mobile, and we will stop development of Copilot on console. Nobody wants your fucking Copilot shit. Your AI stuff sucks. You know what'd be really funny, though? Is if she tells people after, like, you know, like, let's say Asha Sharma brings back Xbox. And Xbox is just, like, peak again. And then she turns around. And people are just like, Asha, you're so great. Like, you saved Xbox. And you did this. And, like, you saved gaming, Asha. You're literally the greatest. We're all inspired by you. We all love you. You are the best. You're the best ever. And then she's, thank you. And like, as she's walking away, she turns back around and she goes, if you guys want to know my secret, I asked ChatGPT. You fucking heads explode. Their heads explode like that episode of Chappelle Show where where Clayton Bigsby is at a Klan meeting and he takes his hood off. Truly some Black Mirror shit. Ask Copilot. I asked Copilot. I've been saving the best for last. I've been saving the best for last. Okay. So in summary, Sony's Jesus Christ. Sony's $765 million impairment losses for Bungie means that they are downwardly adjusting the value of the asset that I think everyone but Sony has realized was probably not worth $3.6 billion. This is not lost money in a sense that people are thinking of. This wouldn't be happening if Bungie games were doing great and printing loads of cash. Clearly not. Sony is at least publicly backing Marathon per its comments on the call. So the result of all of this is not some imminent game/studio shutdown. Sony says that it does not expect more big Bungie impairment losses in fiscal year 26. All this to say that there is no guarantees that this doesn't produce something like layoffs or and reduced overall investment in games like Marathon, Destiny, and future projects. None of this is good news outside of the claims for the future of Marathon plan to be able to turn things around. Emphasis on try. I remained very concerned about Destiny. So if people don't understand what, okay. So the impairment loss, what that means is basically they are devaluing an asset that the company has. So you have like depreciating assets, you have company assets, you have something like Bungie, which is, what? Fuck is it called? A secondary business parent company is a subsidiary. So I guess it's a subsidiary asset. So they're a subsidiary asset, and that subsidiary asset, which was originally valued at $3.6 billion, has now been devalued by $765 million. This does not include the development budget of Marathon. That is another cost. That is a separate cost. So they are going to likely continue to. They're not. I guess from what they're saying, they're not expecting another impairment loss for this year, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Chances are this is like the big Band-Aid ripoff where they devalued it significantly, and then they're probably going to continue to devalue it over the coming years as they continue to underperform until eventually they're unable to support it financially anymore, where it just doesn't make financial sense. Whatever cope that people want to create out of this, especially with in the context of like their CFO, who's their financial guy, came out and he had said that like we still plan on supporting Bungie, the continued development of it, to try to get it to turn things around, even though it has not met our financial outlook or what we had planned, what we had hoped the game would actually achieve. Anytime that you have the guy that is in charge of your finances talking about whether or not you're still going to support a game, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. That's the money bags guy going like, yeah, or CFO's a lady. Doesn't really matter in this case. I'm using guy as a general term here. It doesn't necessarily have to be a man. They're money person. Are you happy? Are you happy that I'm using? Are you happy that I'm using generalized pronouns? Yeah, money type money person body B. Money person body B is not the person that you normally want to have talking about that. Because essentially what they're saying is they're not talking about, you know, whether they like the game or anything like that, or whether like they you know, they care for anything. They're talking about whether or not they can afford it still. Whether it financially makes sense to take that risk or take that investment, and they have deemed it as such worth the risk or worth the investment to continue to see if the game can potentially turn it around in some way and figure some, you know, how to get out of the position that they're in. I find it really, really weird that Paul Tossi is very concerned about Destiny, not concerned about Marathon. That's interesting. Aren't they effectively on the same plane? They have the same player numbers. What do you think you can do with one game that you couldn't do with the other one to be able to turn it around? Paul only ever cared about Destiny. I feel like Destiny, I feel like, well, no. That's not the reason why he's saying that. The reason why Paul is saying, I remain very concerned about Destiny. The reason he's saying that is he's afraid that they're going to shut Destiny down. Because here's Sony obviously showing that Bungie's not making money. Bungie is actively losing this company a shitload of money. Constantly. They just cost them nearly $1 billion. With the added costs of Marathon, the Marathon development budget, this is almost $1 billion. That's a lot. That's a lot of money to cost Daddy. That's a lot of money to cost Daddy. And they're not going to be happy about that. And that's only going to last for a while. And especially with, like, I would imagine that Bungie has to be, like, their seat has to be, like, red hot, because holy shit, have you guys been getting cooked? And you still are planning on releasing Fair Games and Hunter's Gathering? This is a fetish at this point. This is a fetish. You guys are getting off on this. You're not going to get... This is Findom. That's what this is. This is Findom. You guys are enjoying the punishment. That's the only way any of this makes any sense to me right now. This is crazy. Like, the amount of money that these guys have absolutely torched on live service is crazy at this point, dude. Like, I've never seen anything like it. These guys are going to be in the hole billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. And have nothing to show for it. Nothing. A graveyard. Bones. Bones and dust. That's it. That's all they're going to have. It's really painful to think about how nostalgic it's like. Bungie's dead. Dead. Don't get me wrong. Some of the OGs, quite a few OGs, still there. Dudes that worked on Halo. The place is not as much of a ship of Theseus as it used to be. Or as I thought it was, at the very least. I thought it was much more of a ship of Theseus. Come to find out, there is a significant amount of people that work there that are guys that have worked on Halo since Halo 2 at the very least. Right? You still have plenty of people there. They're just not the same people. People change. And also at the same time, I think Bungie, this is going to be a hot, here, I'm going to give you guys the heat. When was Bungie the best? They were the best when they were under Microsoft's boot. They were the best when they had Microsoft's fucking boot on their throat. Where they were quite literally locking these dudes in their office and not letting them leave until that game came out right. Where these guys were working under slave conditions for Xbox. I think that's the only way to get these guys to work right. I think the best thing that they could probably do, Like, Sony has to figure out if they could maybe, like, ship and move I would probably move Bungie, right? I like that idea. What if they moved Bungie to, like, I don't know, like, packed up everybody, put them all on a plane, and then, like, created some kind of, like, labor camp where they had to make games under, like, the worst conditions possible, like no AC, jungle, mosquitoes biting them all the time, limited food supplies, a toilet, but it's in the middle of the room, so then everybody has to see them when they go. And then also, anytime anybody does go to the bathroom, there's just, like, some guy there that's, like, barely speaks English that just yells shame. Hey, guys, look at this guy. This guy is pooping. Shame on you. Yeah, no, I think that Bungie needs the whip. I think that Bungie actually is just a company, like their leadership. They require very strict leadership, and if they don't have it, they kind of fall off the rails. That's just like that's the conclusion that I'm coming to at this point. Because you know something else that's really funny as well. The Destiny 2 era as well, that was all when they were working in conjunction with Activision. Activision was publishing for them. How do you think Activision treated Bungie? It wasn't until these guys had, like, gone fully independent, right? And then it was, and then after that, it was the PlayStation buyout only a couple of years after that. And then the next thing you know, Destiny 1 was okay. Destiny 1 was fucking garbage when it launched. We were all hopped up on fucking copium of what this game could be. And we were so surprised by it. And then you fucking loot caved for, like, a couple of days and you had every rare item in the game. And you were done. Do people not remember when it was literally just Earth? Right? Like, I'm pretty sure like that's all it was at one point. It was just Earth. There was, like, one midnight strike. Or Nightfall strike. Nightfall, that's what it was. Maybe, yeah, I think there's only one Nightfall. And then they were like... And then Vault of Glass hit. And like everybody at the time, before Vault of Glass hit, everybody was like, bro, this shit could have been so good. Like, everybody felt they got fucked again. Mind you, the other thing is, too, the PvP, Gauntlet was actually pretty solid at the time. That was, like, one of the things that was, like, the redeeming factor was was Gauntlet. Everybody's like, man, fuck this game. I remember my friends being like, we were basically almost done with it after a week, and then they were like, Vault of Glass. And everybody was like, okay. All right, I see. We see what you're doing now. We see what you're doing. Hey, man, shout out from Dayton, Ohio. I'm a fan of your videos. Keep up the fight, brother. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 5. Dizzle 84. I wonder why Bungie keeps signing up for work for some new corporate master, but then somebody who worked could be into the garbage. I have no idea. I don't know why they keep doing it. Was that a radio host voice? Yeah. The best one that I could do. Did I miss any super chats? Oh, I did miss super chats. Holy shit. Fuck, we popped off for a minute there. No, I guess it's just one. I guess it was just two. She currently represents the narrative that those people can prove their point. Oh, you're talking about Anita Sarkeesian? Yeah. Shoeman, thank you for the $5. Sorry, I missed your super chat, brother. Jorgensen, also with the super chat for $5. Not just lawsuits, also to meet investment criteria. Full-on reports with checkbox scores. If AI trends could replace all the DEI, they will jump. I don't know, dude. It's really not that fucking deep. It's really not that deep. The whole ESG stuff is so fucking overblown and only exists in, like, very specialized fields. The whole, like, oh, you get money for diverse hiring and shit. That shit's so fucking rare. It's... you can't find a lot of it. You really can't. Like, it depends on the industry. I should say it like that. It widely depends on the industry. In the games industry, not so much. Most of these companies are pretty small to begin with. Even the ones that you think are big are not all that big. Oh, then actually, I have to look at this later. Is it actually complete? Oh my god, dude. I don't want to. My phone is starting to get so fucking slow, dude. It's starting to get so slow, and I don't want to replace it because I know it's all built-in bullshit, man. It's all built-in bullshit. I know it's all fake, dude. I know it's fucking planned obsolescence bullshit. The phone works fine, man. It works fine. It's like fucking 5-6 years old. It's not that big of a deal. I'm using the S25 Ultra and I love it. I have an S21 Ultra. I think. Yeah, an S21. So it's only like 4 years old, right? Still a great phone. That's what I'm saying, but it's just starting to get slow as fuck, dude. It's starting to get slow as fucking dick. Like, I'll try to, like, open an app and it fucking bugs out and it's like... Carriers disabled 3G phone signals and I had to upgrade forcibly off of that. Why would they get rid of 3G? 3G was the shit. I remember when 4G first came out and I was working at a cell phone company at the time. And like, we were selling it to people and we'd never even been on 4G before. But we were like, bro, this shit is like the fucking future, dog. You have no idea. No idea. 4G is going to be fucking insane. Like, wait till you get your hands on it. Wait till you, LTE. Wait till you get that LTEs. Wait till you hit the LTEs, man. And then we actually got 4G in the area and we were like, oh shit, this shit is fast. We're like, oh shit, this shit is fast, dude. What the fuck? I was like watching fucking YouTube videos, like, what the fuck? I clicked a video and I watch it. Now 4G is like, bro, I got 4G. I can't even use my phone. It's not even usable. What am I gonna do? I can't even go on Reddit. I can't even, like I would want to, but I can't do any of that. Shit is useless. I remember 2G. 4G is the new 2G. Who's your carrier? Verizon. Honestly, you know, part of me actually wants to go back to being one of those flip phone fools or a texting phone guy. Just to go back to the simplicity. Just to go back to being bored. I kind of miss boredom. Slightly. Anyway, ADD moment. We're over it. What do I think Bungie's gonna do? What I think Sony's gonna do? I don't think that I don't think Marathon is the play. I don't think Marathon is the play. I don't know. Like, part of me does, because it does seem to, like, for the people that get in it, they're stuck in it, which, I mean, like, that's good, but it's a small group of people. Not unless they try to expand, not unless they're going to try to invest and expand Marathon into the next Destiny. That's the only way that I would, because, like, that's what people want. People want raids, people want PvE, people want co-op, people want a full experience. I feel like they really missed the boat on this. They made too narrow of a game. Bungie is not a company that people are expecting a narrow game from. At this point, they have made their, like, post Xbox Bungie is known for one thing: Destiny. They're known for making an MMO, and for them not to have continued that legacy and continued that path, they alienated the existing audience they had, abandoned the game and the existing audience they had, while also not having the same reputation anymore to be able to bring in people that would have, like, still been interested in a purely like PvE or PvP experience from Bungie. I can't see that happening when they're literally adding a battle royale mode. I can't see that happening when they're literally adding a battle royale mode. Oh yeah, that's right. They're gonna do a BR mode. So my question is, like, what the fuck is the point of a BR in a fucking extraction shooter? It doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, let's go ahead and inject a fucking a 10-year-old trend into the game. I'm sure that's gonna save it. Who the fuck comes up with this shit? Who over there is making these decisions? That's my question. Marathon gave me the same vibe as Arc Raiders, and nobody plays that game anymore either. Hi there, appreciate your videos and video game industry takes. The Arc Raiders situation is a little bit different, because they're still in the... No, they are not. No, they are not. It's late, so maybe that's why. Like, it's still a good number. It's still a good number. But this is not a good graph. This is not a good graph. Especially because here you were 5 months ago, after the game had already been out for 3 months, and your new update didn't bring fuck all of anybody back. You peaked at 135,000 people. That's not even a peak. You saw that many people only a couple weeks ago. You saw people you had that same amount of players 2 weeks before that. Marathon is different. Marathon is vastly different than Arc Raiders. I'm going to be honest with you. Not anymore. Not anymore. This is something that like this has more to do, like, while raw numbers matter, trends matter just as much. And if I put these two graphs next to each other, and I shrink this, Okay, here we go. Fine. We'll do it the right way. All right. Oh, there's my headset. Okay, let's see here. We'll bring up paint. We're gonna do some arts and crafts, guys. We're gonna do some arts and crafts, guys. Bring out your finger paints. Bring out your finger paints. So first one we'll add the layer of Arc Raiders. Okay. We'll zoom out slightly. Then what we're going to do is we're going to add a new layer. Add new layer. And I would like to adjust the opacity. The opacitor. Image. Do you guys know where the where opacity is in paint.net? Isn't the tools on the left-hand side? To adjust opacity in paint.net, open the layer window, F7. Select your layer. Press F4 for properties. Thank you. Notice anything about these two trend lines? While raw numbers matter, trends matter more. And if you're trending in the same direction, you eventually reach the same destination. You did all this to say it went down. I just wanted to see how closely they matched each other. That's it. They haven't been out for the same amount of time, so I have to shorten the time span for it. But I mean, more realistically, it would be like about a month, right? But isn't that usually what happens? Is that what usually happens with what? Games or live service games? Well, a live service game can't last forever, right? Mind you, these are just ones on Steam. Like, even though Fortnite is losing players, Fortnite's still doing really well. Apex Legends didn't come out of Steam until this was its Steam release from what I remember. This came out before 2020. Apex Legends is still doing really well. That's not a fair comparison. What would be a fair comparison? Any live service game that fails is failing because of a reason. It's not failing because that's just what happens with these games. It's failing because it's not delivering enough content. It's failing because it's not a strong enough core experience. It's failing for a lot of reasons. It's failing because they ruined the game in some way. Their opinions came into conflict with the players in some way. Is Highguard still around? I still have it downloaded. It lives on in my heart. Press play. What even happens? Damn. Damn. Delisted and shut down? But this is how it lives on in my heart. You know, I don't know a single name of one of the characters from the game. Other than John Highguard. Should have stuck with Titanfall. Apparently should have stuck with Apex Legends. Victor, thank you for the 24 months, man. Appreciate that. Holy shit. 2 years. That's crazy, bro. Crazy. It's actually crazy to see people that have been around for like 2 years. I think that's like wild to me. The fact that like all this time has gone by and all these people are still here somehow. How the fuck you listen to me for that long? I have no idea. Family. Family. I'm tired of millennial slop. Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully fucking Gen Z makes better games somehow, I guess. I don't fucking know, dog. I have no idea. I saw Repo came back. They had a big jump recently. Up to 90,000 players. Not as big as their peak, but still pretty fucking good. They have an update recently, or are they like getting ready for one? I never played that game. I tried this for like 15 minutes and I stopped playing it because I was like, I just don't fucking care. I just don't care. I'd rather be playing something else. I started playing it for like 5 seconds and I was like, bro, like, I'd rather play something that like requires my brain to work. And I forget like how fucking mentally AFK MMOs are. I mean, which that can be therapeutic, I think, for some people. I think some people really like the fact that you just, when you play an MMO, your brain just turns off. For me, I just wasn't in it. I just wasn't in it. Conan Exiles enhanced. Enhanced. Hey, holy shit. Wait, is this shit like is this good? Is this, did they cook? Did they cook? Player counts are increasing day after day. 4 days straight of the peak player count increasing. Free upgrade. The Yiddies are UE5 now. Interesting. Interesting. Dead as the disco. Star Wars Outlaws? Trending? Dude, look at all these people. Everybody be on that Star Wars Outlaws right now. It's a good survival game in UE5 now. Free, not like Ark. I played like Ark. I returned. My friends have this habit of doing this. You guys will know exactly what I mean when I say this, because you guys will automatically realize. You guys will automatically realize that this is probably the most me thing to do. My buddies had me get Ark, right? They're like, dude, you're gonna love it. It's so much fun. We're gonna tame dinosaurs, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do that. And then I started playing the game, and I was like, bro, this game is fucking dog ass. Like, it runs like shit. The systems are all fucked up. I die immediately, shitting myself, and yada yada. And they're like, oh yeah. Were you trying to play base? Were you trying to play base Ark? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, dude, the only way you play Ark is modded. I uninstalled the game and refunded it. Immediately. Without hesitation. My friends were like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, why? They're like, dude, you don't understand. You don't understand. Like, dude, but the mods are so good. And I'm like, I do not pay developers for a game that has to be cleaned up by their community. I don't do it. There's another, what is it? 7 Days to Die? Is that the other one? There's another game that's just like that. It's a survival game with zombies. That, from what I understand, like, you only play on custom servers with mods, and that's the best version of the game. The base version of the game nobody plays because it's absolute fucking garbage. I forgot what it was, but the same thing happened with that. They're like, bro, you're gonna love this. It's gonna be so good. And they're like, oh, is it DayZ? I can't remember which one it is. I can't remember if it's DayZ or 7 Days to Die or whatever. I don't think it's 7 Days to Die, actually, now I think about it. Maybe it is DayZ. I can't, it's one of the two. They all fucking blend in and look the same to me. Regardless, the point is, DayZ is ass? Okay, well, maybe, I don't know. Project Zomboid? No, you don't need mods to play Project Zomboid. Project Zomboid's fine out of the box. It's a hard-ass game, but it's fine out of the box. 7 Days to Die is garbage without mods. I think that's what it was. There's like one guy in chat. 7 Days to Die vanilla's great. Yeah. So whatever it was another one of those where my buddy's like, oh no, you gotta play on modded servers. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah. You need to download this mod, and it's even better. And I'm like, bruh. No. I'm like, I'm not gonna do it. I'm like, I'm not gonna pay some fucking developer money and my time and attention for a game that they couldn't even bother to finish, and the only way that it's fun or playable is by playing mods from a community that ended up fixing the game. I'm just not into it, man. I'm just not into it, Doug. Not here for it. Maybe I should do VR chat. What do you guys think? It's getting more popular. It's getting bigger by the year. More and more people. What if I manifested my fur persona? I'd be a here. I got you. Guys, what if I'd be a vampire cat. Be a vampire cat. And my name would be Catamus Decimus Meridius. And when I was a young boy, my father very brown hair, huh? No, no, not black. No, I don't have brown hair. I dyed my hair once in high school and frosted tips. Frosty tips. And I look like a fucking dweeb in a puka shell necklace. In a puka shell necklace with a turtle on it. LD looking like a theater kid with that hair over one eye. That's right. That's right, baby. Thank you for the 10 better. You gonna watch the PoE 2 live stream? Brother, I watched it behind the scenes. I watched it behind the scenes. I didn't see the trailer that they posted. I'll watch the trailer because they did like a shorter trailer, I think. I'm really excited for it. What did this? Let's see what DM had to say. Let's see what DM had to say about it.
When they said that this reveal was going to be the largest update they've ever done as a company for Path of Exile as a whole.
Oh, let me turn off the music.
Whole, meaning the largest one for either Path of Exile 1 or Path of Exile 2. This reveal was longer than I expected at a 1 hour, 20-minute runtime just for the pre-programmed.
Wait a minute. Should my camera be smaller? His camera is so small. Should I be smaller? Should I... Am I overwhelming your screen? Should I be like down here? I never understood what the proper proportions for
reveal.
Camera size was.
Twice as long as sort of the average reveal that we actually got, and they went through everything.
What is this? DM? That's my fucking boy. I'll hear none of this. Make it smaller. Make it smaller. What if I was like... Perfect. It's too bad it doesn't actually make my voice my voice smaller. Let me increase my enhance.
From quality of life additions to fundamental reworks of all of the League mechanics to completely changing the Atlas tree.
DM Lisp. Why would you make fun of a way a motherfucker talks? You think he can help it? What's wrong with you? You don't make fun of things. You don't make fun of people for things they can't change about themselves. You make fun of things that they can. That's a very important lesson in life that my dad taught me very early. My dad told me you can call somebody fat, just don't call a retard retarded. That lesson stuck with me.
And the League mechanic Atlas tree, as well as having a new League mechanic that's a new League mechanic made specifically for PoE 2, though there's some similarities to Beshuary from PoE 1, I suppose you could say, but it's not like they brought an ode league mechanic. They actually made something new entirely, changes to the in-game.
It's actually fucking nutty because these dudes like literally revamped like the vast majority of like all these endgame mechanics. Like there's a couple of them that I'm not necessarily fully sold on just yet. I think Delirium kind of just looks lackluster in comparison to the other ones. I mean, like Breach and Expeditions look fucking insane now, though.
Huge amount.
I'm already a Breach guy to begin with. Ritual also looks pretty good as well, actually. But if I had to do a tier list of like how attractive the endgame systems look, it goes Breach. No, it goes Expedition, Breach, Ritual, then Delirium on the bottom.
Of crafting additions. I mean, more than even 0.3 with the Abyss League brought. Basically, every single league mechanic got additions. To crafting. I mean, we have the whole Genesis tree you just saw there. It's just one addition coming to the game, and that's just one of the league mechanics. But Delirium, Ritual, all of them got a fairly significant amount of content updates. I'm just going to give you the best of the best, the coolest bits that I have actually seen, as there's just too much to break down from this hour and 20-minute trailer.
I was actually surprised. I talked to him in the background and I was like, were you not a part of the like behind the scenes reveal? And he said, nah. And I was like, that's kind of fucking surprising. I don't know why other people didn't get involved.
Packed here. So let me give you some of the best highlights.
I think they were just trying to get
classes coming to the game, and one of them is this one, the Asmiri Spirit.
Isn't that actually crazy? I'm viewed as games media. Does that mean I'm like every video I make, I'm fighting myself? It's just that image of me looking in the, it's just like that meme of a guy looking in the mirror. And except for instead of it's the like, get in there and make this about yourself, it's just like, get in there and go fight yourself.
Spiritress, whatever the hell. It's the Huntress Asmiri Spirit Girl.
You're the
now, I'm normally not
so
much
badly.
of a Huntress enjoyer, I'll be honest, but I'm 100%.
You say that till I say something you disagree with.
Starting this shit, because what this is first of all, you get basically companions, okay? Sort of like a hunter from WoW. You can get like these companions that go with you. We already know what companions are. They got added with spears. But you get the Asmiri version. So you get bear, stag, all of that. Now that's cool.
The reason I'm watching this right now is because I'm actually going to get more value out of listening to DM explain to me what's actually happening in these leagues and what's happening with the changes. Because you have to understand that, like, when these guys, like, I had no idea what these guys were going to show me behind the scenes, and they're like, all right, are you ready? And then they played like their whole thing, and they're like, here's all the changes that we're doing. And I'm sitting there, I'm just like, holy fuck, this is a lot of content. And I'm like trying to write down questions and stuff to prepare for an interview that I'm going to have like pretty much directly after this ends. So I'm like, and then like by the time, and then like also there was so much shit that it's like over an hour-long video of them explaining all the things that they did. And I'm like, I completely just lost track of like what they were doing. I was like, it's a lot. They're doing stuff, I guess.
Cool and all, but that's not really the reason that this.
I have to disagree still here. I know. Actually, there's a bad, like, I think like one of the coolest things, I've talked about this before, but I think like the coolest thing about my community, or at least the community that I've tried to do my best to be able to like curate, very purposefully curate. I don't want people that are like sycophants. I don't want people that are like fucking knob slobbing and trying to like, oh, everything you do is the best. You're just the best. Everything. Like, no. Because I am not fucking perfect. I'm going to have there's going to be some things that I'm going to say that you're going to be like, this guy is so fucking wrong. Good. Because keep in mind, all I'm doing is bringing up my opinions. Very rarely will I ever state anything as fact unless it's something that is actually recordable fact. And I can point to it and say, hey, this is data that I'm showing, right? That's the only thing that I'll ever present as fact. Anything outside of that, absolutely not. No. If it's my opinion or a trend that I think things are going to go in the direction of, I'll say that. I'll say it what it is. Like, hey, this is my opinion on this or whatever. But I never try to present anything that I'm doing or saying as actual fact. You can disagree with my opinions, right? So, but I think it's like the people that try to like state things as fact. And then also there's people that like feed into the ego side of content creation. I have no interest. I don't need you guys for validation. I don't need you guys for acceptance. I don't need you guys for attention. I don't need any of this shit, to be honest with you. I just enjoy making videos, talking shit, and fucking playing video games, right? I think a lot of people try to turn this job into something that it's not, and it's really fucking damaging. Very, very damaging. Fuck, the minute that things started to take off was the minute that I started thinking about how to get out. Where I was like, man, so when am I going to stop doing this? Actually, it wasn't even when I was going to stop. It's just like, so when is it going to fall off? And it's just going to be making videos to like 5,000 views again, which doesn't bother me. Like it is what it is. Like it would suck to lose a career and then have to go back to a different one, I guess. But that's just fucking life. Fuck, I've done that like 500 times.
This class is fucking awesome.
I've already
people
done
are
that
talking
like
about
five-
this. People are talking about.
I've done that way more times than the vast majority of content creators that are out there today. Most of these motherfuckers have been doing this since they were like 19. Me, I've had like fucking 3 whole fucking careers before I got here.
This because of this next one.
You'll see these dudes get all fucking all tripped up. Oh my god, my entire life is fucking ruined. I'm like, I'm fucking banking every dollar I'm making, trying to do absolutely nothing other than just fucking work, save every penny I have, so that when eventually, if things ever turn in a different direction, I'm just like, it's cool. I guess I'll go work at like Walmart or something. I don't know. Pick up a fucking job at Taco Bell.
Up here, which allows you to actually tame not just normal companions, but will allow you to tame boss companions.
Okay, this is actually going to be fucking sick, and I'm really interested in doing this. So this is actually going to be the this is going to be the Huntress. So this is like the spear and shield chick, right? Like the Amazon for this game, isn't it? If that's the case, that's exactly what I'm going to fucking. I might end up playing this. Just the idea. I just don't know how. Anytime a game does this whole thing where they're like, you can tame bosses, it's just like, it never actually turns out to be that cool, but visually would be cool.
We're talking literal bosses, so you can get the
Chimera.
bosses from the campaign, even while you're playing through the campaign. You can be walking around with the monkey as your actual companion, which is just insane. You can have the Chimera from the Chaos Trials. You can have the bird, even, and they show that. So this is like the coolest thing. I mean, they reworked fucking everything about the game, but this is the coolest shit. You can literally have, that's not a boss he's fighting. That's his minion.
That's his
that he's
boss.
Summoning, okay?
This
so
is the stuff that I'm like, okay, man, I'm
badass
interested
awesome.
in
Now,
this.
this was cool, but the other ascendancy class here, the martial artist, looks pretty badass as well. You actually can form like clones of yourself that cast socketed abilities and all that. Now they Ziggy D made a post on Reddit saying that they actually updated this where you can actually do this while moving now, though moving slowly. So you're not just standing in place, which is good because standing in place would be a bit of a bait, in my opinion, with this. But this looks fucking awesome too. There's more additions to this that look absolutely crazy. I mean, I'm not going to go.
Hold on. This is so annoying. My fucking, I think, did it fucking fully die? Hold on. Something that really fucking sucks about my headset is that if it starts to die, like, it will just die. Even if it's charging, it'll die. Like, I think it's because I don't have, like, the right charging cable for it anymore or something like that. So, like, all of a sudden, my computer will fucking freak out when it starts dying. And it'll actually, like, switch audio sources on me and, like, switch back to, like, my speakers that I have or, like, my soundbar or whatever. But, like, the headset is, like, fucking cooked. It's, like, I think it's just because it's old. I've had it for, like, 3 years now, I think. So I think it might be time for me to get it replaced. It sounded like the video died out. No, it's because it keeps like it's bugging out. So like it changes the sound and it does this and it does that. Time to get a new one. But it works fine once it's charged, and it stays charged for a really long time. The only time the thing ever stops or starts being all fucked up is when it gets under like 5%. Let's fund LD for a new charger. It's not the charger either, which is actually the thing kind of pisses me off the most. Because like then that would make sense. And I even bought like I have a Logitech mouse, so I'm using a Logitech brand headset. But if I use like their cable, that doesn't even fucking work. Just get the HyperX Cloud Alpha wireless. Jeez. How many fucking words do you need to fit into that? What is up with these fucking headset brands needing to sound like they're building a fucking spaceship? Also, I used to have a pair of HyperXs, and those motherfuckers are huge. They're huge. It's like you look like a fucking air traffic controller. You look like a fucking air traffic controller. It's fucking ridiculous. These things are like, fucking Houston, we have a problem shit. I don't want to fucking deal with that. That's crazy. I look like a fucking goober. Earbuds all day. Do I have any Raycons? I know I have my gym pair. I need to get these dudes to send me more. I thought I had 2 pair. Buy another set on rotation? It's actually... that makes too much sense. Shut the fuck up. We're not here for sense making, okay? Hold on. I think I got some AirPods. Give me a second. I don't know if I can actually connect these things, though. Let me see. Or is this dead? It's probably dead. Oh, man, these motherfuckers... Is this a lightning charger? Shut the fuck up. It is, isn't it? It is. It's a lightning charger. These fuckers are cooked. I don't have a charger for that anymore. Who the fuck has a lightning charger? I don't even own Apple products. Houston, we can hear the universe. True. Give me one un momento, por favor. Let me just grab my other headphones. Let me grab my other headphones real fast. I don't even know if I can do this or not. Let's see.
You
have the Bluetooths? Do I have the Bluetooths? I do. I do have the Bluetooths. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, that's weird. These are like earbuds. Hopefully I'm not like talking real loud. I gotta hear myself. So I switched this to the Bluetooth. Am I blind? It says it's connected. I'm taking one of these out. Move, cat. Why are you sitting directly in front of the menu I need to look at? Sit in my lap. Sit in my lap. Or go lay down. Whatever. One of the two. Whatever you want to do. Oh, I ain't fucking with this, dog. I can't find this shit on here. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's supposed to be my speaker now or whatever. Nah. Oh, maybe that's this. NVIDIA high definition audio. No, it's not. Okay, I'm not going to try to do this on the fly. Fuck this. I'll have to figure that out a different time. I don't understand how you get to switch out. No, that's your monitor. It makes more sense. Yeah, because there's a long string of numbers that didn't really make any sense to me at all. That's fine. I think I gave it enough time that it should be able to be up at... Be above 3%, please. Yeah, whatever. It should be good enough. Fuck it. So we'll switch this back. What the fuck is going on? I think I just have like straight up audio problems now. Oh no, there it is. Okay.
Sockets, which is crazy. But your gloves get these crazy bonus modifiers just for having gloves.
We're
for
chilling.
Instance, you don't even have to have it unarmed, but it obviously would be cool with Hollow Palm also to do sort of an unarmed build. But there's your runes.
We can't hear
here.
either.
And
I
then
can't
look
hear
at this
anything.
here. Gloves you
That's
equip
a weird
with
breed
this
of
while
dog,
equipped
I know.
the prefix and suffixes are transformed into more
it's a
powerful ones.
cog.
And then actually, as you actually see the bonus of these gloves, it goes from just like flat damage
Cats can be
to
rude.
absolutely
They always
disgusting literal attacks gain bonus
that's why
for
you get 'em.
stamps. I mean, that is wild. Okay. So you can do a hollow palm with this. You can do any martial weapon or whatnot you want to do with this as well. He's doing Pillar of the Cage God as an example here of one. So this is like, these ascendancies look super fun. I think the Asmeri Spear one is like, looks like one of the coolest shit, just period in the game. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
This looks pretty badass as well if you're a monk enjoyer. There's new unique items coming to the game. That look pretty cracked as well. Like this is a mana stacker, mace basically that uses ice casting. And then there's, if you're familiar with Righteous Fire at all, as we get to it, if you're familiar with Righteous Fire, there's this staff here, which is like a circle walking simulator build, huge build from PoE 1 people love is Pox notably does the build, which is sort of, there's now this AoE type of build that you can actually add from this unique item, etc. It's not the unique item, but still, there's a lot of badass uniques coming to the game also. But I mean, that's just a teaser, dude. Because as you look at here, look what we have. We have 5 new in-game storylines. We have the actual new league mechanic coming to the game. We have these new type of
the 5 new storylines are all for the end game, right?
Skills.
Like all this is going to be really good. I think like the one thing that I really like about all of this, because I was actually kind of tempted to make a video about it, but I think I might do it after the league or during the league or something like that. But I think like the most innovative and the most intuitive is probably the best thing to say. The most intuitive and cool change that I think that they've done is like it's a massive change from Path of Exile 1, where it's like everything is like, I understand like there's people that are bitching about it because they're like, what if I don't like bossing? Because it seems like every single league is about bossing now. And it's just like, well, one, this is just like the starting mechanics for a game that's not finished yet, right? Like this is supposed to be a completed experience when it's done. And also at the exact same time, most of your best rewards aren't even coming from the bosses to begin with. Most of it's all the other shit that you're doing on top of that. There's all these different things that they have for you to be able to like get materials and put it into the fucking one tree and spit out a different item and whatnot like that for the breach stuff. There's another one that has its own shit with the expedition stuff to be able to stack stuff up for big groups of enemies that are like really tough to kill, and you get a bunch of drops off of them as well. Like there's so much shit in here, man. People are so hungry for RF that RF adjacent unique is Righteous Fire unique is making everybody now we have RF. Yeah, I know. That's essentially what it is, right? Path of Exile 2 progression, bombs comes from the tree building and number go up. It's not that, but I guess it's like people really want to have like I guess the funny thing is that I think a lot of people for whatever reason believe that like Path of Exile 2 is supposed to be this like either a vastly different game in every measure in comparison to Path of Exile 2, or B, all have way more content than Path of Exile 1 for some odd reason. And it's just like, that's just not the fucking way that they're doing things. I don't know.
I'm here. One of the most important bits.
Maybe it would be different if I was somebody that was like super highly invested in Path of Exile 1 and I played it for years. I'm sure that my opinions would change. I also think that the longer that you stay involved in a studio and invested in a studio, the more likely you are to become more jaded towards that studio. Like a relationship that will go sour sometimes.
400 plus Node Atlas tree, 15 new pinnacle bosses, 30 new unique items, and that's before we talk
has
about
so
the
much
quality of
content,
life,
maybe
like
too
import,
much,
exporting builds. Now, just to talk about real quick here, the new league mechanic that's coming to the game, it's effectively you have like this recipe book with runes, and depending upon the combination of runes, like crafts something different or gives you a different drop, basically. Now, as you go through and learn more of them, you have more of them basically in your recipe book as you level up, etc. And when you find on a map one of these statues that has some runes already on it, you mix that with runes that you've learned, you etch it in, and you end up like making like this crafting type of system plus like a drop type of system, okay? There's more to this league mechanic though. As you go through it, you actually have new areas and all of this. This isn't even the part I want to talk about. This right here, there's a rune forging system that grants something called Runic Ward, which is sort of like a new system of a defensive layer of health. So you have like health, you have energy shield, you have man.
Oh, I missed this. This part right here, Runic Ward, went right over my head.
But now you also have Runic Ward, and Runic Ward is basically just more additional health, but you can also put the Runic Ward to use by using it to cast certain skills, which are now global skills.
This went right over my head when I had seen it.
The weapon you're having based upon this new Runic Ward system. If it sounds like a lot, it's confusing. It is. This is just a highlight. We're going to have to deep dive down, delve, whatever you want to call it, into the rest of this as the week progresses, but this is just to give you a little bit of a teaser. You can see sort of here, I'm gonna move my camera, you can see there's the runic system. He has Runic Ward, which makes him survive after his health drops to 0 because the runic is actually another form of health. Now, one notable thing, there was some confusion about this. If you have like 50 runic and 100 life, that means you have 150 life. You don't get hit for 1,000 damage on your 100 health, and then you have another instance of taking damage. It's not a cheat death, okay? It's just additional health. But this will maybe be a way that will help us get some more health for some of you red life type of enjoyers. Pretty cool system. Also, the rune forging now also allows you to upgrade your uniques from lower level.
I was actually really confused about that because for a while what I thought that was I thought it was essentially, I thought this was like a cheat death mechanic. Very confusing part of the video. Yeah, so when I was going over this, because there were like people that were talking about it in like the preview event, that were like in the chat, and like even the developers, it wasn't Jonathan, it was like somebody else that was like also kind of unclear on it a little bit as well. And they're like, oh yeah, no, this is like they're like, so you could effectively use this to be able to cheat death in like hardcore and stuff, right? Like this will be an extra layer of survivability to cheat death. And they're like, yeah, I think yada, yada, yada. And they're like trying to talk about it mechanically, but it like the entire conversation just went over my head. I mean, like having, what do I view this at? I view this like MMO enchantments, right? Where like you get that ability to put like a little bit of extra health on a piece of item or whatever like that. And while it's not necessarily super impactful, depending on the situation, it really comes in handy to have that. It just kind of gives you that little bit of added extra padding or whatever. Bonus health. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just bonus health. It's odd that they're actually having it like displayed differently, I guess. It's interesting. I mean, it looks cool on the bar, I guess. Right? I mean, it's kind of presented that it was kind of presented that way even after the trailer. You can use it as a spender. You might just use life cost instead of mana cost. I wonder if there's going to be some things that are triggered off of runic health. Like use runic health to do X, or if you have runic health, you get a bonus damage, or I don't know, like shit like that. You know what I mean? Have they done that previously in Path of Exile? Like the only thing because there's only like, I only know of health, ward, and armor, right? And there are abilities that are based off of those three things, depending on what they are or what you're using them for. It can be used as a resource for skills too, as they say, using an HP build. So you can tap into the Runic Ward as extra damage or like as extra mana, depending on like what your build is. You can do that. They say later in the video. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Basis is to higher level bases. The way I was talking to Zizarin at one point, we were talking about maybe what if this system came to the game, and he explained this to me because I'm not a huge D2 guy. But basically, this is like the upping system from D2. You take stuff that used to be lower level and not worth anything, you bring it to higher level, more relevant pieces of gear. So maybe there's some cool uniques you like, you want to fit into your build, or you think could have some use, but it just has dog shit stats, so you don't really use it. Well, this is a system now with this Verisium that you get from the new League mechanic that actually adds that. There's a ton more going into the League system, so we're going to have to dive in depth on that in a separate video. You should subscribe if you want to see that. But this is just to give you a little bit of a teaser that comes here. And even they said
because they have like that whole Verisium system. That was like a whole other thing. And I that also went like straight over my fucking head. I was like, wait a minute. So there's like, because they've added so many new crafting systems, like crafting pieces, crafting currencies, crafting systems. It's just like, brother, man. Like, while you guys have simplified the paths of the end game, you guys have just added another layer of complexity. Thank you.
Handcrafted all of these outcomes.
More I don't understand.
Uniques, like this one, for instance, the Brass Dome goes from having 2,700 armor to 995 runic ward, to give you an idea. So there's all kinds of instances of unique items being changed based upon this Verisium and rune forging system. There's a lot in there. Last thing I'm going to...
It's one of those things where I found it really funny, where like people are like sitting there and they're like, people are like, Jonathan's talking about like the new... Jonathan's talking about like the new stuff that they're adding to the game, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're adding this currency and this currency," and some person like in the fucking preview chat was like, "Sick," and I'm sitting there like, "No," like I'm sure people think that this is like the coolest thing ever, but I'm like, brother, I was like I have a pretty good handle on the game now. I have a pretty good handle on the game now, but they're like there is some intricate shit that like later on where it's like. It's like the jump from like early maps to like mid game map, I think, or maybe it's mid to like late game map. That's like the struggle for me, where I just really end up becoming that fucking guy that like, because it's and this is something that I do appreciate about the game, and like it's kind of fucking lame. People are so fucking lame, dude. God, they're so fucking lame. I saw that basically the only way for you to be able to progress the end game is by interacting with trade. And I was like, fuck this game. And it's just like, you can do solo self-found. Or you could act like a little bitch. Like, what are you talking about? Level 15? It gets dicey for me at level 15. I'm talking about mapping. It's like when you're like early maps are pretty straightforward. It's like I need to get the appropriate level gear. I need to get like, stuff that like directly benefits like my current build. And then after that, it's like you got to do some wacky weirdo shit to actually get like your build online. Like you need to get in a lane, like where at first you're on a leveling build. That transition from leveling to mapping because then you have to choose, like, am I doing leveling? Am I doing mapping? What am I doing with this? Right? Like you have to pick what lane you're going to do with it. But I just buy the shit. I just farm currency and then just buy the shit because it's just way easier for me to do that.
Say about the new league.
People are like, I have to do trading. I'm like, oh, thank God I can do trading.
And here, as you can see, this is
I'm like, otherwise I got to craft this shit and I don't know how to I'm going to fuck this up. The only game that I actually really enjoyed the crafting system from is Last Epoch, because like that game, like gearing in that game is like so fucking easy. It's not even funny.
Example, they have skills actually that are being added into the game.
It's the jump of playing Animal Crossing to Armored Core 6.
So you're going to have a variety of
feels
different
like that.
new
It really
skills
does.
coming to the game.
It does feel like that.
Weapon selection. Now, the way that they're handling the Atlas is actually really interesting. So basically what's going on here is each of the different league mechanics are sort of like a different zone. So what you're looking at here with the ocean, this is actually Expedition. So now Expedition is you actually hop on a boat and you go exploring the ocean. And there's all kinds of new boss fights and mechanics and crafting and all this stuff that actually comes with it. All of the league mechanics are going to have a shit load of new stuff. For instance, there's going to be like an area for each one of these mechanics that have access to like the bosses. So instead of having the realm gate where you go there and just throw splinters are actually no more in the game. Instead, you have this area that you go, that you feed in when you have a key or whatnot. You can go here and actually fight the boss. So you can see there's like, you know, this giant mirror here where you go fight the new boss Tang Mizzou, which is, again, there's new pinnacle bosses. There's like 15 new bosses in the game, and all of the new or the old mechanics have new pinnacle boss fights. Breach, same thing. You have a new zone. It's a breach zone. You go in here, you start to fight your way in. There's a new reworked version of Breach that actually has the whole Genesis Breach tree. If you're familiar with PoE 1, we literally have the PoE 1 Breach tree in the game now, which means you can now craft its jewelry only, but there's new bases of items you can actually craft from this.
This is
There's
so
a whole
cool.
New,
I'm probably going to go directly for Breach at the very beginning. I really like
this is another like
Blast. Thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate that, brother.
Reworks basically done here, but it's very similar to the PoE 1 Breach, so you can see how they managed to kind of slide that from PoE.
The other thing that I really like as well is that now they have a Breach timer, so I know how much time I have before the Breach is going to close, and I need to like hurry up and rush my ass to go like grab another hand or something like that. And now that there's that extra step where it's like, okay, I'm like shredding breaches, and you can eventually stabilize the breach, and then you have to fight off waves and survive until you kill the bosses. That's, I think, is way cooler. It's going to flow a lot better. It's going to feel a lot better. It's going to make a lot more sense. And then eventually you get to feed into the tree and shit like that, which is
Here's
really
just
cool.
an example of how the system actually works. Like you can see there's this huge, you know, skill tree basically of it that you use to customize to sort of make items coming from the game. There's how big the tree actually.
And you can actually like, it's a skill tree. So you invest your hive blood to like create a skill tree. So like from what it looks like, I want to get my hands on it, but from what it looks like, it's like, okay, this spot right here will make you amulets. This other spot over here will make you rings. This other spot will make you whatever else. And then what you do is that you just like feed your hive blood into the nodes to target the specific stats that you're looking for, and then you invest into the egg or manifest or whatever it is, and then it'll pop out the item that you're trying to make. I think that's way cooler. I mean, this is making me consider buying Path of Exile 2. I mean, you have another 6 months at least before. I guess it's not 6 months. They're going to be trying to release it this year, full, which will be free to play when it gets released. It's already enough game. It's been enough game. I've gotten hundreds of fucking hours out of this motherfucker already. Like it's the game is worth. It's worth. It's worth. I know people that have thousands of hours in Path of Exile 2 already. Yeah, I have 350 hours in this game. I'm not the kind of guy that puts that kind of time into games. I'm really not. Like, I'm not that kind of guy. And by the way, that's fucking nothing. That's nothing hours-wise. That's nothing.
You make jewelry,
that's a
new bases, the old
right?
bases.
Like that's
you can kind of craft
season.
down to actually make what you
probably
want.
Even
it looks
less.
like there's some secrets in
or
here.
Probably,
there's something
probably
that requires
more.
60 breach rings you put on his fingers and you get some reward or something. So there's a whole bunch more mechanics just in here as an example for one of the older reworked mechanics. And of course, it comes with the Hive Fortress, which even has more boss fights in it. Again, This is similar to the PoE 1 mechanic if you're familiar with this. Now, let's talk about the Atlas tree for a moment. You're going to notice there's 30 points on the Breach Atlas tree here. They have fundamentally reworked the Atlas tree in its entirety. The Atlas tree is just way larger now. There's 400 points on it, and you can actually get literally all of the 400 points. So you might ask yourself, okay, well, how does that work if I want a sense of like opportunity cost to specialize something in the Atlas tree? Well, each of the nodes is the kind of, they've been showing this example here. You can specialize in clicking different versions of the node. So maybe you go to a notable and it has like 3 different variants of it, and you can choose to have a different version of it. So while you can get all of the nodes, it doesn't mean everyone's tree is going to be exactly the same. Here's just a big shot. You can see real quick here of the whole Atlas tree. This is where the 400 nodes come from. And yes, you can fill out all of these. But
fucking Christ. This is not like, for the people that don't play Path of Exile, this isn't a skill tree. This is an end game like progression loot-based skill tree. So like you have like your skill tree for you to like create your character and shit. This is a tree. This is a talent tree that customizes your end game. So this like increases your drop rates, increases the rarity, increases the type of monsters, how difficult those monsters are, what kind of events that you find, what kind of bosses that you find. All these different things to like specialize to make sure that you're finding the items that you're finding the engagements that you want and the events that you want to get the items that you want for the build that you're building. Final Fantasy X grid. Yeah, I think they do. There's obviously there's definitely some sphere grid, you know. This is definitely sphere grid coded.
Again,
For
these
sure.
notables can be swapped around. And you can see here, of course, Alva Tempo is getting its own Atlas tree.
It's just event tree. It's just the Atlas tree. So the Atlas is like the end game system that you interact with, like your end game map that you run. So that's what it's for.
You can see there's 33 points on
Final
here,
Fantasy
and
X
underneath
grid
my
was way
camera here is
worse.
the ritual.
I don't know.
So
It made sense
all of
to me.
The Atlas tree.
That was also like pre the years of using guides in a lot of cases for most shit, right? Like Final Fantasy X was when you were still going to game FAQs. Man. I remember you go to game FAQs and you see people taking pictures on their flip phone and throwing it on that motherfucker.
Self and all of the league mechanic trees are having new additions, reworked, etc. So this is just a faux scale rework of what the actual Atlas tree is. Here's one such example of like just one of the nodes that you can click and you can kind of specialize in which of these versions you want. Maybe you want Essences, Rogue Exile, Summoning Circle from Ritual, or actually I think that's the boss Summoning Circle. So this just kind of gives you an example of like,
yeah, makes sense.
Fill all of these out, but there's a lot of choice here.
Okay, so every single node is going to have you allow you to specialize in a very specific thing depending on what you're trying to do. Okay, makes sense.
And you'll be getting points by continuing to progress through mapping, as well as fighting in the new fortress area, or getting points from conquering the new areas tied to the league mechanics. So,
I also like the
green
place.
Abyss points.
This game is confusing. I'd have to dedicate my life
shows
to this.
up on the
That
map
skill tree alone
itself,
is a
and
world
as
map. I'll give you a pro tip for learning how to play Path of Exile. Just follow guides the whole time. Follow a build guide, follow an end game skill tree build guide, depending on like what kind of end game activity you think looks the coolest. There's nothing wrong with it. There's no shame in it. You're not getting a lesser experience from doing so. It's the best way for you to learn the game. Because what you do is you slowly but surely take off the training wheels depending on like what part of the experience you're trying to learn first. Why do people enjoy Path of Exile? Gamba, RNG, sick story, insane artwork, crazy atmosphere, fucking fun and interactive gameplay. Literally your job at playing this game is trying to break it. Like you're trying to make a build that is so fucking busted that it just destroys everything. Power scaling, yeah. Power scaling, power fantasy. Yeah. It's like a better version of a gacha game. Yeah, and it's not asking you to swipe your credit card every 5 seconds because you don't actually spend money on the game, to be honest.
Conquering the maps around here, you're closing
Plus
up
you want
the
skins.
actual abyss around it until you fight a boss in the middle.
But now they put in the challenge league, so you could just earn skins every league now.
And these are close to your spawn. So what they wanted to do, basically, is they wanted to make it where you had all
Why did
these areas
Vampire
you could go down
Survivors
into the
pop
ocean for
off?
expedition.
Millennials.
To the very obvious abyss portion over here if you want to work on abyss, your ritual right next door, and then you have your fortress like up here. So you have all of these different areas that are no longer like citadels. I mean, there are still citadels, you go for fragments, but it's no longer like the citadels in the aspect that you have to sit around looking for these damn things. You're just in your starting area. Here's like different biomes of different type of mechanics, basically.
You kind of need stash tabs, but other than that, it's all good. I have a controversial take when it comes to the stash tabs. It depends on what kind of player you are. if you're not gonna get involved in trading and Trade League, if you're just gonna play solo self-found, if you're somebody that's not gonna hold on to a shitload of gear all the time, I don't really think that you're gonna need it. If you're somebody that's gonna play casually and probably get maybe into the first like steps of maps in the end game, and then likely put the game down because you just wanted to enjoy like the progression of playing through like the main campaign, you don't need to buy stash tabs. I think the vast majority of casual players that are going to pop in, enjoy the game and some updates and some new classes and weapons and items and stuff like that for like essentially like the campaign up to the point where they have like a end game character before actually doing end game, most people probably stop right there. I'd be really interested to find out like how many people actually progress and get like a fully like I beat the end game character.
Amount of content.
It's nice to have. Oh no, the stash tabs are 100% like the best investment you can make into Path of Exile. You buy every motherfucking one of them. Why? Because it makes stashing items, going back, filling or closing out your inventory or clearing out your inventory from all the shit that you got. Way fucking easier. It makes involved or engaging in trading way easier. It makes everything in the game like that much easier. But is it necessary? No. And the funny thing is people are like, well, you said it makes it easier. And it's like, yeah, but you have to keep in mind it's normal stash is the same stash you would see in any game where you have to organize it yourself. Most games don't have self-organizing stash outside of a sorting button, which you can still use that, but yeah.
Breakdown in its own video explaining all of like the Atlas changes specifically, but basically what they're trying to do is make it much more static and less RNG of actually.
Keep in mind, if you do actually buy Path of Exile, and this is something a lot of people conveniently forget, I don't know why it doesn't become a common message to give. If you buy Path of Exile in early access, whatever the money, I think it's like $30. I think it's like $29.99. They give you that much in in-game currency after buying it. So like a $30 currency pack in the game would give you 300 points. You get 300 points after you buy the game. So it's not just like, oh, I just got the game. No, you get the game and also $30 of in-game currency. So like essentially, if you do buy Path of Exile and you haven't bought it before, then you actually get what you spent. And you can turn around and then use that on stash tabs and then never think about it again. So it's basically early access for free. It's basically if you like buying a $30 like currency pack and then you get the game for free if you wanted to think about it like that. But yeah. Wait for stash tab sale. Stash tab sales are usually at the beginning of a league, aren't they? They usually try to get people as they come in the door.
Finding certain locations,
sometimes it can be in the middle of a league.
Obvious goal of where to go and have progression that's smoothed out once you go in the map. So it's not just you get dropped in the maps and then you good fucking luck figure it all out. And that is being done by giving you these different locations on the map.
They have them pretty regularly. The only one that is not going to be on sale when you first go into a new league, like the new stash tabs that won't be on sale in a new league, are usually the ones that are like directly connected to that league, which makes sense, right? Like that, it's just good salesmanship. It's how you make money. But all the ones that wouldn't be directly connected to that league are typically on sale. So usually like premium tabs or you can get those on sale and stuff like that. So yeah.
To teach you to actually go
it's
through
third week of every month. Oh, okay, there you go.
So
you can even
have a breakdown of that on the actual side here. So you can click on any of these and it will show your progression of the quest line for each of the individual mechanics and teleport you right to them. And what's crazy about this, like there's so much content. And when we're talking about the Atlas, I didn't even mention the new, what they call with like ascendancy classes.
Quick question. Do I get the game too if I buy the supporter pack? No, you want to buy the game. You want to buy the game. There's a, so like, let me look real quick because I don't want to like misinform, right? So there's early access series. So you can buy this, which you can buy the $30. You see, you get $30 supporting or $30 point or a $30 currency package, and then the game, and also their digital soundtrack for digital download. You can, yes, you can. So you can buy the Lord of Ogrim supporter, which will still give you the game, early access, but you get 600 points for $60, and you get the skin, you get this fucking hideout, which is like where you hang out. You also get these pets. You could spend $100 and get a fucking moving fortress for your hideout that is literally pulled by slaves. And you get $100 in in-game currency. You could spend $160 and you get, by the way, each one of these as you go up in price includes everything that came before it. So this includes this includes this, and this includes this, and this, and then so on and so forth, from what I understand. Right? Because this is, Lord of Ogham. Yep, Lord of Ogham's at the 240, 480. Nobody has to buy that. This is all cosmetics. But again, $480 buys you $480 in currency too. Did the prices go up? No, because this also includes merch. So if you get this, you also get a shirt, a hoodie, and you get their art book. This comes with the shirt and hoodie. But you're also getting $480 in currency. You're getting all of the fucking everything from all the other packs and shit like that. But yeah, whales buy this shit. I bought this one mostly because I saw this and I was like, I'm gonna put a fucking female character is gonna look half naked as fucking this shit, and she do. And multiple access keys to give your friends. True. Yeah.
For your actual Atlas tree. So
they don't have any, like, I really like Path of Exile. I think it's a really fucking cool game. How do I say this? There's not enough Gunnar skins. I'm a fan of Gunnar skins, dude. I'm just gonna be real. Like, don't get me wrong, I like my character to look badass, but I also like to look I sometimes like to goon out my character. I do.
Basically, there's 3...
Not all the time, but most of the time.
Different, like, masters that have their own little skill tree here that you can pick between, which further modifies what you're doing on the maps. That's a whole nother system entirely. Like I said, the amount of like stuff they actually showed in this review was like quite staggering. You can just see it in the comments, like top comment, we got PoE 3 before Grand Theft Auto 6. My expectations for 0.5 were high, but holy fuck. Updates like this are the reason why I've been playing since 2013. I was clicking to look at the timestamps here that helped me like look through this, and like even the timestamps alone are like hilariously long. We got Ritual being reworked to have changes in rewards where it's more focused on unique farming. But also, now you don't pick up Ritual Splinters. You just take the
I like good skins, period. Doesn't matter if it's Gunnar or not. Yeah, I like
got an actual challenge system. So you actually have league challenges that are out that give you free MTX rewards, showing you, like, go do this, go do that. See if you can actually beat the challenge league. This is something that we haven't had in PoE 2 yet, but has been in PoE 1. Free armor looks pretty cool, too, and you even get a statue for your hideout that shows you if you completed it. You have this new fortress area that is full of different like modifiers for maps, new unique maps, and new challenges and bosses, etc. you can actually do inside of these walls here. So this is all like additional modifiers for map farming. For instance, like one of these is like the Ogun Containment Scarab from PoE 1, where all the monsters are now within strong boxes themselves. And of course, there's boss fights, etc., that you'll get within this actual fortress area too, and unlocking more Atlas points, etc. So that's just a whole new section and new. It's not like a league mechanic, but it's a whole new section on the map of content. They're also adding Atlas quality of life, something I've been asking for since literally the first day of the game, is a search function where you can search for something, hit enter, it would take it right to you on the map. This is a huge W. And this part's crazy. They're adding import-export for builds straight into the game. So what you can actually do now is import a build directly into the game from whoever your favorite build guy is. And then that will actually show you, and they're kind of just showing the process of like actually setting it up here, but that will literally show you. So there you go, import mercenary build. It will show you what skills to take, notes that the person wrote, level by level where they put their points
dude.
here.
This is going to be a godsend for me because I'm good at managing my build after the late, or I would say I'm good at managing my build in the late game, in the early game, in the late game, but not in the mid game. What game is that? It's Path of Exile 2. I'm like, it's the middle of the game that I get lost, where I'm like, I don't really know which direction I want to go in. And that middle part is the most important because that's where I think your build really starts to define itself. Early game is pretty easy because it's like you usually start off with the same skills that you're going to be using for fucking the first 30 plus levels, essentially through the entire beginning of the game until you get to your like second playthrough. But yeah,
well, it will show you this, so you can actually write like notes.
Too many
so
choices.
You can write notes for the different equipment spot here. This new unique explosive. You know, they have a shout out to Citizen Hero. Help you less die than I do.
It's usually right after my first ascendancy. It's like first ascendancy, and then after that, I'm like, I don't know what direction I want to go in. What do I start working on?
As much life, etc. So you can literally follow like a build guide in the game itself.
Yeah, it's gonna be really cool
without having to like constantly have another tab open, etc. And supposedly, my understanding is this is being developed so it should work for console as well. Is what I was hearing from the Q&A.
Cool.
Here's another huge one. Instead of needing like another app that does price checking, you can actually copy paste an item that you pick up directly in, and it will show what the actual, like it will search for it automatically by control clicking it, etc.
Cool,
with just
dude.
the stats you have on. And
That's so cool. So people made a macro for this. And then these guys are like, okay, we're just going to put that into the game. So like you can literally just like 2-button press, click your item that you found that you're like, oh, I wonder how much this sells for. And then like see how much it is and then just throw it up onto the market. Love your content. Can't catch up to streams since the difference in time. Great content. Being an advocate for the voice of the common gamer. No problem, man. No problem. You always catch streams afterwards. I leave the VODs up as long as nothing crazy happens.
can disable the ones you don't want, etc. So now you can just have this function actually.
They hired the guy that made Path of Building.
So this just goes on. This just goes on. Like we have quality of life being added.
I like
we
seeing
have
shit
an
like that.
in-game focus with new quest lines for all of the League mechanics, and all of the League mechanics have got additions of pinnacle bosses, as well as crafting, as well as fundamental reworks. We have a whole new section on the map as well. We have new ascendancy classes for the monk that actually, like, I'm glad the monk actually got it. And he leaked in one of his interviews here, the one with Chris Wilson, that it sounds like there's a secret ascendancy for like the Chalupa monk, or Chalulu, I suppose. I should stop calling it Chalupa Supreme. So you can go from a Chalupa to Chalupa Supreme, basically. So like there's a shitload in this patch, boys. Now, I know everyone wanted swords. I myself, when I saw the teasers when they had swords, was surprised it wasn't in the game. But the amount that we actually are getting from this patch, it's like 3 leagues worth of content. Which
there's so many people that are twisted so hard over swords.
During the live stream,
why don't I get a new class too?
And
it's just like, brother, I think we got enough.
Patch
I think we got enough.
1.0 is officially being launched.
Sir,
in the
that's
game,
not a
which they
minion.
said is
That's a
sometime after
Maxian.
ExileCon.
I
That
like
probably
that.
means
I like
December,
that.
which means this league is going to last 6 months. And they did say they were going to run some other events and remixes of leagues, etc., to help keep us entertained in the time.
Oh, that's cool.
But the reason this patch is so big is because, 1, they knew it needed to be big to last the 6 months period of time, but 2, because that is 100% confirmed 1.0 is arriving. It sounds like this year, but they said sometime after ExileCon. So last league before we actually get 1.0. I mean, there's more to break down, and I'll have more videos going out in more detail here, but just to give you a little bit of a taste without having to watch the full 120, 1 hour and 20 minutes of this. Like the amount that was actually in this, I felt tired by the end of watching it because of how crazy.
I did too. My brain was
know
fucking
how they
cooked.
managed to cook all of this into one
My
league.
brain
I
was
guess they've been
cooked.
working on
I'll
it
send
for
you
a while,
guys the
and the
link,
game got
so if
delayed
you
and
guys
all of
want
that.
to, you can check out the
They've had
video
additional
yourself and
time,
give it a
but
like.
It
DM's
makes
my
sense
boy.
now when you actually look at
That's
it.
my
So
homie.
that's just a little bit of a teaser on it. More videos out coming, but it looks like we're going to be eating pretty good
Are we
here
done,
on the
ELD?
29th. That's about it for the.
Well, that's it for today, man. I'm tired. I'm tired. That's it. I wasn't even going to watch another video. I was just going to get off like before I saw that. And I was like, you know what? I haven't talked about the PoE stuff. I probably should. So, no gaming today. We talked for 8 hours straight. That's not good. Apparently, either I'm long-winded or we had too much to talk about. It's probably both. Oh my god, so much fucking cat hair. So, I'm going to go to bed. Oh my god, there's so much fucking cat. You need to get brushed. You need to get brushed. What? It's so early? Yeah, ending stream after 8 hours. Totally early. Totally. 2 streams a week win? Fuck. Could you imagine me trying to do this twice a week? I'm sure you'd like to. I'm going to go to bed. I thank you guys for hanging out today. Thank you guys for all the super chats. Thank you guys for all the donations. Thank you guys for all your kind words. And, dude, what is all this hair? You need to get down. Thank you guys for all the donations, super chats. Thank you guys for all your support. Thank you guys for watching the videos. Thank you guys for liking and subscribing and commenting down below and all the things that help me continue my work, my great work, my master plan of better video games. Anyway, I'll catch you guys next week. I hope you guys have a safe rest of your weekend, a safe rest of your evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you are right now, whatever it might be. I'll catch you guys next week. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Peace. Peace.